such a strong part of India's success in the rounds they won. Whereas I feel like for Hong Kong China, we didn't see as much out of Miao in terms of the AWP. It wasn't really her at the top of the leaderboard finding a lot of openings. It was really more the riflers that were getting it done. And I wonder how much of an edge that's going to give them here.
I think Team India, what we saw in Overpass on broadcast was that any time Sway could afford an AWP, we would get an AWP.
Yes.
So I think that's not going to change. I feel like whether it's TISO or it's CT, there's going to be an AWP. I feel like there's going to be a lot more flexibility in kind of the rounds run by Hong Kong China. But there's enough speculation because we can just get straight into this. And it looks like we're going to be knife rounding, I would imagine. But it looks like the game started on the pistol.
Yeah, we might get a little reset here. I can hear some tippity-tappeting in the chat, so I think that the knife round needs to play out from the looks of it. That seems to be the case. I feel like on Vertigo, it's less important than, say, Overpass, right? Where, you know, the CT side's so much stronger. In fact, you know, in terms of the balance, you'll often see T sides being fairly successful on a map like Vertigo. Some teams at top level even choose to start on the T side. It's a rarity, but it does happen. And I'd be interested to see how that plays out here because, you know, when you're teams that haven't been practicing together for years, you know, you're a national team, T-side can sometimes be a little easier.
It can be, especially because on Vertigo, you've got a lot of explosive things you can run straight off the bat. You can go fast in towards an A play. You can go in towards mid, over towards B quite consistently. I think we're just getting the game just reset a little bit here. So we're just in warm-up now, and then we can jump straight into the action. But you're right, Vertigo is one of those maps that can be a lot more explosive. It can rely not so much on team cohesion, in my opinion, because technically you just want smokes on A, just landing in the default spots. Everyone knows how to throw them. It's going to be a lot of individual fights, I think, this best of one. And I'm excited to see which team has the better firepower.
Yeah, this brawl towards ramp is really going to be key. I'm excited to watch Candid in that fray. I hope that she's one of the A players. I'm not sure. Obviously, we'll see when we get into the server. It looks like maybe we just have to fix that one up, get that knife round underway. But yeah, I'm really interested to be watching Candid. I think she's the player to watch for me at Hong Kong China, and then Sway on the other side. I'm not sure if you concur with that, Brandon.
I'm gonna throw in a couple of players for Team India. Zia was incredible on Overpass. Also, Stormy's clutch potential was unmatched. A lot of clutches were being won out by Stormy, and I hope Team India don't put themselves in too many positions where they feel the need to clutch, but if they do have to, then you've got a reliable pair of hands in Stormy, so I think she's my player to watch.
Yeah, Coco got a little bit warmed up towards the end of the CT side. We saw her taking those aggressive fights out towards long. I'm interested to see if she continues to opt for the scope weapons, right? We saw her rookie the AUG and the Krieg, which is an interesting choice, but you know, maybe we'll see some continued prowess from her here. I feel like Vertigo is maybe not the map for it.
I think we're getting into it. I just saw on one of the monitors it says a match restarting. So I think we're good. I think we're okay. It's nice to just have a look down the line though, with pretty decent camera angles here so we can see what's going on. Also do a little bit of a skin check. Got some emerald Dopplers there.
Someone's got the default.
Yeah, the classic.
Oh. I'm still hearing that tippity-tappity, typing away. It never instills confidence when you hear that. Oh. Restart again. Run it back.
That's fine. You can never have too many knife rounds.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. And we can never talk for too long.
That's true as well. I think, look, what you got to consider in a good knife round is you have to hinge. And I'll tell you what, this is the perfect time to kind of explain to everyone, and me, because I still don't know what it means.
You want me to explain hinging?
I want you to explain what hinging means in terms of a knife round.
All right, so if you've ever played Face It, you know knife rounds start every single game. It's vital, right? We talk about the CT side, how important it is to be there. So you need to have a good knife round strategy. I often see people just go in, stabbing away. Now, first of all, there's the very basics of it, right?
Yeah.
Left click versus right click. Left click is slightly longer reach. So sometimes there is context when you want to use it. However, it does less than 50 damage.
Okay.
The right click, 55 damage whenever you hit, right?
Sure.
You've got 100 HP. You've got to get 2 right clicks in. It's a guaranteed kill. So that left, left, right stuff you hear, that doesn't apply in this context. You want to be hitting the right clicks and getting out. That's where the hinging comes in.
Okay.
It's called the buddy system, right? You know a door?
Yeah.
You know it's got a hinge?
Yeah.
It goes like that. Well, you can't see it at home, but you know, a hinge. You guys know what hinges are.
It opens the door.
Yeah, that opens the door. Okay, they're knifing. Well, when you're hinging...
Any hinge in there?
You and your friend are two pieces of the hinge, and you want to be closing in on a person, so both of you get the right click.
Okay, so basically, when you've explained it to me in the past, I always thought it was all 5 of us doing it.
No,
but it's not.
no.
It's a buddy system.
It's a buddy system, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. What you might have seen, well, you didn't see, we saw off screen, is that Hong Kong China won that round, and I'm pretty sure that was the actual knife round. I imagine they stay on the CT side, and yeah, they do.
All right.
Okay, cool.
Well, they applied the hinging, I think.
I don't know.
I was too busy explaining it.
Yeah.
But try it out at home. Hinge. Just say that at the start. Everyone will understand exactly what you mean.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Hinge, hinge, hinge.
All right, let's take a look at the spy, right? Joker, smoke kit, lovely stuff. A lot of smokes for Sway and Zaya, so that indicates to me we're going to go more towards B maybe. And no, actually, it's just fast out mid. All right.
All right, Meow, what can you show for us? The USP fires up a shot. She gets a lot of information, calls a player over from elevator to come and help. And here comes the smoke. Okay, so it's not going to be the execute. They just want to take space in mid. This is cool. I haven't really seen this too much on a pistol round, but they're able to isolate the first fight. Meow falls. Now they can accelerate into B. It's closed off. Joker's here, though, and she shuts the door. 2 kills go her way, and still a player tucked in towards Quad Candid. This is a double duo you do not want to face on B. She's still staying alive for now, but Stormy does find her. Quick frags back and forth. Leaves it now onto Stormy. Bomb is unfortunately out of her grasp. Has to wait now, but they're coming to her. First kill goes her way, and the second trying to line it up. Oh, not quite hitting the headshot. Enough bullets in the chamber. She's so low. One will do it. Playing around the generators, looking for it, and there it is. You talk about the clutch potential. Well, Stormy with the 1v2.
Yeah, it has to come out on round 1, but Stormy will still deliver, and that's a really cool pistol round out of Team India. The fact that you've got the smoking towards mid to B, one that also lands to separate off CT, it's cordoned off these players in towards the bomb site, and just when you think you've done enough, after Joker has just been dealt with, no, there's another player at the back of the bomb site that Team India weren't ready for, but I guess it doesn't even matter when you've got Stormy clutching up like that.
Now the classic mid-rush on the eco. I love this one. And they've actually dropped the bomb, but there's enough players here. I think Team India have played enough of Vertigo to know that mid-rush, not uncommon. Oh, that AK didn't get picked up. That's awkward.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate, but I guess if you've got 4 SMGs, you now know you're going into a buy round here for Hong Kong China, then you're going to throw something fast-paced at this. It would have been fantastic to get that AK, but I think we're going to see something a little bit quicker. Yeah,
I don't love that many SMGs being invested. I think I like to see 2, 3 at most. You know, get a couple of Galils out if you can't afford the AKs. Go lighter on the util into that round, because it's now going to mean that you're in a really weird place up against 5 M4s.
This is nice, though. This is a lot faster. You've already dropped some utility in, and it's forcing the issue out of Hong Kong China. Smoke's deployed, Candid at the back of the site, and yeah, just dropping utility, creating rotations and space now over towards A.
Yeah, that double smoke there causes a lot of confusion. You don't really know where they're coming from. They're blocking off a lot of the main sight lines, so you don't know if they've gotten up in towards Cubby, if they're even up towards White Box there, so that's given them a bit of time, but at some point the CTs will investigate, and I believe Candid has had a bit of a look in, spotted nobody, so that's allowed the CT rotation.
And that's so important because there's not enough utility on this CT side to hold back and execute. So the fact they've gone searching already and have found the space means that there's 3 players now ready to receive. You've got to remember, Team India only on SMGs.
That's a nice flashbang. Force Miyuki off. They're going to get on forward. Roko's going to get up behind. Oh, maybe not. Bomb's not been planted, which is a little awkward. There it goes. Goes down, but Meow has found one as well. 3 on 3. No kit in place. That's important. Team India just need to play the time. Oh, dodging the flash, but the MP7 gets so much done then. However, with Meow falling as well, it leaves it all onto Sway. That bomb's just being stuck now. It has to be the 10-second. Being covered. Sway finds the first, gets her off the bomb. Is there enough time? I think there might just be.
What a wild retake coming in for Team Hong Kong China. Just the fact that they are so confident in the fact that Meow will get more success on the flank. They just start sticking the bomb, even when they know the last player's there. That was incredibly dangerous, but it does pay off.
Very close, but they had to fight it. No kit, no util, no way to block off those avenues. Team India kind of stuck around the side a little bit too long there. Obviously, they don't really know kind of the utility and kit situations. They feel like because they got the SMGs, they have to take the fights, right?
Yeah, I think so. But I'll tell you what, the MP7 did significant damage.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, in a round where you go into that with a lesser buy, you come out of that with only one player surviving for the CTs. That's got to feel really good. Coco straight on the SG.
Okay.
Got to talk about it.
Question's been answered. I feel like this is also the ult for Sway as well, right? I feel like this is the round that's going to really set the next few into motion. Economy on the teetering edge for both teams.
Well, this boost is wild.
Yeah, I don't know if that was what she... Yeah, I don't think that's really going to do it. But you're going to get this orb activated towards ramp. Such an investment. Oh, the jump up. Crackshot caught off. That one's a little difficult if you go for the full jump up on that sandbags. There's a common position to poke your head up in, and she commits to the full jump up. Oh, Sway a little bit off the angle there. Does get the tag, but not what she was hoping for.
That one kill in towards B for Team Hong Kong China meant that Team India couldn't then reset middle. Which means it just creates a lot of pressure for Team India because now you haven't got that pick over towards A. So you're having to reset. Grouping as a unit feels really good. You have got utility to get into this site. Coco's going to line up a flash for these players to go up the stairs, but in actual fact, Candida's the only one here right now.
They can't try. That smoke is huge though. It lands straight at the top of the stairs. They have to force their way through it, but look at the reposition from Candid. It's beautiful. That spray a little awkward, but she does connect. She's done enough. That's going to scare them off. They have to save. 10 seconds left. I'll tell you what, Candid, I think, you know, I'm a B player in Vertigo, so I'm quite kind of familiar with the tactics. I've watched a lot of demos of Axile, Alesia's, you know, the top in the game. Ooh,
oh, no.
That's brutal. That's really brutal. That was the AWP. But having a really strong rifler on B side is actually often the meta because you can solo hold it down. I think we saw it there, just how strong that can be.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Candid's reposition is everything there. Even catches Crackshot on the first instance and then just repositions. Even this spam on the wood, whilst it doesn't actually connect any bullets, it's enough to scare Sway off the angle and she has to fall back. The fact that they lose the AWP, though, is horrific. I mean, that is such an oversight here. And it's just really unfortunate. Fair play to Team Hong Kong China for pushing the issue and hunting the guns.
Yeah, and we can see the ramifications of that round. It's just that saved Krieg with a bit of utility on it, which is something at least. Coco has to do a lot of work here. I'd be trying to boost her up, trying to find an opening. Meow is here in towards Guardian. Bruce being assembled, but spotted. Out in the middle, and there's no way she repeats this.
Sandbags player's in quite a bit of danger. That is until the Glock just swings. And now Joker's position's revealed. And Coco does actually hit the player up top, but it's just everyone overwhelming and collapsing. And that's been a feature in the first 5 rounds for the CT side. As soon as one player gets spotted in information, the pace to get over there and reinforce has been pretty incredible.
I also saw Candid pushing there from B. I think she realized that there was nobody home, that there was this big mid presence. The boost had been spotted out. They kind of got an idea that it was just this rifle in play, so she pushes forward, and now the fact that she's done that once, she doesn't really have to do it that many times, but you push on B 1 or 2 times during a half early on, and you've sort of set that into the back of their minds that it's a possibility.
Might be doing it again. So that Meow just drops the incendiary, is thinking about the mid-peak, but based on Candid's position, might be just something else. Now has to fall back off the line because Team India, they're rinse and repeat in their pistol, but this time it's with rifles.
Guardian's been in a difficult position for the AWP. That smoke a little bit off the mark, but it gives a bit of space. Fires a little too early, but the second shot is good. Looking for a follow-up, but the close combat not quite connecting. Now keep an eye on Candid. She is still here. She tries to get up close, wants to get up onto the site, which is maybe a bit of a misplay there. That's given them space to take back downstairs, allows the bomb to be planted. Another flank though, and it's Joker this time.
Yeah, Joker's been looking incredible, but now all the attention is on the B stairs player, but it might not matter. Joker with another kill, and suddenly the generators play. It's in full force. Zaya 1 versus 1 against Miyuki. Swinging the issue, headshot angle hell, but it's the M4 that prevails over the AK. Hong Kong China with another successful retake.
Yeah, very nice first kill there from Zia, but I think the responsiveness from Hong Kong China is the key thing here. They've always got that extra card up their sleeve. You know, Canada goes down towards stairs. You're not ready for Joker to be already so close coming up from B.
And I think that's why Candid actually goes up those stairs to try and make the play that, oh, I'm actually rushing to get to this point. If she makes it to the angle and gets a kill, that's fantastic. But it sells the idea that there's no one there on a quick rotation on the flank. And in actual fact, that doubles up and it works really effectively. And fair play to Joker for getting those 2 kills.
Yeah, and also Joker, she must have pushed down a ramp, right? So we're already seeing kind of how fast they are in responding to the plays that are being put forward by Team India. They're seeing that, okay, well, it's pretty much entirely mid-present. So far, all we've seen is Team India group up as a pack and move, and I'd be interested to see if they go for a bit more default. I don't think it's going to be this round, Brandon, because we've got 5 MAC-10s.
Yeah, and that's a really important point. On Vertigo, you need even pressure. You need to be holding these bomb sites because of how powerful it is to push on the CT side. And the fact that Team Hong Kong China are already discovering that there's pockets of space to be exploited, this can get a little bit dangerous, but fast with the MAC-10s, but a well-timed incendiary forces Team India all the way back.
Yeah, Splash didn't continue to push through it, but I guess didn't watch. He had the bomb, so that's a bit of an issue. Oh, it's a double kill with the nade. Big boom goes through. Sway's able to find 1, but now everybody's over here. At least they still have control of that bomb and a lot of time to work with. But it is a 2-on-3. They've caused the rotations to come over, but going silent now, that's going to put question marks into the mind of Hong Kong China. And this is where Vertigo gets interesting. This is where we get to see how well India can read the repositioning.
There's no utility here for the T side, so you're going to have to go contact, which means you're going to have to go quiet. I'm loving this out of Candid. Instantly, after the initial hit didn't come in from ramp, she already rotated, and now she's in the most powerful position. I don't think she was spotted, but actually she is. And the spray, it's a little bit wild. Coco lives on 2 HP, 2 versus 2, bomb down.
And the A1S would have gotten that kill, let me tell you. Meow now peering on over. They just need to not give her the fight. But now they feel like they have to. Coco's gone down. It's all on display. A MAC-10 against an AWP and an M4, and they're coming from both angles. It's going to be the M4 that wins it out. So, well recovered. Got a little bit scary there when the bomb goes down and when Candid doesn't get the kill, but they're able to fight their way back into the site.
Yeah, smart again from the CT side. Again, recognizing that Team India are grouping as a pack, and that means that the flank is not going to be held. So, instantaneously, we get another example where the bomb goes down on B, and we've got a player rotating in from spawn for the CT side. It's really good to see. It's really good awareness.
This is good. This is answering some of those questions about the map pool, about the vetoes for these teams. Vertigo looking very comfortable for Hong Kong China at the moment. Again, we get this buyout for Team India. We've got the AWP out. You're absolutely right. Sway does pick that up whenever she can afford it.
It's nice. Good flashbangs over the top to support some aggression in towards the A ramp. Elan wants to give that a fight.
Good Molly as well.
Spotted.
They've got all the utility.
Oh, that's brave. That's so brave from Sway. And yeah, that's the ultimate price.
Wide swing. Able to get another as well. Stays fighting. How did she get that one? Felt like she should have been traded for sure. So low HP. Leaves it on the crack shot. Able to get that first one. The flash goes a little bit too late, but Joker's there for the quick trade. AKs can be recovered, and they'll be very happy with that one. Yeah,
that round was a lot more brawly. That was Team India wanting to take the fight and actually go just beyond the utility. But it felt a little bit disjointed. It felt like Sway wanted to go. The rest of the team were a little bit further back, and that's why she gets isolated.
Yeah, it's the wrong gun to be taking the fight with, really.
Agreed.
Unless there's support coming up like close towards sandbags to kind of immediately get the trade with the AK, cause some distractions. The AWP really shouldn't be the one diving through his smoke there.
It's no utility as well, right? It's no flashbang over the top of sandbag, no nades to even obscure some vision. Yet again, though, we got it, but this time with the AK, fast through with the flashbangs. Everyone's so blind. Elam somehow stays alive, and Miyuki burns alive Sway. That's 2 rounds in a row that Sway has just kind of thrown her life.
You got to give props to Hong Kong China's utility here. It's really impressive. Well, okay, that one wasn't, but you know, the Molotov they're throwing, the default one that bounced off the crane with the flashbangs to support, really, really cool because you can see exactly what happens there. You try and take the aggression up towards ramp, you're fully blind. She doesn't even know she's on fire though.
Yeah, and they're throwing the flashbangs not for gap, but for ramp because that's where they want to fight.
A reset now, making their way over towards B. It's Meow here this time around. Coco's peering on through with that creek. Molotov for default. One thrown back in response towards White Box causes a complete pause here. 2 players are such low HP. Meow's just trying to find some sort of angle between all the smokes. Gonna be given that fight. Candid hits hers as well. Leaves on Zia, who's got no HP, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because it's a nice shot from Candid.
This is really impressive out of Hong Kong, China. Just the way that they're all moving off each other in these high-pressure situations. They're keeping very calm. Meow there drops a smoke to enable her ability to move out, to drop an incendiary and halt the progress of Team India. This entire time, it's just buying so many valuable seconds for the rest of her team to come on over. And as soon as she takes the first shot and the first contact, you've got an instantaneous swing as well out of Candid.
Tactical timeout comes in. You can see Antidote getting quite animated in the background there. We get this one early on, and again, you know, I don't want to keep hammering this point home, but it felt like this could have come a few rounds earlier.
It did. This is the second one now.
Oh, right.
It's probably feeling a little bit more difficult now. I think that's probably why he's a little bit more animated, because he's had the discussion and they've just kind of thrown their bodies at the utility.
Well, Pistols here. Hero AK in play as well. Again, it's a group in towards mid, but spotted before they come through the smoke. It's too easy for Joker to mow him down. Runs out of ammo, but able to get back easily enough. Trade spacing not the greatest there. And well, Joker's on for the ace now. 4 kills, mid under her control. There's a flank coming as well. Come on, give her the ace. Coco's tucked on through. Joker's looking for it. Oh, runs out of bullets. The ace is denied. But at least Ilam is there to close it out.
Yeah, nice hold. Joker feels like she's always good for a multi-kill. No matter where you place her on the map, it's always going to secure success. And yet again, out of Team India, we're talking about pack mentality, but we're talking about, sure, limited weaponry, but not even one flashbang to get Joker off this angle, and it's just a shooting gallery.
Yeah, could have afforded one. They just want to go for the contact play, and yeah, just not really coordinated enough there to make it happen, unfortunately. AK can't get involved. Again, another strong bit of mid-presence. They got players towards the ramp as well. No one out towards B, and that's allowed the push to come through, but Crackshot was holding for it, so a punish comes through. Meow gets curious in mid, and Sway's able to respond. So this time around, Hong Kong China's aggression is what cost them. That's a difficult angle to fight with the AWP.
Joker's going to go around the corner and take the fight to Coco. That's so valuable. That puts that in a 3 versus 3. Ort recovered 2. Elam now hearing all of these players under A.
Yeah, good utility just to slow down this attack. She's doing so much just to buy the time for the team. And that's a little awkward behind the Molotov. Favors the CT, that range, but what a shot from Stormy. That's huge. That gives them the way in, but no, Zia falls as well, and Joker with the AWP hits the shot. 9-2. Hong Kong, China cannot be stopped.
So impressive. You got to call in Joker again. The fact that she slides in towards the sandbags at mid, as soon as she gets the kill on the AWPer, then gets aggressive, changes up her angles, becomes so unpredictable, and even hits a nice AWP shot at the end. Hong Kong, China, despite getting aggressive, they actually just remain stubborn in their ways in the mid-round, despite to keep fighting forward, and that's something that Team India don't expect.
It's a lot of mid-presence from Team India, which isn't always the normal on Vertigo. Often you have kind of a solo player lurking that position, and, you know, I do like to see mid being utilized, but at some point, maybe going back to kind of that more default style CS will work out. All right, nice shot from Sway. Has to remove Candid. M4 was unfortunately irretrievable due to where it landed, and that's Glock versus AWP. A difficult fight.
This is another variation, right, out of Hong Kong, China. Meow starts on B, which then allows rifles to be a little bit more flexible, and Miyuki, this is the first time we've really seen Hong Kong trying to adventure down A. It does result in 1 kill, but immediately traded out. Now there's rifles that can be recovered for this T side, but Joker yet again, 16-6, just stepping up when it matters most.
Yeah, she's having a field day here. It's really nice to see. This is the plant. That's all it's going to be. 4 HP. This would be one of the players of the tournament if she could pull this one off, but oh, even the plant's not going to happen. Oh. I like the idea, actually. Should be able to hit that shot. It would have been something special, but not to be.
It definitely would have been. Again, Sway prioritizing the AWP, instantaneous purchase. There is scope here to get the AWP involved.
Literally
I feel like,
scope.
Yeah. Didn't even mean that. But you can get, I think, look, the A presence is working for Team India if they just slow it down by about 30 seconds. If you put the AWP, hold in an angle, especially over towards Crane, that's where you're going to get the most amount of success. Loving this, dropping the molly. Hey, by the way, this hides my footsteps, and I'm already around the corner in your spawn.
Yeah, the problem was, though, yeah, she's a little bit too fast out the gate. I think when that first kill came through, she's kind of been looking at the way Team India have been playing very pack-based, and she thought, this is the opening I can maybe take here, but a little bit too fast on it, caught out by the lurker, and now going to be a straight-up hit onto A for Team India. Smokes are going to go down. They can maybe fight their way into here. Getting the bomb down has been a difficult mission. This utility, there is the opportunity. Bomb going to make its way through now, and they are all standing up, providing some cover. You want to fall back behind the sandbag, just for a bit more support. See, Crackshot wants to stay close to try and take these fights. Tucks on into the corner. Support on ramp is here. Kroko's holding that angle. Orb as well from Sway. Two smokes though. One to go down over towards short, one for the bomb, but now players are starting to fall from CTs, and this angle from Crackshot comes on through for one. Sway as well, and Team India break the drought.
Yeah, that gets a little bit scary for Team India, just being so exposed in the open there on the after plant. But fortunately enough, Team Hong Kong China didn't have any flashes, just a couple of smokes to get them going for that retake. All right, 10-3. Video pulled this back to 10-5. That's very decent considering how dominant it once looked.
Gonna be a tough battle to get there though. This one's looking a bit more like a standard default. Player holding out towards B. Couple in mid, couple towards A.
It's still so aggressive out of Candid. Like bottom of B stairs. But this angle's pretty nice.
Well, we're just getting the space for free. Why not? It's so much information that you can gather there. Don't think that angle's going to be jumped on now. Now she's spotted out Sway. Timing shot with the orb, but still this player tucked in towards Gap. Nice, easy fight for her. She can fall back. Done her job. You can see with this setup that they're running here that they're expecting A. The bomb being dropped now definitely shows that. But they've got a very passive setup elsewhere. That's kind of enabled because Krampus got such deep control. You just allow these players on A to take these fights.
Yeah, much better round. Much more disciplined. Even just a cherry on top with all the utility. Crackshot, last player standing, has made it in towards B. However, that's all it will be. 11 rounds to 3. It's one-way traffic right now on the server. And despite some really good showings from Team India, and yet again, good defaults being employed, good utility usage. It's just been really overwhelming because Hong Kong China have been so aggressive. It's really disrupted the flow of the default, and it feels like India can never really get back into the same rhythm.
Well, last round of the half. Let's see what Team India can bring. Sway is having a pretty decent game here. 13 for 13. Aggression in mid. A missed shot though. Going for the reposition and the re-pick. It's going to secure this space. Allow Joker to get in towards the ladder as well, so that fast lane can come through if they want to, but this sort of commitment means that he's going to leave other parts of the map a bit more lightly defended, but with how well they've been able to hold, yeah, don't think they're too worried about that. Candid continuing to rain terror from B.
Miyuki's got caught out at A though. Joker can be on this flank whenever, and it will start to come in. Crackshot's been quite vocal. Don't think you're clearing this ladder position if you're Crackshot, or no, Joker will take the space and take the kill. Zaya in a 1 versus 4. Feels pretty dangerous, to be honest, especially when you're only in spawn.
Yep, bomb retrieval, difficult enough. First fight doesn't go her way, so a 12-3 half dominance from Hong Kong China.
Yeah, and that's a shame, because again, you saw the first 2 rounds of play, and you start to think, okay, Team India are bringing a fight to this. They understand the map. They know exactly how they want to play it. And I like the idea of moving as a unit when you want to go for your executes, but you can't do that consistently throughout the entire round. You have to default to a certain extent. Otherwise, these aggressive plays, like they've been coming in round after round after round, are going to keep happening to you.
Just around. This could be the beginning of the end or the start of maybe a bit of a late-stage resurgence. Dual Berettas on Coco, and it's a 4-player lean towards A. I like this. Smoke comes down, in fact, and that's given a bit of a pause here for the T's. They're going to flash their way through. First one goes, second one to follow up, and they are charging up the ramp, taking the control. You can see instead them scrambling. Candid overwhelming. Milan gets one as well. And that Aileen, you had 4 players there, and you're forced back to elevator. You've been bullied off the side. This is absolutely devastating for Team India.
Look at that, not even a single kill comes in at the tail end. And those flashbangs, the first one was really well placed, the second one was a little bit lopsided, and yet it does enough to scramble all of that, and that's incredible. I feel like if Team India just fell back to the site and then wanted to fight forward from there's so many different angles they could have taken. They could have taken space out towards Gap as well, and it just doesn't happen. But you've got to give a lot of credit to Hong Kong China there, who knew exactly what they wanted to achieve, and they executed it to perfection.
They needed to force here. I know 13-3 hate to force, but you're going to be playing 14-3. I feel like you want to just try, get something done with some deagles. It's not going to be the case, though. Cleaned up. One AK falls. No big deal. And this is the final stand for Team India.
Look at the utility for Team India.
Yep.
I would have preferred to have seen some Famases here, maybe even a player drop down to an MP9. You are prioritizing your arsenal over your supporting cast, but the issue you've got is you need utility on Vertigo, especially to hold back the aggressive plays, and we know that Hong Kong China love an aggressive play.
Yeah, MP9s are also just really good on Vertigo. There's so many like close angles you can play. Over towards Gap on B. MP9 can get a lot done.
This is smart, though. The fact that you have a lack of utility means that you need to get aggressive somewhere on the map. We're seeing that with Sway and Stormy over towards B, taking a lot of ground, but this should be freeing up one of them to then rotate back and help out the other bomb site because you've established this control.
Okay, you need to get out of there. You've got too many players committed. Leave one. Okay, they start to budge. In fact, it looks like both are maybe on the push. It could be well timed. It's going to be the A hit. 3 players are here to defend, but all they have to do is waste some time. But look at Miyuki. Keep an eye on her because she's going to be on that mid flank, and that could be devastating. All comes down to the timing for her, and she's caught by Coco. Good decision to go back and have a look, but the bomb gets planted. Where is that flank? Oh, nice shot from Candid. Kills back and forth, and here's the flank. This could be where it all ends. Yulami and Joker, they're the 2 remaining. One's in towards Gap, one in short. Good swing up, and the spray goes wild. All now onto Joker. 1 versus 2. Gets the first kill. Stormy's low. Knows where she's coming from. The MAC-10 at close range could be devastating. And look at that swing.
I can't believe that out of Joker. Yet again, providing significant impact for Hong Kong China. I can't believe it. Honestly. The MAC-10 is there. It's isolated. You could just swing on her at the same time. Instead, Team India want to remove her early, thinking that the rifles can overwhelm the SMG, but you can't overwhelm Joker.
Well, you got your wish about FAMASs and MP9s, but it's not in the context that you want it. In fact, I would like to see maybe another couple of MP9s here. Again, we need that utility. Let's go for the fight in mid, and well, they get 1. So it's an even trade, and that space now created. It's going to bring Yelan back. She has to come and cover this in case the push comes on through. That Molotov gives information. And look at the space they've got on A. They're already on site.
So good. Yelam catches that Stormy.
Oh.
Nice shot at Candid. That's now 2 rounds in a row. She's taking control of Elevator, and yeah, this one's done. Coco 1 versus 4. I mean, what an insane performance there. And there's even a 1-tap. It's the cherry on top. Hong Kong China. It's a dominant affair on Vertigo.
And it's Joker and Candid leading them to it. What a dominant duo. 2 of the players that we've really seen come to shine here on the stage in Riyadh. I've been really impressed by both of them. We saw it on the CT side from Joker. We saw it from Candid there on the T side. It feels like when you've got these 2 firing off, there's nothing the enemy can do.
It was incredible, just even the game management towards the mid-rounds, right? Even where things got a little bit more difficult with the early aggression, not really finding kills for Hong Kong China, it's the discipline. It's buying the time on the bomb sites to allow the rest of your team to rotate over. From start to finish, it was just really impressive.
Yeah, great stuff from Hong Kong China. Very important win for them as well. The fact that it was so dominant is actually
Yes,
really
good.
important because of the round difference, right? How close their other games are. I think they might even be in the positive for round differential now, which is really going to be important when it comes to seeding those final matchups, right? They don't want to be seeded against Team Australia. I can tell you that right now. So playing well in this final best of one is actually so important for them.
Yeah, that is very true. And for Team India, look, you've got to give a lot of props because, again, we saw some glimpses of what they can achieve and what they can bring to the table, right? The pistol round was really well played by them. The follow-up, it feels like they've got a good idea of what they want to achieve, but it's just having your players in the right positions at the right times within the round. I think that's where they started to struggle because pack mentality, it's fantastic on the T side. It means your trade spacing can be a lot more effective. The issue you've got, as we mentioned in the game, is that you need to create a blanket of pressure just across the map in its entirety. And if you have just gaps left open with an aggressive team such as Hong Kong China, they're going to exploit it.
Yeah, I think the shame for me is we didn't really get to see a lot of that CT side. You know, I think there was some cool ideas we started to see there. The rotations were good. The mid-aggression they started to take towards the end. It's just unfortunate we didn't really get to see it in full. But, I mean, that comes back. I mean, if you're going to be vetoing towards Vertigo, you need to be showing something a little bit more on those T sides, a bit more depth, as you mentioned. Can't just go for these pack mentality moves. And yeah, it just felt like they were trying to force the issue a few too many times.
Yeah, and if you are going to go for the pack mentality and if you are going to move as a unit, why don't we see some executes, right? Over towards B especially, we can see some highlights on display here. This is fantastic. The fact that you throw 2 smokes in, you're then over the top, trying to fight the fight towards B. That's great. Why don't we go back to that? You can throw mollies over the top from the B stairs, which is an area of control that Team India were thriving in towards the first stages of the opening exchanges. So for me, I don't know. I just feel like we just need a little bit more of a reset here.
Yeah, I think one thing that I got to mention was quite good was the fact that they were able to get onto the site quite a lot on their T side. They were able to get into the post-client positions very frequently, in fact, which I think is a good sign for Team India. That was a similar situation yesterday on Overpass, but I think what really excelled for Hong Kong China here was their retakes. They're able to get back into it because we saw them in their opening matches yesterday going for a few too many retakes that was costing them the poor timing on it. You know, going for ones where they didn't have the advantage. This time around, it always felt like when they went for a retake, they were favored.
I think it's a combination of the retakes looked really good, but the reason why the retakes were so successful is because your anchor players, not only were they getting kills, but they were just delaying the bomb plant so much so that Hong Kong China were already in a very good position before the hit even really came in.
Yeah, and you got to give props to those individuals, right? We saw particularly Joker and Candid. I think towards mid, Joker was having a field day on that CT side, right? And it's rare, we kind of mentioned it during the broadcast, that it's not super common to see teams prioritize mid, at least in terms of like a large number of players. You normally see 1, maybe 2 players will lurk there and try and find something, but they were putting a lot of pressure on it on that T side with Team India, and Joker was able to single-handedly lock that down, which frees up so much space elsewhere on the map for the rest of your team to, you know, go for those flanks, which we saw quite frequently, and to feel a lot more comfortable taking fights.
I mean, even when you lost the initial engagements in towards middle, the fact that Joker was able to just vary her angle within the space of a couple of seconds really helped out the team a lot. And from there, I think it just inspired a lot of belief, a lot of confidence in this Hong Kong China side.
Yeah, I think mechanically they're really impressive. I think the shots are really sharp, the decision making, the individual movements, as you highlighted there from Joker, the repositioning there. They're making the sort of moves that you see at the highest level, and that's the sort of moves that are going to punish players that are a little less experienced playing at this kind of stage.
I think also the variations that were thrown in as well, just to kind of highlight and really touch upon what we saw from the CT side, is we've got Meow starting over towards B, which meant there could be more aggression towards A. We then saw Meow go for a mid peak with the AWP, but it wasn't just her on her own, right? There was Rifle support network, and the entire basis of that round was to not only get a kill in towards mid, but to put Joker in ladder, where you could activate a flank at any time. Yeah,
and I think speaking of the AWP, you know, we talked about kind of how important it's going to be into this map because Vertigo, how much we're going to see it. And I think that was a big difference between the two teams. We talked about India prioritizing that. We did see it out quite a bit for Sway. Not always finding the opener that she wanted to. You know, we normally see it go over towards ramp and sort of hunt around there. There was a few little mistakes that we saw. There was that one round where she just tried to force it by jumping up towards gap, looking to fight with the AWP, which didn't work out for her, didn't have the support from her team. It felt like she maybe had a bit of pressure on her shoulders to really step up and deliver with that ult, because she seems to be one of the stars of this team, right? And I felt like that maybe got a bit too much of a burden for her here.
That's what it felt like, right? It felt like we are prioritizing buying this weapon, so therefore it has to succeed. But it can succeed, but it's one of those things where the game doesn't always come to you, and you've got to kind of play the round in its entirety. You can't force issues in Counter-Strike. That's not really how the game works. So where we saw Sway getting very aggressive, running through these ramp smokes with limited utility, with limited teammates, trying to find a kill, that was really Team India's ultimate undoing.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, so we didn't really need to see the ult from Meow too much. You know, you had one of those rounds they took the mid-aggression, right, where they tried to take those fights that way, which worked out well because it was setting up Joker. But really, it was more about the rifles. I don't think she purchased it until she found one later on from Sway. You know, that wasn't really something that they prioritized even when they had the economy rolling, because they were winning everything with the rifles alone. So we can now see the updated group standings as well. So you can see that now Hong Kong and China have their first win. The round difference is just -1, so they're actually even with Team India now.
That was really good, the fact they're able to win that so dominantly as well. Kyrgyzstan, they beat Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, so they actually moved level on points with Team Australia. So this group is starting to kind of have its differences. We're seeing where these teams are placing, but it's been really impressive to kind of see the rise and fall of, I guess, India and Hong Kong, China. The fact that Hong Kong, China was so dominant in that game really surprised me.
Yeah, I think it's interesting now with the standings, you can get an idea of how it's going to pan out because 4 teams go through. I'm not sure if it's possible now for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make it through to the playoffs because they're 0 for 3. So I think we kind of get an idea of where it's going to play out. And I think the key thing in these remaining matches are going to be who matches up against Australia and who matches up against Team Kyrgyzstan. Because I think if you're a team that's maybe not one of the if you're Hong Kong, China, or India, you don't really want to be playing Australia in that best of 3, just from what we've seen so far.
No, you definitely don't. I feel like there's a big golfing class at the top of the group compared to the bottom. I feel like Bibian has been exceptional, and she hasn't even played yet, and I'm still singing her praises. I mean, that's how just impactful she is. The fact she nearly drops 40 kills in one map in regulation is absolutely wild to me.
Yeah, we'll have that Australia game coming up next, which I'm really excited to dive into. And it's cool seeing on the second day the best of ones getting underway. We're getting an idea of how these teams are matching up against each other. We're sort of seeing it develop here at the Asian Championships for IESF. And I think that matchup was a really exciting one that showed that golfing class. And well, now we can jump on down to the stage where we are going to have the winners interview. So jump down to the stage.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية أول مباراة في لعبة سي اس جو للسيدات، وشفنا انتصار منتخب هونغ كونغ ضد الهند. كانت مباراة الصراحة مشوقة وممتعة، فعندنا أحد اللاعبين حاب نسألهم عن شعورهم بعد ما فازوا بأول مواجهة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. First of all, congratulations for winning this match. How do you feel about it?
Super happy. You can tell all my teammates are happy about the result. And they're playing confidently. I guess that's how we win the match.
Definitely. I mean, pretty much confidence, teamwork, and just keep going. So, تعتقد في تجهيزات صايرة في المستقبل؟
أكيد إنه بيكون في تجهيزات أخوي براء، لأنه ما زالوا هم في الجروب ستيج أو في دوري المجموعات، لازم يثبتون أنفسهم عشان يروحون للنهائيات. فعشان كذا حابين نسأل كيف بتكون التجهيزات للمباريات الجاية؟
Well, pretty much we want to know what are your preparations for the next match?
So yesterday we were defeated, and then we're down 2 maps. So we were under a lot of pressure, but we kind of talk about it and talk about our mistakes and reset our mentality. And everyone is confident. So I think this is what we're gonna do for the next map as well. Even though we won, but of course there were mistakes. So we gotta find it and improve it, and I'm sure we will win the next game.
I love that. The fact that you acknowledge the fact there were some mistakes taking place, but you're gonna learn from mistakes as like pretty much fail your way to success and learn from what pretty much took place, you know, and you try different kind of skills, different kind of strategy. Look at that team, man. They are pretty happy, and they're just cheering for you for this interview right now. Speaking of that, anything you want to say back home to your fans and family?
多謝大家繼續支持，我哋會為港爭光。
All right, the energy is on. وجيه الحماس قايم.
اكيد الحماس قايم، بس تمنيت اني عارف وش قالوا عشان نفرح معهم اكثر، ولكن كانت مباراة الصراحة اسطورية، ولازم زي ما قالوا انهم يكونوا واثقين ويثبتون انفسهم في المباريات الجاية عشان نشوفهم بالنهائيات الكبيرة. والى هنا انتهت اول مباراة معنا لهذا اليوم، بنكون اكيد جاهزين للمباراة الجاية، ولكن خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نرجع لكم مرة ثانية.
يعطيك العافية. And again, congratulations for winning this match. I will be seeing you in the next match, pretty much getting prepared for the win. And we're going to have a little break and we'll be back with more taking place right here in Saudi Arabia with the Asian Championship. And ladies and gentlemen, viewers and gamers around the world, we're back again with more excitement for the CSGO female competition right here in Saudi Arabia and Riyadh at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers 8, for the IESF Asian Championship. وجيه جاهز.
صراحة جاهز كامل التجهيزات بعد ما شفنا المواجهة الأولى اللي كانت بين منتخب هونغ كونغ الصين ومنتخب الهند أيضا، ولكن هذه بتكون معنا المباراة الثانية في لعبة سي اس جو للسيدات لهذا اليوم. فأعزائي الحضور والمشاهدين جاهزين للمباراة الثانية، ونبي نحيي ونسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب أستراليا.
And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the first team getting on stage right now for this match. Let's hear for Australia. And now for their competitor taking place in this match. وجيه وجاهز يا وجيه.
كلنا جاهزين أخوي براء.
Let's go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for India.
تحية قوية لمنتخب الهند. أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، مباراة مشوقة تجمع منتخب أستراليا ضد منتخب الهند. وما ننسى أن قبل شوي كانت عندنا مباراة أيضا لمنتخب الهند، فهذه ثاني مباراة لهم لهذا اليوم. أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أما الآن خلونا نتوجه عند أخواني المعلقين ونبدأ فيها المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. We are ready right now with Australia going against India, and this is the second match for India. What's gonna happen? We'll see that right away. And now we're gonna pass it on to our phenomenal casters. Take it away.
G'day and welcome back to the IESF Asian Championships. We've got a blockbuster coming in now to jump into our last best of ones of the day. It's Australia versus India, and to take you through it, it's me, Lucy, joined by Brandon. Brandon, how you feeling?
Yeah, feeling pretty good, to be honest. And for Australia, they're going to be feeling pretty happy too, right? It's their first time on the stage here. They played 3 best of ones yesterday, and they won all of them.
Yeah, they're very warmed up. And look, I'm not going to beat around the bush here, beat around the outback. I've got a few horses in the race here. I've got 5 horses in the race.
Okay.
Australia, they come in as the favourite, I think, not just this matchup, to the tournament. They've proven it so far in those 3 best of ones that they've already played. They've already taken on the other top contender, Team Kyrgyzstan, who they were able to take down pretty handedly. And so coming now against Team India, they got to be feeling pretty darn good.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, look, let's just set the stage for this. I know you know a lot about Team Australia, and this is their first kind of outing here on the stream. So I'm going to let you take it away. You have the floor. Tell me about everything Aussie.
Yeah, look, these guys are very experienced players, all right? So obviously everyone at home knows Vivian. We can bring up that roster so you can take a look at the squad themselves. I think Vivian is clearly the star of this squad. She plays with FlyQuest Red over in NA, stood out last year on Mindfreak, got the international call-up, one of the best players within the entire women's scene. So Australia very lucky to have her on the squad. But you've also got Artemis and Connie, 2 players that have been playing internationally before, right? They've played all the way back in 2019 at Katowice at the Intel Challenge tournament. They've got those reps under their belt. They've played against teams internationally on LAN. So not only do you have this star power of Vivian, but you've got these players that have played on stage before. They've got all the experience that they're bringing here, and they've all been stepping up. So a really exciting squad. Yeah,
and let's talk about India, right? Because Team India, you've got Sway, who's a very impactful AWPer. I feel like we didn't get to see it too much on Vertigo, but I'm hoping just for a better map so we can really see Sway come into her element. Zaya as well, an incredibly prominent piece of this team. and just expecting a little bit more consistency from this roster. Stormy, yet again, incredible clutches. Mentioned it before we went live. In the pistol, she came up good with a 3K to make that even possible. Crackshot, I know Crackshot's got potential. I know she does, and she's been showing it, but right at the end of the match, I need a little bit more consistency all throughout the game.
I think that's been the story with Team India just throughout. It's been every single match they play, it feels like it takes a bit for them to get their feet, get their footing, get warmed up, get into it. Once it's sort of underway, it feels like they start to get the rhythm of it. They start to feel out their opponents. They get into the idea of how they want to play the game, but you can't have these late starts, and you especially can't have them against a team like Team Australia.
No, you can't. And I guess we could talk about the veto coming into this one. It's going to be interesting because, look, I saw the player cam, so I kind of know where the map's going. But what's interesting to me is Australia, they've played 2 maps, right? They played Inferno, that was their first outing, and then they played Mirage. And that's pretty much all they've been playing. I know that the players on the team Australia don't even like Mirage, but they know how good Bibian is on it.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I was too much in my head talking about Australia, hyping up. I didn't see what was on the screen, what they were playing. But we were talking earlier about Overpass being a strong potential because
I don't think it's that.
Okay, well, you've already seen it, so you know the answer. I thought that could have come through just because of the experience. I mean, FlyQuest Red, it's like their first pick, right? So it's about that Bibian is very strong on. But again, maybe it's, well, look, Brandon, you saw it, all right? Don't beat around the bush. Tell us the answer.
I saw Mirage on the
Okay,
screens.
well, that's surprising.
I thought it was as well, right? Because Team India have been really just aggressively vetoing Mirage, and now we've potentially got Mirage against one of the best teams on it, and it is there. It's teasing us a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, okay. It was floated through, so Australia had the choice whether to go with there, and I think this is maybe a bit of a miss veto. Maybe, I'm actually really surprised that India didn't ban Mirage. To me, it feels like a massive mistake, and I think they've already potentially put themselves in the back foot just in the veto alone because Australia are dominant on Mirage.
I think, look, what's going to play into this as well, take a look at that last ban out of Team India. They banned Vertigo, and they go, okay, we just got rolled by Team Hong Kong China. We don't want to play this again. So now you actually take the risk and you leave Mirage in. Or maybe it's all 5D chess, and they've been banning Mirage the entire time, waiting for the best of threes, and then surprise, we're actually insane.
All right, well, look, maybe we'll see it. I just don't have particularly high expectations, just mostly because of what Australia have been showing on Mirage so far. Even coming into this event, when we kind of had the conversation at the start of the day yesterday, we were talking about maps like Mirage, maps like Inferno. These are going to be maps we're going to see a lot, but they're already maps that the region plays a lot. You know, Oceanic Mirage, it's a very common pick. It's kind of replaced Dust 2, which used to be the kind of Aussie map that everyone played. So, you know, I think it's just a really risky one. When the context of the match, it's quite important Team India pick up a win, right? Because they're dwindling. They haven't found one yet.
Yeah, no, it's really vital that they do that. And the issue you've got is you're now going against, I'm just going to say it, the best Mirage team we've got here in this competition, just because of how dominant they've been. I mean, Bibian dropped 39 kills in a 16-11. Like, that just really just highlights everything.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for Team India to get much going here, and it's going to rely on a strong start, which is something that they've been lacking. They've been really having trouble getting started, and like sort of mentioned before, you can't have a slow start against a team like Team Australia because they're just going to take over. They're just going to start to get that momentum. You're going to see players like Bibian getting fired up. We've seen her get really excited on LAN before. We've seen her bring that energy, and I won't be surprised if we see it here. We're getting into the knife round. We'll see who's going to take this one. We didn't get to see the knife round earlier, so I'm excited to see if they adopt those hinge tactics that we kind of highlighted earlier. Yeah. Like a door, you close in on your opponent. Buddy system.
That makes so much more sense now. It's just a buddy system. Okay.
No, but you got the hinge is like the visual.
It all just clicks in my head.
It's
now.
like a door hinge closing on your opponent. Right click. Okay, that was some left clicks, Connie, but you know, got the job there.
Yeah, there's some low players here. Yeah,
easy.
It will be in Australia knife round, right? You need to cast this without too much bias. Okay.
My bias is left at the door.
Yeah?
It's not.
No.
Look, you can take me out of Australia. You can't take the Australia out of me.
No, that's fair enough. I'm excited. I did not expect this veto at all. I did not think we'd be going to Mirage. So the fact we've got it, I hope India have been preparing and they've got something to show us here, because now they have to immediately. They start on the T side.
Yeah, player cams are a little bit around the wrong way, so don't get a little bit too worried there. We've got the Aussies on the India screen there, but they'll fix that one up for us shortly. CT side, kit for Connie. Smoke as well. See him frag out, looking like B early for India. They got a pack of players going towards the apartment, but they do have a bit of a spread, just trying to catch. What the frick? That is a deagle. All right. Okay, if you're watching at home, look, don't buy the deagle in the pistol round. It is the worst possible thing you can do.
Nah,
it's no more effective than a USP. You'd be better off getting utility. Nah, I don't rate it. Not loving it. Change my mind, Sway.
Yeah, that's it. Change the mind. Meanwhile, whilst all that distraction's going on with the deagle, everyone's a little bit confused. We've got this split up towards Con. Artemis deals with the first player, and look at how disciplined Australia are. Not even rushing this, waiting for India to make the next mistake this entire time. You've got this bait set up as well amongst Ninja. Connie activates, and that is a clean start to life on the pistol round.
Oh, not so clean now. One kill does come through, but bombs out of her grasp. Connie's done it all from the corner. Crack shot tucked on through. Hopefully we get those player cams sorted shortly. They're not going to give her the fight. The discipline on display here. No surprises. Not even the vent broken. So no chance to even flank CT. She has to fight forward. Should be spotted in a moment. And there it is. Connie with a beautiful triple to kick things off.
Yeah, really nice discipline there from Team Australia. The fact that you've got 2 players already set up in CT, taking the initial contact and not overextending into the bomb site, because that's entirely what Team India wanted, right? They wanted players that are going to be caught out in the open, susceptible to a mid-push, susceptible to connector. In fact, that doesn't happen.
I think this purchase that Australia brought out is the kind of thing that we were talking about earlier on Vertigo, where you want to be prioritizing the utility. So you can see they've got a lot more FAMI, 3 of them in play, 2 MP9s. And they're going to make short, quick work of these Glocks. Incendiary goes down. A couple of players are ahead of it, so Chickenlove has to be careful here. MP9 comes on out, and she gets double dinked on down, but this is here. She's found that first kill, second in fact. Timeouts at long range from short. I think not too many issues here. Artemis arrives as well, and it's just the one casualty with the MP9.
Yeah, not too bad at all, right? That's always going to go that way, where you've got the rifles going up against the Glocks. No utility for Team India either, so you have to run through the incendiary. Primary objective was just to get the bomb down, and the fact it gets denied with only 1 death in the mix, it feels pretty good for Team Australia. But here's the main task, right? Got to deal with this full gun round coming out from Team India. No AWP on Sway, but you have got the Krieg out on Coco.
Coco, the infamous Krieger, loves the scope. Will always prioritize that. I don't think I've seen her use the AK. And well, makes quick work of Bibian. That's a big kill to find the follow-up. Not there, though. I like the idea. Crackshot going from a different angle, elevated up on the edge, but Artemis gets the better of her. That's falls Coco back on low HP with the bomb, so apartment's control completely secured from Australia.
That's given up a lot of room in towards mid, though, and India are starting to activate off the back of it. Got to be careful with this underpass push, though. Artemis could reveal herself at any given moment. Sway needs to be careful and does clear it, but falls to the FAMAS.
Yeah, Artemis has been really strong for Team Australia so far here in Riyadh. Continuing to show her experience. Good timings, good pushes, good fights. Zia has to be careful here. Take that first fight, pretty good kill, but traded immediately by Artemis. The 2 remaining Ts, well, they're stuck back in T-spawn. They have to regroup, but in the 2v3, there is a favorable fight, especially if they go towards B, where at the moment, Chickenlove's in deep short.
Oh, I like this decision, but I don't like pulling the utility.
Yes.
Because that gives a big warning. Hey, we're actually coming in. Now you've got the rotation immediately. Chicken can just position herself on towards the short play. India, good flashback to get them out, and in fact, Chickenlove misses the shot.
Yeah, that bomb can't really go down here. Artemis has already arrived, and yeah, Chickenlove deals with the final player. Well handled. You know, I did like some nice things from Team India there, particularly the way that they're able to get that opening kill. I like the idea of going up on the raise angle as well to try and deal with Artemis, but losing those fights in towards apartments conceded so much control. They got mid, but they didn't really get much out of it.
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? You got the control, but then the next step is, what do you then do with it? How do you put that into your favor? How do you make it advantageous? And India, they get the space, but they don't push further beyond it. And again, as we mentioned, good decision to go B, but you lead with the utility, you give them an early warning signal. Fast play again in towards this B bomb site. Hope it's on a little bit more successful, and they are out.
Yeah, look at that Molotov. Comes out at the perfect time. Chicken has a very favorable duel. She can take the AK, cleans them up, good reposition. Denied the fourth, but they managed to hold this one off without any issues. Space tucked in towards the van, and well, door is about to shut. Oh, the knife comes out, trying to get it in, and it's Artemis with the right click that can ram it to the back.
Yeah, of course, has to be a knife kill on the stage, and it will be coming out from Team Australia. Finally, we get to see one, and that's just salt in the wound. That's twice now India have gone for a faster play over towards the apartments. Twice they've been shut down, and both instances, no bomb plant off the back of it.
That's the sort of move you make when you just know that you are so favored in this. You can go for these knives. It's completely demoralizing when you do that, when you shut someone down. I mean, for Team India, they just have to laugh it off. You know, it was just the Glocks coming out, but that's going to have an impact. Artemis might opt to get the AWP out at some stage. I suspect maybe they might not go for the AWP so much here just because it's a very brawly Counter-Strike. They know that they can out-duel India in a lot of instances, so the AWP might not be the best option for Team Australia.
There you go, perfect example of it. Bibian takes the fight into top mid, just a dry swing onto Zaya. And Team India lose another player early. Good reposition from Bibian as well. Concedes the space back and make sure that she doesn't get isolated here in a fight.
Yeah, first kill for the superstar of Australia. Team India is still in T-spawn. They've had to regroup up as a unit. Most likely going to be the execute onto A, I imagine, when you haven't got this ground out towards mid or towards B. Artemis gets a little bit curious. Feeling confident clearing that one dry. Not going to split anyone out. She can come on the fast rotate towards jungle. You've got Connie tucked in under. So this is a very nice defensive setup.
Really good smoke there from Bibian. Completely just shuts things off because now you have to go through the grey screen. Flashbang over the top as well. Allows the Palace player to swing in tandem with Bibian. And it's just an absolute massacre. What a one-tap coming out of Bibian as well. Coco, last player standing. Bomb drop, 25 seconds. This feels very out of reach.
Yeah, these are the sort of rounds I think that illustrate that kind of golfing class in terms of just the spacing there was not very good from Team India, right? So they see the smoke land in their face. They feel, all right, well, we kind of have to commit. Time's an issue. We've already dispensed some of our utilities, so you feel like you have to go off the back of that. So they send out a crack shot first, but there wasn't the space there to get the trade onto Bibi. She's actually kind of out in the open there. If you send your two players kind of as a unit, that trade would have been possible, and then you've got that pathway into the side.
Even if you had a flashbang, right?
Yeah,
or just
true.
one over the top, that would have blinded Bibian. Would have allowed Connie probably to be isolated as well. It's just these small little things, and that's a consistent theme we're noticing in Team India. The ideas are right, the execution is just a little bit off at times.
And this is the team that will punish that. You can get away with some of those against some of the other opponents here. Team Australia, they come in looking hot to trot, flawless so far in both their games they've played, but also this map.
Still no AWP. Still trying to be flexible with these rifles. Sway can't afford one either, and that's because of the lack of bomb plants Team India haven't been finding. And that's a real issue that will start to add up as this half progresses, because that means limited options, and we know how heavily India prioritized Sway being on the big green.
Yeah, has been so important for them. Artemis has been emboldened. She's taken so many fights, winning them every single time, continuing to push on forward. Oh, another nice shot comes on through. This round's already dwindling before India can even get started.
And this is, again, bearing a lot of familiarity to what we saw on Vertigo, right, with Hong Kong, China, with how aggressive they were being in towards, not only in the middle of the map, but just everywhere on the CT side. Disrupting the game plan before it can even begin. And it's a smart time to do that. Although we've seen Team Australia go for these picks, this was very concentrated, very deliberate, and it came after a timeout was called as well.
Yeah, I think if I'm Team India, when you get your next gun round out, you need to just take a bit of time here. You can see now already that Team Australia likes to go for these aggressive plays, particularly in towards mid. So maybe setting up for that kind of retake. You get Sway up on the AWP posted from TV room, kind of holding in towards top mid. That could be an angle to catch up Artemis or Bibian, whoever's got the spawn to go for that play. There is a push coming through from Artemis at the moment, and actually, Team India have a pretty good timing here. The problem is they're very removed from each other, and maybe Crackshot got spotted there. Artemis is moving with pace. Connie's the only defender She goes down, there's a chance they get the bomb plant, but Artemis is still there to kind of save the day if things do go awry. Speed now as they come on out, great angle from Connie, gets the first, and both fall to her.
That's so well played from Artemis, because I think Crackshot did get spotted going into Palace. So you take the ramp control as that CT player, that means that Connie can just focus solely on that Palace play. So Team India, again, they've got themselves in a really good position, but it's just the fundamentals and it's the reaction and the communication of Team Australia that are just pushing them over the edge.
The old Halfy B coming in for Team India. Couple of Mackie 10s. Okay, I'm not going to say every word like that.
Palace waterfall.
Diggy Wigs. Ends up close. Catches one play before their smoke goes down, so good damage. And now they don't have to worry about ramp, but Connie's gone down, overwhelmed. And now Vivian not quite ready for that, surprisingly. Maybe the comp's a little flustered there. That's given space now. They can push in towards CT. Reloading, Crackshot, that's a bit risky. Artemis with the deagle, able to get one, and now she's still got that orb, but smoked on through. Ding to her head, 2 HP. She has to fall on back. This is the best looking round that they've had so far.
Still not got the bomb down. That's your biggest issue. Team India have been so flustered that they haven't been able to punch in the digits. Stormy just looking over the top, but gets dinked down. One way goes both ways, and suddenly India need to try and reset.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely now on that flank. Coco is starting to move through jungle, and oh, it's not broken. She's had to do it now. That is going to put a bit of a question in the back of the Australian players, and they have managed to extract themselves. This is actually surprisingly good. Now, I don't know if Team India are aware that there's 3 players from Australia in towards CT, but Coco needs to be holding Murder Hole so she can catch those rotations while the rest of the team goes in towards B.
You can see that the information's just been gathered by Chicken Loaf. And yeah, this is smart. This is a really good position from Coco. Team India have got a very good fundamental understanding of what's going on in this round. They've pieced it all together. Bomb about to be locked in, and you could definitely go for this if you're Team Australia. You've got plenty of money to do it. Reposition onto this connector. Oh, would have been fantastic, but Coco actually doesn't hit the shot, but gets out of dodge.
Yeah, the fact that she's able to get out of there and disappear does make it a little bit more difficult for Australia, but she's going to reposition towards Apps. It's not actually an Apps plant, it's mid-side. They're going to clear that it's not short. Zia is tucked into the corner, good dink, but not enough HP to take that fight. Coco now has to do it all, spots out one player, is able to find Chicken Loaf, but that bomb is being defused. She has to find her way out of it, and it is being held. A nice retake from Australia.
Tell you what though, good change of pace from Team India. Despite having the lesser weaponry, they're able to make it work. It's the overwhelm in towards the bomb site, and it does fluster Team Australia because Bibian not ready for these players to be out of Palace so fast and taking over and taking fights in towards ramp.
Yeah, it's the best looking round I think we've seen so far. Sway's got the AWP pad as well. So that head-to-head against Artemis. Didn't really get to see her AWP that round. She got her kills through a HE and a Deagle. But there it is. AWP strikes true from Connector. They're not breaking that murder hole at all.
Look at Bibian, she's already pushed Palace. She's already through into spawn. This gives so much information, and now Team Australia can reset. You see the Chicken Loaf just jump in, spotting a player. Doesn't throw utility, would rather have the gun out, but Coco, spooked, she's out of there.
The threat looms. Vivian slowly creeping on through, and they have not moved outside of top mid. At some point, she's going to strike, and it's going to cause issues. Vivian could end all of this. Want to get eyes on her. That's number 4. Here she goes, coming on through. Spots one player, back turn, bomb drops. Oh, better pull that gun out. Artemis falls. How are they not realizing that's where Vivian is? Shooting them from behind. The silencer, making it so that she is silent and deadly. Now Zia has to pick back up that the bomb. Try and get out of here. Is a path through towards B, but in towards Apps, a threat lurks and she cannot make it to sight.
Yeah, well played. Again, more variation coming out of Team Australia. This time the main bulk of the pressure isn't on mid, it's on that flank, pushing the extremities and making sure that they've got all of the information. I've been really impressed with the B hold, to be honest. The fact that Chicken Loaf is actually displaying a good amount of resistance, not actually throwing the utility, but holding on to it, keeping the gun out and making sure that there's always opportunity for the fight to be favorable. This is fast. This is a fast smoke that's going to land on the stairs.
There it goes.
Well, actually, even better.
Jungle locks it up. Response is the Flames. All 5 Ts are going to be hitting in here, and they just flashed on through. Stormy charging over the top, taking ground, and she managed to get fast here, finding a kill while blinded, but Bibian charges on through. Disrespects that smoke, no Molotov to hold her back, and she's taking names. Found the impact already, she can now sit back. Artemis is holding the cross. Let's get that reload off then. Well, maybe Bibian can just take everybody down. It is the ace for Bibi.
Insane stuff. But again, a fantastic round of Counter-Strike. I'll be honest, coming out of Team India. The smoke is fast off rip. You've got the flashbangs over the top, and the entry pathing was really good, but they get absolutely destroyed by Bibian just pushing through the smoke and then disengaging, falling back in the smoke, not giving up her life that allows the rotations to come in, and from there, you're having the same issue as you've had in the past couple of rounds. You cannot plant the bomb despite making it to the site.
Yeah, that's the kind of experience from Bibian on display. You know, she doesn't see that Molotov that's often thrown in towards the benches towards Palm there, so she sees that as her opportunity to strike while the chaos is going. Artemis is firing off AWP shots, so Ts are distracted by CT. She's able to strike, find all 5. This time around, 3-player lean, because look, once again, Bibian is on that push. They know it's B. They know everything. Connie's holding, just in case they come on back through the underpass. She's aware that 2 players are past her gaze. Oh, finds one, Artemis another.
They are actually holding for Bibian. But Bibian doesn't care. Good shot onto Zaya. It was a nice deagle shot in the mix from Sway, who has actually reclaimed one of these M4s. But it's so difficult to try and make things work, especially when you're being pincered in on the site. Bibian, not even needed because Chicken Loaf pushes apps, and now it is all up to Sway. Tucking in towards jungle, 1 versus 4. How many 1 versus X's have we seen?
Well, we're not going to be seeing one successful here today. No offense, Sway. Nice first kill, but that bomb is out of her grasp. No time to get to it, get out, plus deal with the 3 CTs here, so she's found herself at AWP. Picks that one up. Oh, no, it swaps the M4. And she goes down, so no chance to save anything there. A 10-0 flawless scoreline for Australia.
Yeah, Team Australia are playing really disruptive Counter-Strike right now. The fact that they keep adding variation, they keep pushing extremities and gathering a lot of information for very little is very damaging. And Team India, yet again, we're seeing this pack mentality, right? It's a slow default towards B, this time in towards middle as well, but it just feels a little bit disjointed. But it's a shame, because once again, there's some very good ideas on this team. You can see what they want to achieve. Just some of the execution is just a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, I feel like this comes back to that conversation around the veto again. You know, Mirage just, it really, so many red flags going into this map against Australia, just knowing what we know about these teams. It just feels like if you were banning that so often early on, how confident are you on it? And then how confident are you on it against the best Mirage team we have here?
This is fast. There we go. Finally, things what you were saying, drawing back in from the first couple of rounds. A slow default in terms of your AWP's positioning, holding for the mid play. And Team India, they're just worried about any aggression, and that smoke will give a lot of disguise that potentially there could be a player here in apartments, but there isn't.
What a lack of map control though. Team India, again, it's that pack way of they were playing earlier on Vertigo, where they're just moving as 5. And well, that can work when you're going for these sort of faster plays with MAC-10s and such. At some point, they're lucky that Australia's not pushing this time around, or they'd be able to get the positions in. Australia's playing a much more passive setup, which I do like as well, because they've been pushing the extremities so much. You now put the question into India's mind if that aggression's coming through. How long are they going to sit in the apartments here? Okay, they're going to start coming through. Utility lands. Good counter utility from the CTs. Rotation comes on over. That's the bomb on fire. They can't even get out of the apartments at the moment. It's the dual B holders doing everything. Chicken Loaf taking a bite from all. It is delicious.
Yeah, again, I understand the idea of wanting to go in towards B there. I don't mind it because you've got limited map control. You've been able to get onto the B bomb site a couple of times in this first half, but yet again, the mollies come in the utility's in, it's slow, there's delay, and then you go in. And then you've got the flashbangs right at the back when your team's already dead.
Yeah, I feel like if you're going to go for one of these B hits at like the minute mark, you need to be putting presence elsewhere, right? You need to be keeping the attention, at least doing something. I don't love this 5 group up. Fast jump from Bibi, gets up on the angle, spots out the first player, and she is taking these long-range sprays, the mechanical prowess on display. 3 kills for her, Artemis with the other 2, and the mid hold is pristine.
Yeah, this is very clean from Team Australia. I mean, there's not really too much to add apart from they're currently just taking fights on the map and winning them out. There's not a whole lot to it. Limited money because of limited bomb plants. Look at this buy out of Team India. Trying to post at least 1 round on the board, but this gets really difficult when you've got 3 Deagles, a P250 and a MAC-10. Yet again, back to B.
Into the underpass we go. 3 players roaming on through, and well, Connie makes quick work of them. The M4A4 chiming in for 3. Nice little spray down onto the Deagles. Zia has tapped away by Bibian. And that round is over and done with as quick as you like it.
This has to be it. This has to be the round now, because you can get the AWP out on Sway. AWP can be dropped over by Zia. There's utility that can come in abundance. The fast play towards A worked, and I'd quite like to see that in the mid round. I wouldn't mind a fight for mid, Sway taking the early pick, maybe over towards Connector, rather than the window, because that's less scary to go for that. And then just reset into an A play.
Potentially looking like the A split coming in through here. Not sure I love the bomb being part of the middle of the middle position, but well, the fight's actually going in towards Palace. 2 players pushed in there, Connie and Bibi. They've found 1. It is the 1-for-1. Bibian removed.
Keep your eye on short. This is a big fight that goes down here. If Sway hits this shot, that's going to force, I was going to say Connie back out of Palace, but Stormy deals with her. That's really nice selection out of Team India, because now Stormy can just fake this part of the map. India don't really have to commit in, but it looks like they want to just take advantage of it.
Yeah, one of the few times they've had the player advantage here, but well, they're about to lose 1. Artemis gets the tag, and then the HE to follow up. Still here, causing issues at CT. Spots out the bomb, but it's going to be planted front side, so he's going to survive her AWP shots. Don't quite connect. Chicken Loaf, this angle is devious, and oh! Runs out of, well, not enough shots there to connect. Ends it a bit too soon, but the retake comes on through. Flash over the top. Artemis holding for this peak, and it is perfect. Sway now left alone. 2 HP. She's found 1. Is planted for her, but the smoke in front, and Chicken Loaf sprays the pre-fire, finds it. The defuse comes on through.
Yeah, that's really nice out of Team Australia. The fact that you're already holding for this flank to come in. As soon as the contact's taken, that's when you then execute your retake back on the site. It's 1 flashbang. It kind of blinds Artemis a bit, but it's not the end of the world. But everyone is communicating really effectively. Everyone knows exactly what angles are being held and what angles aren't being held. That's why in the kill feed you just see bop bop instantaneous from Team Australia.
Last round of the half. Can they keep it flawless? Can they keep the dream alive? Well, it's going to have to be a retake from the looks of it. This is fast out towards Palace. Going to make their way through already. Jungle Spray's a little bit late. That gives Connie an open fight. Coco swings. Massive gap on the right-hand side of that smoke as well, so they can keep fighting on through. Shotty over the top. A lot of flames in towards Jungle, but it's not going to deter the CTs. Very uncomfortable retake. Look at Bibian. She's pushed up through round. She's going to catch 1 with her back turn. Trigger Discipline wants to sniff it out, see where everyone else is, but, well, not spotted anyone yet, actually. Concedes the life of Chicken Loaf because of that, but Smike's on flanks here. Crackshot's found 1. Zia and Sway now with the 2v2, and they found 1. He's drawn the Bibian, but Bibian strikes, finds those final 2 kills, and keeps it clean for Australia.
Come on, Bibian. You could have given them that one. That was really nice out of Team India again. Fast play in towards A. Overwhelming, but you're right, that connector smoke just came in a little bit too late. Allows Connie the kill. Good discipline as well by Team Australia, just dumping all the utility in, the molly on the bomb plant. It just makes things really uncomfortable.
15-0.
Yeah.
The dream. well and truly alive, but pistol rounds can be a little bit RNG.
Team India have been very good on their pistol rounds as well.
That's true. Can Australia pull up their second 16-0?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see. It looks like we're going B. And that's the right call. Look at the mini-map.
Yeah, I think if this bomb goes down, it's done. This is a big pack of players. Oh, okay, they're going to be pushing through apartments. That's not quite going to work out. They're going to get there so late, and I think Australia's going to hear this as well from they hadn't fully committed. You can see Bibi is in charge of holding. PT50 in hand as well, so she's in a powerful position. Has the support of her teammate coming on over now. Artemis and Vivian, a deadly duo. The bait as well. Vivian has such a nice position here, but good shots from the CTs. Puts into the 3-on-3. They start to fight on forward. No kit in hand either. And hitters, well, she's found one shot from bench. That might be enough. Chicken Loaf again chiming on through. Coco left alone. Gets that first kill, but time is running out. Too many players to find. She's taken down by Connie. And Australia have done it again. Another 16-0.
Yeah, incredible stuff from Team Australia. They were one of the favourites coming into the event, and they are proving time and time again why that is to be the case. And look, we had everything in that match, right? We got the aggression coming out from Team Australia, not only in towards middle, but the extremity fights. We've got good showcases again at Team India. They've got the right ideas there, but they're just getting overwhelmed by the sheer firepower of the Aussies.
Yeah, I think it really sort of showed that Australia are here to win. They're not taking it easy on anybody. Speed running through their opponents here as they want that top spot. They want to go to those global finals in Romania, and they're looking hot to do it. 4-0 now for the Aussies. It feels like nobody can touch them.
Yeah, it doesn't, especially with two 16-0s thrown in there as well. The round difference has got to be through the roof, to be honest, and at least we have got the always good sportsmanship as well. Like, I've been enjoying that, watching every single time we're on the broadcast. Everyone is just happy to be here, and that's the main thing. And we've got to bear in mind, look, Australia have got a lot of experience. We said that coming in, right? For Team India, despite this being a one-sided affair, well, I guess for both of their games today, it's still a lot of experience playing in front of the people and on the stage.
Yeah, I think ultimately that's one of the key things this event is about, right? It's about lifting up the scene by giving more opportunities to these regions that don't get the opportunity to play on an international stage. When was the last time we saw a women's Indian team playing internationally? You know, it's so cool to get the opportunity to see this. And for me, yeah, it's a rough one. You're going against Australia, you're going against already one of the best female players in the world in Bibian. You're playing against the experience of Artemis and Connie, but you know, you get that experience of your own, right? And you learn a lot more from a loss.
Yeah, no, you definitely do. And you can go away and you can revisit just like, okay, well, what went wrong here? And I think the main takeaway for Team India at the moment is the fact that its pack mentality is fantastic, but you can't employ that as a round-defining feature for your entire round. It needs to be an even blanket of pressure across the map. You want to keep these players rotated and just, not even rotated, anchored in the site, not rotated, and then you can group up. There's that trade space in.
Yeah, I think one thing I really liked as well is how disciplined Australia was playing it, right?
Yeah.
You know, even though they knew they were the clear favourites, we had that one round with the knife coming through, right? That was against a Glock. But other than that, you know, it was very serious, regimented Counter-Strike. They weren't getting silly with their aggressive pushes. They were taking, you know, good space, using good utility. And I think that that's good for both teams. One, it shows that even when Australia are in a position where they're hugely advantaged, they're not throwing opportunities by doing, you know, stupid things. They're playing proper Counter-Strike. But for Team India as well, I think that gives them a lot that they can then reflect on, right? Because they've played against a team that's taken the battle seriously. And that means they can see where the mistakes are, where the things that they can fix in their game are.
And also just take things and learn from it, right?
Yeah.
You're speaking about the utility. It's such a key feature of Team Australia, right? The fact that they're able just to, even when these B hits are coming in, drop an incendiary on the floor, you drop a smoke off on the corner, and that funnels this T side into all of your crossfires.
Yeah, I think, you know, in terms of the players that obviously stood out there, you know, it's hard to look past really anyone on this Australian side. I think everyone kind of had their moments, but really it was, I guess, Vivian and Artemis that were the shining, and I think that's kind of what we expect here. But you were mentioning during the game that we've got to give props to this B-hold.
Yeah, you really do. You can see it on the highlight here, but it's the fact that Chicken Loaf has the discipline to not always just expend her utility instantaneously. There was a round in particular where Jump Spot pulls the gun out, sees Coco, Coco runs away. Say you drop that piece of utility, that's something you can't then use later later on in the round. And I actually think that was quite pivotal, because I think in that round as well, India got themselves in a really good position, and there was extra utility Team Australia could use to then get back in the bomb site.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. Good discipline from everyone on the server. And yeah, Bibian Artemis really shining. There's really, I mean, not a lot to kind of break down in terms of the game, because I think we've kind of already hit the key points in terms of it was very nice and disciplined from Australia, some good ideas from Team India, but you know, we can see the things that they can improve upon. We didn't really get to see Sway's AWP getting a lot done, but again, I think that comes back to the conversation that's been going on with this team just generally, in that it's not always an opportunity she gets to use it, and when your teammates are all fooling around you, like, how much can you do?
And it's also the case of, you can get on the bomb site if you're Team India, but how many times do they actually plant the bomb in that first half?
That's where the AWP has the most effectiveness, right?
Yeah, but also just not even having the money, right? You're losing so much, just momentum, just on the fact that you're in the bomb site, but you're not planting the bomb, which means you're not getting extra money. It's so much easier to make money on that T side, and if you're not doing it, then you have less opportunities for the AWP to come out.
Yeah, I feel like some of those rounds that we saw that were the closest were the ones where they were able to actually get into the post-plant position, particularly over on A, right? I feel like there was a few where they were getting a little bit more comfort. But we can take a look now at the group standings. Obviously, Team Australia 4-0, the only team that will be 4-0. They'll be the top seed going into the semi-finals, into the playoffs, so they'll be very happy with that. You can see that they are leagues above everybody else. Next closest is obviously Kyrgyzstan, and then we've also got Hong Kong, China, who are a little bit behind, but they have a chance to get ahead.
That concludes it, I think. Look, it's a best of ones. There's 5 teams, and everyone's played 4 times. So I think that's the final group stand. You see Australia right at the very top. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia didn't pick up any points. India with that one win against them means that these are the 4 teams locked in, right? Australia top seed, Kyrgyzstan, Hong Kong, China, India. They make it through to the playoff stage, and that is a best of 3 format.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll get a chance to see what that bracket looks like yet, but we will have a look at it tomorrow regardless. But well, later on today, sorry, regardless. But yeah, I think Team Australia can be feeling very confident going into that. You know, given that they've beaten every single team that they've gone up against, right? So they already know that they can take on most of these teams. And I guess the lower seeded teams, they look very dominant against. I think the team that actually sort of took them to task the most was Hong Kong, China, right? That was they got double digits against them. So I'm not sure how the matchup will come ahead, but in the best of 3, I'm very curious to see how those 2 teams go against each other.
I think so as well, because you've not only got the conversation piece of the veto now being a best of 1, it's like your depth of your map pool too. And now we've had a couple of days of play, a day and a half, so now the experience is kind of there for all of these teams. You've been able to play each other once, you've got a little bit of a read on the situation, how you're going to match up effectively against your teams, and now you go into best of 3s. That's where the real tactical element develops, and I'm really excited. Yeah,
you got to remember, it's the top 2 teams that will be going through to the finals as well, right? The fact that we have 2 spots here, it's really cool, and obviously Team Australia are going to be one of the favourites going to that. I think that's very obvious that they are. I also think when you look at the best of 3s, I think they're also the team that's most likely going to have the most depth to their map pool.
Agreed,
I know we've only really seen Mirage and Inferno from them, then I expect we'll probably see Mirage again, but I'm pretty confident that they're going to have one of the deeper map pools here.
I think overpass will definitely be a thing for Team Australia. I think for Team India, best of 3s will probably do quite well for them, because we've seen in the vetoes as well the fact that they're willing to go to Anubis, they're willing to go to Vertigo, they're willing to have a trump card in that respect. So I think that that's actually where India is going to shine the most. I think it reflects on the other teams as well. Kyrgyzstan have just got a very solid team.
Yes.
And I think that they're going to do really well in this environment. I think that where they've already shown a lot of good things, the fact they've got jammy experience in their team, it goes an awfully long way.
I think they're going to be very happy that the bracket shouldn't work out that they'll be against Australia because of the seeding, because they can come second, so they should be against either Team India, I think, most likely. So they should avoid Australia, which is going to be very good for them. It means that path through. And I think given what we've seen so far from the best of ones, those 2 teams are a little bit maybe a step above everyone else. Kyrgyzstan's only loss was to Australia, and that was a relatively close affair. It was just Bibian kind of going a bit crazy to deny anything there. So, you know, you can't always rely on that. So, you know, there is a chance for maybe someone other than Australia to take that crown.
I think don't sleep on Hong Kong, China. No. I think Hong Kong, China are a very good team. I've really enjoyed the way that they've been playing, especially just their defaults and their reactions to things. I feel like they've got a very good solid communication base, and that is really showed in the way they approach certain situations such as retakes.
Yeah, I think Candid has been one of the players that has impressed impressed me the most out of almost everyone here. I think, you know, in terms of players that if you're watching at home, you get excited about, she's one that's really now on my radar because she's been so impressive. And, you know, I think if Hong Kong and China are going to go far here, it's going to be back of her and obviously Joker.
I think the biggest question mark for me when it comes to this Hong Kong China roster is how much impact are we going to get out of Meow?
Yes.
Because Meow has showed that we don't always need this AWP to really pop off, but I feel like, especially in that Mirage game against Kyrgyzstan, that was the biggest factor, the limiting one for me. I feel like that game goes the other way if Meow hits some shots.
Yeah, I feel like Destroy's Loy and Artemis feel to me a little bit ahead in terms of the AWPing. Meow, I don't know, maybe it's just because of the play style of Hong Kong China, the AWP isn't as involved because you've got two very strong riflers, right? They're kind of the main fangs, so to speak.
Yes.
You know, if we kind of like draw that parallel to a team like Furia, right? Obviously, you know, they're a team that relies on their riflers more than their AWPer. That to me feels like a similar situation here. And in fact, I think we do have that bracket we can bring up so we can take a look at what those semi-finals are going to look like. And yes, as mentioned, it's going to be a rematch actually, Australia versus India because of the seeding. We're first versus fourth, which means Kyrgyzstan versus Hong Kong, China is our other semi-final.
Okay, that's really exciting. I feel like, look, we just saw Australia beat India 16-0, so I feel like that'll be very interesting. And I mean, you got loose bracket, you still got third place, and that's for the prize money.
Yeah, I think the most important thing here is if you win this semi-final match, you're guaranteed going to Romania.
Yes.
Because it's the top two teams, right? So if you make it to that grand final, you are going to the international finals in Romania. So that makes those semi-finals super exciting because if you're able to pick the win up, you've kind of already ticked one of the main objectives coming here.
Exactly, and then the finals match and the third place decider match, that's just all for prize money. It's $12,500 US for the free distributed from the top three teams of this tournament. So you definitely want to be fighting for that because the majority of the money goes to first place.
Yeah, and I think with first and second as well, I imagine it's going to affect the seeding in Romania, right? And
it will do as well, yes.
When we look at the teams that are in Romania, there's a lot of very strong teams there. So, you know, Team Netherlands, for instance, Team USA, Team Argentina is also Team Romania with Anna, the best women's player in the world. So that's a lot that you have to be, you know, keeping in mind. So first place here will actually matter a lot.
Yeah, it will. There's a lot on the line. It's not just prize money. It's not just obviously making it through to that main championship, but it is also having a good opportunity once you are there. We want to hear from Australia. We want to hear from the desk. So we're going to throw it to the fantastic host who's going to break it all down with Team Australia.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة هذه اللي كانت أسطورية صراحة اللي جمعت منتخب أستراليا ضد منتخب الهند وحابين نسأل عن شعور اللاعبة بيبي آن أو منتخب أستراليا بشكل عام عن فوزهم بعد هذه المباراة.
بالضبط وجيه. You see, I'm too excited, even my throat just had to go all dry because of this. I mean, I've been yelling, it's like, what a legendary match was this? Congratulations for winning this match. So how do you feel about it?
Obviously, I feel pretty good. I think the whole team feels that as well. I think we're all having fun in the server, and I think that's what's driving us. And even if, you know, we lose a round, I don't think anyone really cares. We just, you know, go on. But, yeah.
Having fun, going for the run, and win. I love that. وإيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد بعد اللي شفناه الصراحة من حقهم يفرحون ولكن ودي أسأل سؤال يعني مهم الصراحة كيف قدروا أنهم يفوزون بنتيجة 16-0 How did you manage to win 16-0 It's an unbelievable score.
I don't think I don't know. We just played our own game. Like there was nothing to be scared about. You know, really we have nothing to lose, honestly. So yeah, we just.
I love that. The confidence, like we're just gonna go and chill and win and enjoy our time and pretty much adding a lot of positivity, leading to this legendary win. وإيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
بعد اللي شفناه طبعا منتخب استراليا متأهل معانا اخوي براء واعزائي المشاهدين للنهائيات بعد اللي شفناه لانهم اثبتوا انفسهم في الجروب ستيج وفي دوري المجموعات بدون اي خساره يعني ما عندهم خساره وخسارتين لا بدون اي خساره فكيف تجهيزاتهم بالنهائيات؟
Well, that's absolutely right. How are you prepared for the next match? We're gonna go in for a chill, or this time you're gonna prepare yourself for the next opponent?
I think we're gonna chill after this, and then I think we're not gonna go too crazy on preparation. I think what we've been doing so far is like, you know, keeping the good vibes up, like outside of the server. And I think, yeah, I think we'll just have it tomorrow. Yeah.
Let's see what's gonna happen. Definitely. Anything you want to see back home to your fans and family?
Yeah. You know,
I'm thankful for everyone who's up and watching us play, and I hope you'll continue to do so.
Definitely don't forget to support, ladies and gentlemen, Team Australia right here. And again, congratulations for the legendary win. That is for sure. وجيه ايش رايك؟
اكيد لازم ما حد يوقف عن تشجيعهم لانهم فعلا اثبتوا انفسهم في دوري المجموعات، ولكن بنشوف ايش ممكن يصير في النهائيات. الف مبروك منتخب استراليا، يستاهلون الصراحه الفوز. ولكن الان اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، انتهت معنا لعبه سي اس جو للسيدات، فبناخذ بريك بسيط ونرجع لكم نكمل لكم لعبه سي اس جو ولكن للساده.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. As I can see right now, we have an awesome Australian presence right here. What's going on? What's happening? Right? The energy is real. Keep on the good game, Australia, and we'll be back after this break with more action taking place right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for the Gamers at IESF Asian Championship. A break, and we'll be back.
World Esports are here. Hold on tight, because you're in for a ride. 15 years in the making, and still blowing minds. Long-lasting tradition, building a legacy, and empowering the future. More excitement, more athletes, more action. Be part of our family and feel the power of esports. We inspire, we challenge, we break barriers, and we empower. Are you ready to be amazed? Feel the energy and prepare to transform your city into the world esports capital. Because you have to see it to believe it. It's time for games.
Hi everyone, my name is Nga In and my in-game name is Mel. I represent Hong Kong. The game that I play is CSGO and my role in the game is an upper.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اسمي سارة أو اسمي في مجتمع اللعب إيليو. أنا أمثل منتخب السعودية وألعب لعبة كاونتر سترايك والرول حقي باللعبة اللي هو الرايفل.
My name is Vivian Koch, also known as Bibian. I play CSGO for Team Australia as a rifler.
Hi guys, my name is Swambeka Sachar. I am representing Team India Female. We are playing CSGO. We are here for CSGO.
I used to play video games casually for fun, but CSGO is a game that changed my life because I find that I enjoy the game a lot and I get to meet people all over the world and people that I enjoy playing with, especially the teammates I'm playing right now. Esports means a lot to me.
الإي سبورت يعني لي هي فرصة أو مجتمع مرة جميل من ناحية إني أنا أقدر إني ألعب مع ناس من دول ثانية، ألعب ضدهم، أشوف إمكانياتي أنا ضد الناس، أشوف إمكانياتهم، وفرصة مرة حلوة يعني وجميلة، وأنا محظوظة إني أمثل بلدي في الإي سبورت حاليا.
Esports to me, it means a lot. It means me like meeting people, getting the opportunity to travel around the world and competing in these events.
Esports is my passion. I think I've been a gamer since like I was 4 years old. I had my own PC even at 4 years of age. And it has always been my go-to activity, my hobby. And I think me being an esports athlete is like, it was meant to be.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're back again for more excitement and hype right here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. وجيه كيف الحال؟
أكيد يا حبيبي المباراة إلى الآن ما زال الحماس مستمر مثل ما قال، والآن تنطلق معانا لعبة CSGO للسادة في بطولة جيمرز 8 بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية، والآن تنطلق معانا أول مواجهة ونبي نسمع أقوى تحية لمنتخب منغوليا.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now let's hear it for the first team for this match. Let's hear it for Mongolia! More CSGO action taking place right here, and more things to take place, and more memories, and more fearful moments that will be coming ahead. ولا رايك يا وجيه؟
الحماس ما زال مستمر اخوي براء، ومثل ما رحبنا اول منتخب منغوليا، اما الان حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب فلسطين.
And ladies and gentlemen, for their opponents, make some noise for Palestine. There you have it. Two amazing teams. Mongolia going against Palestine. What's gonna happen? We'll be seeing that in a few moments. وش رايك يا وجيه؟
اخوي براء، اللحظة هذه لحظة منتظرة ولحظة مرعبة زي ما نقول كالعادة، لأن المباراة هذه بتكون الفائز بينهم بيتوجه لنصف نهائيات اللور براكت، والخسران بنودع من البطولة. فأتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. أما الآن خلونا نتوجه لأخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة الحماسية.
You are absolutely right. For a hype like this, we're gonna pass it on to our hype phenomenal casters. Fire it up.
Vaji, always happy to bring it back over here at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship happening in Riyadh. The male tournament has been so competitive so far. The female tournament has had so many fantastic individuals shining. Obviously, Australia with that blowout 16-0 early on. But this match we've got right now is not going to be a blowout. And I'm Tea Time, joined by none other than my main man, Faraz Waldadi Abro. Faraz, how are you feeling about this one?
Oh, today is such an exciting day because it is prefaced by the fact that we had such a bloodbath of an upper bracket. It's made the lower bracket even more difficult to digest. The games we have today, they're going to be amazing.
Oh, they're going to be fantastic. And we're starting things off in the lower bracket with one of the favorites of the entire tournament. We didn't think Mongolia would be here so early, if at all. And the team to knock them down was Uzbekistan yesterday. We're looking on fire. Mongolia now will hopefully have some of that fire back in their belly as well. We do think that they weren't entirely taking it seriously at certain points until now. But now in this lower bracket, you win this tournament, you're in it for the prize money as well. Palestine's been looking fantastic on the individual star players, especially Osama's and Qasravi have been stepping up like nothing else. This is going to be a spectacle.
Yeah, and it's very easy to say that, okay, you know, individual players are shining, someone like Osama is stepping up, Qasravi is stepping up, but what's really important to me personally is the fact that they've not lost confidence whatsoever. We saw how they were playing the veto mind games yesterday, right? Yeah. And the fact that they've been able to do that, they've been able to maintain composure, and that they've been able to not recede into comfort picks or anything, this is a good sign.
Well, listen, it's a good sign, but let's also take a good look over at the bracket and how it's shaped out so far. Because yesterday we saw Indonesia taking Vietnam down a notch and Palestine taking them down even further. It was a very convincing best of three outside of Inferno, where Palestine looked completely lost. But in the meanwhile, Mongolia lost to Uzbekistan and then honestly kind of just ripped apart Saudi Arabia. There was no questions about that one. It was one-sided affairs all over the place. It looked like they were just in it for, hey, it's another day of work. That's all it was.
Oh yeah, but of course we do have to talk about the first match of today, right? Palestine versus Mongolia. Mongolia, they've got that fire in their heart now. They know that they've dropped the ball against Uzbekistan. And you know what? To be honest, I know we've just been saying Mongolia this, Mongolia that. Truthfully speaking, Uzbekistan was a very difficult opponent. They were one of the top teams in this entire tournament, and right now, as far as this tournament goes, they have cemented themselves as a top team until they potentially have to go against the winner of Mongolia and Uzbekistan. But of course, that's not what we're at right now, right? We're at Palestine versus Mongolia. How is this game going to go?
And I think this is where the veto mind games that you talked about are not going to be able to come into play as well. We talked to the Palestinian team. They were discussing about how Vertigo was something that was very big for them, and I don't think that that's going to be something that's unexpected now at the very least. But what we are also expecting is some mad firepower from Mongolia. Their players obviously featuring Yami as a star. More than anything else, he has been the constant shining light for this team. Nine's been a fantastic anchor player in places where he's never even played roles before, just as a veteran looking fantastic. And then obviously Senzu's coming right there as a right-hand man of Yami, just adding that extra bit of firepower with the rifle.
Was Yami always at the in the middle in the graphic, or did they move him to the middle after his performances?
Listen, man, if that was the case in the graphic of Palestine that we're about to bring up right now, would have also had Osama's moved away, because Osama's might be put out on the left side to Khasravi, but let me tell you right now, the only thing left about Osama is all of the bodies he's leaving behind on the floor. He is fantastic. This guy is the truth, and he's been the main reason why Palestine has been able to come so far, but they've got a supporting cast. They've got good enablers around him. Generally speaking, Yabi and Monty are playing off of him, or rather letting him play off of them, and they're positioning very effectively. They've got flashes set up for him consistently as well. They're setting up Osama, and he is dunking down every alley-oop he has passed.
Yeah, and you know, it's important that you talk about the fact that they're setting up for him for setting him up for flashes and this and that, right? Because this is the big difference between a star player like Yami versus someone like Osama's. They are being set up in completely different ways. And yesterday when we were watching this team against Uzbekistan, Yami, yes, he was having great individual performances, but there were also times where it kind of felt like he was being suffocated because he wasn't getting all that support, right? Uzbekistan were able to target Yami. You can't exactly do the same to Osama's because he's getting a whole lot more support.
I don't know if I agree with that, because Osama's hasn't had the same kind of opposition against him yet either. Yes, fair. Vietnam is solid and everything, but Uzbekistan is a very different ball game, and right now that ball game's only been played around by Mongolia so far. Mongolia being put out against Osama, this is where his real test starts up, because we saw Waste of Ammo looking very, very good earlier on as well, and then Yami comes out, he's out-opping him, he's expecting him on every angle. The reads are fantastic. Senzu as well is doing really well. I think this is going to be his first true test.
And this is where there's a big difference between Yami going up against someone like Waste versus someone like Osama, right? If we're just talking about the top dogs hounding at each other, it's the fact that Osama's is not an AWPer, right? He's been doing it as a rifler. So I'm very interested in seeing how that interaction is going to go. But before that interaction happens, of course, we do have to talk about the veto. Inferno, Mirage, and Overpass is what we're going to be seeing. And I know you're the Asian veto expert, so T-Time, take it away.
Now, this is where I'm actually very surprised about the Vertigo ban coming out from Mongolia. That's a really big respect ban coming through. I was expecting this to be ancient after what happened yesterday, but actually I got a chance to talk to the Palestinian coach as well. They were thinking that this is going to be a nuke pick from Mongolia. I never thought that was going to be possible. Inferno was always going to be what they opted in for, because Palestine looked atrocious on that. Now, interestingly enough, obviously we've been having some conversations with the players behind the scenes as well. They think their Inferno is one of their best maps. Now, I think they're out of their minds when they say that. I've told them that to their faces. But let's see whether they're right, and maybe there is that extra dimension, and it's just been some bad days. The fact that it's Mirage is no surprise there. Vertigo is obviously the comfort pick that we were expecting out, but without that, Mirage is more than comfortable enough. Overpass is insane to me. Overpass is a map that these guys have been banning out pretty consistently, actually, in the first ban phase sometimes very often, and now you're picking that versus Yami as an AWP player. Sure, Kaz will pick it up from time to time, but I almost guarantee that Overpass will be Yami featuring on that op. Smokers was good, right? He was good, but he wasn't the best player on his team. He wasn't the guy taking control of the server. He was coming through, making sure one area of the map is cordoned off so Osama's can get down to the dirty business elsewhere. And I don't know if Overpass, should we get there, is going to be conducive to that. So this has to be a 2-0 if Palestine wants a chance, and I just don't think that's possible.
Oh man, I'm not sure how much I agree with that because to be honest, there are also some things that really work out well for a team like Palestine on Overpass. You're talking about that AWP being enabled, but that AWP can honestly really be enabled only if it's not getting too chaotic in the early round, right? But that is something that Palestine are incredible at. They are super good at getting those early duels. They're really good at getting Yabi in those early positions. Osama as a rifler as well, super great at that early round control.
Yeah,
so
but at
I'm
the
not
same
sure
time, like,
how much
who are they playing against, right? Like, let's look at that. Vietnam, Hatred is a star player. He does AWP sometimes. I'll say it every single time. He's not an AWPer, though. He's not going to be as dynamic with it as you might want. Cage will pick it up at times. Cage doesn't look fantastic on it this tournament. It's not been his event for him. Who have you played before that as well? You've lost out pretty much every match except for against Pakistan. This is not a team that is going to be able to put effective chaos in a way that Yami will be disabled. I simply refuse to believe that until I'm shown otherwise. So Overpass is something that we can still toss it up in the air. Inferno, however, I want to get your thoughts on that because obviously you've been chatting to the players a little bit more than I have. I've got some relationships over in Mongolia as well. I think that the Mongolians are probably feeling like this is just their map through and through. There's no chances there whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure. And I think one of the biggest problem areas for Palestine was their ability to actually convert off of those early aggressions, right? We constantly saw Yabi getting into positions of banana and then very early on getting punished. And, Inferno is not a map where you can get away with not having refrags. If you're consistently losing out that entry, if you're consistently losing brackets control, that early aggression, if it doesn't work out, Palestine almost never get conversions. And that's a big problem when you've got a player like Yami on the other team, right?
Yeah.
Those opening picks, they're definitely happen.
And even if they don't happen, the other point that we also have to keep in mind is that when opening picks were coming through, courtesy of Osama's and whatnot, on Inferno, we had 6 different rounds where it was a 2v2 or a 1v1 that they end up losing out. If you're losing clutches to Vietnam, you're going to lose clutches to Nine and Bartek. These guys have shown they are the clutch meisters. They've got all the experience in the world. They've been to majors. They've been to international lands. They've played on the highest level in the world that is possible. On Inferno, those clutches are not going to be in your favorite suit. So the entries, the initial pathing, the initial flashes, everything needs to be perfectly on point.
Oh yeah, and I think one of the biggest advantages that Mongolia have is having a player like Nine, right? We saw that even in the most uncomfortable scenarios against Uzbekistan, he was playing all of these unorthodox little angles, and that is the type of player that really thrives in the madness, thrives in the chaos, and thrives in the clutches. But of course, we do have the game ready, so we're going to be heading straight into Inferno.
Starts off on Palestine being on the CT side. Mongolia is on T. I won't lie to you, I'm not 100% sure about what to expect here. Palestine obviously yesterday did start off on the T side of Inferno. If I remember correctly, we didn't get to see too much of their CT. I might remember incorrectly though, I won't lie to you. It was a long day.
Long day indeed. But Mongolia trying to get early bracket control, Kaz and Yami. Really good openers with the pistols, because Ravi is still trying to fight back. Kaz already kicking things off well, but Bartek putting another in the grave, and that quickly puts Monty in a very awkward position.
Bartek's been a really good player on the pistol round so far for Mongolia, to be honest. It's been pretty consistent initial frags coming through, be it entries, be it late round. He always seems to be picking up a key kill or two. Kaz, of course, the one to shine a light on right now.
And it's important that you mention Kaz, right? Because, to be honest, Kaz has really been struggling within the team, right? And if he can really step it up, I think the floor for Mongolia goes so far up.
Now, the weakest link is very clear here, unfortunately, although I will say that yesterday he did start to play a little bit more effectively in a few of the rounds, especially in Nuke, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Senzu, however, struggled there, and Senzu on Inferno is a player we saw exploited by Indonesia, and that is one of the things that Palestine does theoretically have that they can work off of, right? That Senzu tries to get very aggressive on banana. If you've got good flashes, if you've got good control, that can be a very consistent man advantage that you can try and get. So if Palestine recognizes that, and maybe there's room.
Hello, Astralis.
Oh, I wish
yeah, just
stuff a cheerleader. Lots of cheerleaders out here on the B-bomb site.
I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book, right? But there's a reason that trick hasn't been taken out of the publications. You can get a kill or two. Good enough if you've only got the pistols, and now...
It's USPs, right? Who really cares at that point? It's also, to be honest, it's very useful for making sure that your teammates are just listening to the IGL, focus on that.
Yeah,
You're not
for
making any
sure.
noise and everything, right? There's no one trying to get info that's completely useless because you are in a 5 USB round. It's helpful for discussion. MP9 being brought up by Qasravi is quite nice to see. This is something we haven't actually had a lot of priority on. A lot of teams that do utility in the second round. But now, aggression from Qasravi. Yabi right behind, but he'll die to the flames. 9 will get to blind for 1, and a shot doesn't need to be fired for the second.
There's still a player lurking around though, but look, Kid causes awareness there. There's the audio cue, and I think Osama's still trying to play off the smoke being phased. Switches over to the AK-47 as well, and Banana is quickly his domain, but now Smoker needs to go big as well as they start walking into his crosshairs. Yami falls, and now only 1 remains, and even that will be lapped up by Smoker.
Kaz tries to give the small little bullet sound so that his falling isn't hurt, if I'm not wrong. Either that or he just misclicked, but that just gives it away regardless. Smoker make sure that the round is delivered, but it is just Osama lurking inside that smoke, being able to play off the information his teammates got. I will not pretend like that was the play they were going for, though. You know, this wasn't an info-seeking play, but it became one. And you know what? If it works, it works.
2-1 now, Mongolia. Money's a little bit shoddy, so even though they have prioritized utility as they smoke on some of these players, it's still going to be hard to have all those equipped rifles. 1-for-1 trade. 9, second kill with the Molotov already within 4 rounds. Things are going to slow down now. Mongolia slowly starting to take control of brackets. 2 defenders on this A site. 1 in balcony, 1 in sight. And the thing is, right, these 2 Banana players are quickly going to start to get information, but I don't think it's going to happen soon enough.
Kaz gave away his spot right there with the jump up. So you might see some sort of read from Palestine, assuming that that could be just fake audio. But we're going to have to wait to find out. It is still looking like an A-side ramp and a full hit later on, but there will be no flashes, so we could see some big holds. Obviously, this is something that Indonesia was able to do versus Mongolia as well. Waste of ammo on the bomb site as well as Marcia. Got quite a few great counter-push kills, but they might be going back to be on Mongolia.
Spent quite a bit of time, and it's allowing the players from behind to creep up as well, but that's already 2. There's only 1 defender remaining, and he's quickly going to meet the wrath of a Tech 9 to the back of a head. Osama's remaining, but not for long.
This is the problem of having 2 players out in Banana like that. Very often you're going to see 1 abandon and just start to rotate back over to the A bomb site, so you can make sure that if there is an Archer's lure coming through, either you can spot it or at the very least you can try and flank it after it's already activated. Having 2 players in that same angle only makes sense if you're planning to push forward, and they did push forward, but it's too slow, it's too late.
Early control of Banana now. Senzu this time around instead of 9. Not really a whole lot they have to do to actually take control of Banana, considering they are up against pistols. But that initial kill from Monty is actually a little problematic. Now, numbers advantage can still definitely be made use of, and there's a couple of players with Kevlar as well. Yabi, great shot with the Deagle, and 3 players alive means that this is a much harder round now, whichever way you cut it.
It's also a flank coming in, and that's going to be activating later on into things. Kaz trying to take the lead. 9 is the one to take the kill. Not go down. Yabi pushes through. He's given up the advantage, and now the CTs will need to get some shots through the smoke. Monty does exactly that. Flank from Banana starts to be activated, but utility is still present. It's just the 1 Molotov. Kaz is down. Smoker. A quick double and a very impressive second that gives Palestine a bit more hope. You're up to 2, and T-side economy will also be wavering. Not broken, but wavering.
And that's one of the things that Palestine has as an ace up their sleeve. The fact that they can always pull out that firepower. Those Deagles looked very, very crispy on them. And Mongolia, just their slower style of play also allows them to be picked off 1 by 1. Now, that's something I don't fully agree with, you know? The idea that they're just slowly poking with those AKs when they know there's the potential of the Eagles up front.
It's hard to, though, right? Because at the same time, if you want to go faster, you could be going into a stack. It's just one of those things where you don't really know, and sometimes the Deagles are just that good. Now, do you want to see more flashes used? Do you want to see more nades used around the corners? Yeah, sure, there's other ways around it, but you can understand why a team might want to slow down a little bit. Op now out for Smoker. And it is a force buy from Mongolia, so this op should be very useful considering there's only one flashbang. 9 is the one wielding it. Smoker's Molotov'd off initially, will be looking to re-peek back out, misses the first shot.
Ooh, great shot on the re-peek. But he realizes that he doesn't want to overstay his welcome, so he will be receding into the comfort of the ace site. Slowly poke and prod into arches, and that is one opener from Yami. There's still a player lurking around in library, though. They've spotted him, but Osama is a little too good on that AK, as we've seen him before as well.
That's really crucial because Senzu's got him so much space out there. If Yami was able to close the distance, Yami would have no chance. 9 is gone as well. Now it's a 2-on-4. Senzu's positioning is still something they should not be expecting. Yabi, however, is aware of the idea that someone could have pushed into CT, but unfortunately his timing is not quite working out for him. Mongolia is still aware that there should be at least one player here, and with the smoke being used, it is revealed.
I love this from Yabi. The fact that he's playing it very conservatively, wants to wait for his team, and Osama's will be the one that makes it a whole lot easier. Now, man, you cannot credit Osama's enough for his mechanical consistency. This has been a theme throughout this entire tournament. Now, Palestine, because they were one of the underdogs, they were one of the teams that didn't perform all that well in the group stages, it was very easy for his performance to be overshadowed by the grand results of the team, right? But now that he's in the playoffs, now that they're starting to get wins, Osama's impact is being boldened and underlined.
It's also versus now what is the #1 seed of this tournament without a doubt. Well, they might have lost to Uzbekistan, but seeding-wise, everyone was expecting Mongolia to be the one to take it away. Only the Tech9 and Kevlar as an investment from Yami, and this is one of the things which you do need to remember, that he does sometimes go for a slight over-investments in ways where he can only make it work with a lot of kills. Osama's now isolated, but he does find 2 kills in that isolation. Friends nearby to continue helping him out as well. The crunch in from the B-side players is planned. Yabi, however, is still getting some dividends out with the Tech9. Yabi, they shot him down.
That's a fair chunk of damage, to be honest. I mean, it's still... I think that still doesn't justify the extra purchases by Yami, because I believe he only got 1 kill there in the previous round, right?
Yes, but at the same time, what I'm more worried about is actually overall across the board, Mongolia. They're not prioritizing MAC-10s in general, so you're not seeing flashbangs at all. So at least Yami does still go for Galil and not an AK in the next round, but utility is just terrible. The lack of flashes is going to make this so Smoker should be enabled in ways which he should never have a chance otherwise.
Yeah, this flash situation is atrocious, right? And Yami realizes that this flash is incredibly important, so he's going to hold on to it with dear life. Smoker does get a chance to get a couple of pot shots off, and Iron is also tagged up heavily, but not really a huge commitment that the CTs have to make just yet. Ball in the court of T's. Starting to take control of brackets now slowly, getting ready to pop out a boiler, at least, if not pop out, at the very least poke around for information. And look at this preemptive play from Palestine. They've now quickly rotated all the players over towards A. There's only 1 defender on B, and with the bomb left all the way back, Mongolia can still toy around with the idea of throwing a fake.
Yabi is now taking up Osama's old position, but they should be expecting a player here. Divider smoke comes through. Mongolia has been making it a priority to try and get some control back in CT spawn. Now, my only question is, what do they do once they have it? Smoke has been left alone as the only off. Nako trying to push through. The smoke will have had an opportunity, but he's blind. Yabi's instead the one to find a frag and trade it away. It's all down to Smoker. And a 1-on-4 on the B bomb site as they start to swarm towards it, and none of his teammates are moving. They are so worried. Smoker's now given up the call, but he's also given up the bomb site. Palestine will have to save.
This honestly looked disastrous until the very last few seconds for Mongolia, because they had basically no information, they had no utility, they had to brute force, low peek their way into brackets, and you know, maybe if that AWP from Smokers was on A, this could have been over earlier, but they tried to leave it behind. They had faith that 4 players would be able to hold it solo. They're actually still trying to go for it. They're sticking around for the long haul tea time.
This is not the long haul. This is a short haul and a haul they might not get. Losing that one extra player is massive. Now, 2 extra players is even more so. Palestine really dropped the ball on this round, not just because they didn't rotate in time, but now they've completely destroyed their own economy. And considering that Mongolia's money has been kept so threadbare, even when you keep yourself alive with 4 players, it doesn't matter all that much. You still have a chance to break it apart later on.
The chance of having an even round immediately after.
Oh god, look at this buy that they're going to have now. It's going to be the last full buy to come through should they lose another gun round.
Monty and Smoker having saved that much money is basically what even allows them to buy it properly in this round. Now, Osama's is the one that actually picks up the AWP here, and we saw him do that a lot in the qualifier. Let's see if he can make this work over here on A.
We did have him come through with it when he was struggling a bit on the rifle as well yesterday on Mirage. On the T side, though.
Molotov to try and close this player out of the wooden log. Smoker continues to try to fight Banana with a rifle. He's not really had much success with the sniper. Osama's now going to be a bit of a surprise for them, because that is a rifler they're expecting over towards A. Information, good shot from Osama's on the pixel. Great patience to collect.
Really important kill as well. Yami is the one isolated and taken down. Now it's Qasravi to come into effect, and he backs off. He's not overstaying as well. This is fantastic to see. Even flashes outwards to make sure that Mongolia can't be running after him. Palestine have really managed to collect their thoughts after yesterday's loss, and Inferno, they're looking so much cleaner. Got to give a lot of credit out to their coach for the performance they had so far. Even with all the mistakes and whatnot, yesterday this was a Palestine that looked like they're playing the map practically for the first time.
Osama's. Oh, as they start to close in on him, this is going to be problematic. But at least he's got the support from his team that is watching the cross.
There's 10 seconds, it doesn't matter. There's nothing they can do anyway. Mongolia will have to back off, and not just that. They have to be careful that Smoker doesn't catch them off in the back lines. Bartek, what are you doing? You've run out of time. You don't have money for more utility in the next round either. This is going to be Mongolia again spiraling into bad buys. You have to force buy behind these 2 weapons now. No flashes again. The lack of flashes from Mongolia is really astounding me, because clearly they respect Palestine. That's why they've gone for the Vertigo ban. That's why they've gone for the Inferno pick over Nuke. But do they not understand that their playstyle is heavily predicated off of just getting the shots through with good aim at times, off of just making sure Smoker is in the right position sometimes, that Osama's can turret away.
This could come back to bite them, and it kind of already is. 9, first one to go through the molly. The utility definitely keeping Mongolia sweating. Senzu and 9 already quite low, and of course this is a hastily put together buy, very shoddy. And they shouldn't fall victim to what happened before when Mongolia, they took their opponents a little too lightly. They were able to get by Australia with half their strength. But Palestine not willing to let that happen.
Flash is good to keep Osama away for the initial peek. Now he actually misses out his own flash initially, will not matter. Smoke forward, wants to get aggressive behind him, but Senzu's taking him down with the deagle. Qasravi, the only player now left on the bomb site. A flash will help him take the peek, but a grenade won't be helping him at all. Yabi, in the meanwhile, a Molotov to the back of the lines will block out Senzu, was already a little bit low.
Oh, this is great. The only player that has crossed over and become that second prong to be problematic in terms of duel, he's been taken out. Yami now individually trying to get something done on A. Numbers quickly being punched into this spicy calculator. Cause falls, and Yami needs to get this 1, 3, 4 going. Gets both, and suddenly it's come down to the 1-on-2. Yami could single-handedly do it for his team. Tea time.
He's been assisted by that flashbang. Try to turn away from it, gets another kill, and now it could be 2 more coming his way. Knows where they are, and made noise as well, but Qasravi hasn't heard him. The bomb is ticking away. Yami, it's not planted in a safer position. Yami needs to try and peek forward. Yeah, oh, he's given it up. The round is gone. The round is gone. Mongolia has saved it. Yami, all on his own. A quad kill. In a round where their economy was destroyed beforehand.
That B-side defense was perfect, right? They were able to kill the player in Hobbit. They have forced the T's to back off, but Yami individually realized that there was a window of opportunity, and even if there wasn't, even if that window was shut and bulletproof, he just managed to punch through it.
I still can't believe that he literally won that round because of the pit flash, forcing him to go anti-flash where he looks towards Moto, and someone just happens to be peeking him at the same time. It's such a small mistake that Palestine don't double peek him. Honestly, it's barely even a mistake.
Yeah, because they're kind of trying to give themselves the insurance, right? The flash plus the double peek, and
I mean, they didn't double peek at all. I think they're thinking it's a 4v1. My teammate's fighting, I'm gonna swing out. But the teammate who's fighting is flashing at the same time. All of this stuff's going on, right? Yeah. Small margins, and Yami runs over them.
Senzu.
Ooh. Okay. Oh no, that's not the name.
I thought for a second as well. Yeah, no, Bartek is the one that gets it instead.
Oh,
Monty double dinks with the D goals, and now 8K in hand. Could be very problematic for the enemy. Smoker. Not sure why he just peeks straight into the AWP.
Bartek finds Monty though, so all those problems that he was creating are at least going to be taken away. 2 rifles still in the playing field, but Palestine more likely than not do want to save over here. Actually committing to this retake is very difficult. An AWP still present for 9, and an AWP and Inferno in a post plant. That's pretty much GG. Senzu, however, doesn't need the AWP. He's just got the AK. Sees the hand as well. How does Qasravi get that? Please back off.
Yeah, I mean, he wanted to, right? For a second there, he had his foot dangling off the edge, but he's like, no. Now, bear in mind, Palestine would have a 2-round advantage right now if it wasn't for Yami's clutch. And although, sure, you can fault them for a lot of the 1v1s being lost and just not being able to win out equal situations, unfortunately, if you're going to drop a 4v1,
it's going to have its impacts.
Yeah, it's going to have its impacts. And Mongolia are up by a round now.
And not just one, they should be able to run away with a little bit more at this point, because obviously you saw Palestine go for the full buy in behind, and they do get some good frags out of it, sure. But the damage delta in Mongolia will be insignificant for the next few rounds. Mongolia should have a decent buy for the rest of the half as long as this one can be made convincing. Now, Qasravi with the M4 as well as Monty still having a hands on D goal could still be a problem. Senzu's found Osama's. And a very poor smoke out to the bottom of B. Will dissuade the team going forward. Bartek, however, is relaxed. He knows what he's all about.
Yeah, now Mongolia are just getting in their groove. You know, they've had a bit of a rocky start. But you can see that they're starting to get some of their comfort back. And I think part of that is just Yami's clutch, right? They get all that confidence going. The tactical timeout comes out as well beyond that point. And it's a bit of a mental reset, not just for Mongolia, but also for Palestine.
4 players capitalized for Mongolia means that they should have money for the rest of this half. Assuming that they get a few bomb plants here or there at the very least. Otherwise, it could get slightly precarious should you start losing here. But they're happy with the situation that they're in right now, right? Considering that Palestine has been honestly so good at just getting these individual players, closing up Mongolia's game plans initially. Now, Mongolia's got in full control.
Senzu getting ready to push in with the MAC-10. The lack of MAC-10s is something we were criticizing before.
He just wants the speed, not the utility. This is Senzu we're talking about. Credit to him, though, he's not been getting picked off as much as he was versus Indonesia. Part of that is because Palestine hasn't been targeting him, but he's also not been going on as many very aggressive solo adventures to the same extent.
Flashes to go through, brackets control now starting to be established. Still leaving the prong over towards B, so they can always have that option. Now they've created a lot of ruckus over towards A, which has also baited out the rotation from Yabi. So now they only have to deal with 2, and they try to push out the smoke, but Senzu is waiting. He's got a little pitfall set up, and that's going to incentivize the rotation as well, but they want to try and cheat it. They want to try and push in before that happens. Osama's kills one and shreds the other before they can actually get onto the bomb site, but this is still a very convincing take.
Keep an eye out for Yami as well. In the meanwhile, he's lurking over in apartments, so he'll take down Monty immediately, makes this an even larger advantage. The CTs feeling the pressure to fight now while it's still a 3-on-3, but they don't have the utility to do so. It's only a smoke and a flashbang. You can't flush out these players with the Molotov, otherwise Senzu would already be dead. Peek forward, Bartek has been having a very crispy game of his own. Double coffin setup is great for the CTs because that means they won't have to go a long way to be buried.
Half advantage.
Death.
Yeah, half advantage now on Mongolia, and you know, that little reset off of the clutch is actually big. And you know, as much as we can harp on about, oh, Yami this and the clutch or whatever, the truth is the impact is beyond just the scoreline, right? It's beyond just the ecos that came after. It's also that I've gotten the impression that Palestine is a very emotional team, where a lot of the time their attitude and the momentum that they've built up is genuinely going to impact how easily they're able to get entries. And you know, when Osama is fired up, he's a completely different demon in the flow state.
He's been taken out of that flow state for these past few rounds. I think there's no doubt about that. But also, Smoker loses his window of opportunity. Right now, you're going against a full util. Now you're going against the AWP. Now you're going against Mongolia in full force on that T side. So your chances, which were plentiful, to actually come through with a hero AWP are no longer there. So now you're going up against the full power of Mongolia. And that's going to be all the more difficult. Do they have it in them, though? Masravi.
Oh, my God.
Smoker just gets flashed
get
off,
spotted?
otherwise that was going to be a guaranteed kill.
Oh. And even the second opportunity there doesn't connect, right? That Deagle unfortunately misses. And Osama's is really the only one to get anything off that round, and that is insignificant on its own, too. Contention for the last round now. Mongolia almost on their way to double digits on the T side. Palestine. We know for a fact that Palestine have struggled on the T side before. They don't quite have that synergy. And knowing that they've had some troubles in terms of early round aggressions, Yabi getting shut out as an entry fragger quite a few times, this T side isn't going to be very forgiving. Nice shot from Senzu.
I'm a little bit surprised about that one. And Smoker actually takes the peek over there, and he doesn't have the AWP. Yami traded out. Monty will at the very least find one, but he's requested for backup. By the time Yabi comes over, Monty needs to get a bit more work done. Another kill is great to find. And look at where Yabi's nestled away. Taking the Archer's cubby, and inside the smoke he goes. Senzu on the other side has made lots and lots of noise. Yabi will push through and find him. This aggression in the mid-round coming from unlikely sources, but Monty and Yabi are proving themselves mighty as can be. Palestine have got a few more tricks up their sleeve.
That aggression was very important because Yabi, he's gonna have to hold for this kill before I'm allowed to, because 9, he's got clutch potential. We've seen him in these kinds of scenarios before where he has demolished the confidence of multiple teams. Rerouting from apartments now. He's getting ready to swing out, expecting there to be a player towards long. The spray is good, and now it's all but a 1 versus 1. Numbers punched in. I think he just spotted the head. No. Crouch is great from Khosravi, and at the very least, they can get themselves a consolation prize of the 6th.
I can't believe that even after all of that, even after the great performances from Monty and everything, you don't have the big morale boost going into the next round because you see 9 almost ekes that away. In fact, I think he might have had sound cues of Qasravi moving over, but obviously on stage, there's a lot more comms. Things are messier. It's not your own headphones. You're not used to the same kind of audio, everything. You might not have noticed it. Now this T side from Palestine, they need the pistol round desperately. What are the win conditions for them will be that if Mongolia tries to go for the same sort of throw the economy to the wind style of play, well then, they could exploit it much more effectively on the CT side than they did on the T.
Aggression quickly punished, but at the very least it's traded 1-1. Osama's quickly started to take over apartments, but every single time he's getting a kill, there's also been a return. Osama's a 3K for him, and I think he wants to get it done all by himself. Senzu, in the meanwhile, contesting the player in logs, who is a little bit stuck. 9. It's gonna have to be the one that stops Osama's right here. There it is, 4th kill for Osama's, and Smoker as the cherry on top. Palestine back in it.
It's good to see that Palestine is still going to be enabling Osama to just go out and make the plays that he wants to. He's not lost any confidence despite the fact that he did lose some steam towards those last 5 rounds or so on the CT side.
It's doubly important because Osama's yesterday, when he went on over towards the T side of Mirage, he was struggling, right? Because you just don't have as much space as a T-sided rifler to make all of your own plays. And now, the fact that he's opened up so nicely on the pistol round, confidence should be ruined.
Senzu and Yami pulling out the good old swags. Double swag is a little bit egregious, but Inferno's maybe the only map where you can somewhat justify it. Yami always likes to wield this one in apartments, and you can see Usama's is expecting that, just trying to wait out and see what he can find. Good nades. Great nades.
Punished for the peak with a Mag 7. Quickly reminded that too much swag just makes you a hype beast. Straight into B side they go. Easy peasy control, and these pistols shouldn't have anything to say here.
9 is still expecting Osama to try and go for an exploration play out towards apartments, so there's still potentially an AK that could be taken down and saved. Got some great entries out towards the B-bomb site, just making sure they're using their utility. And that's the difference between what we saw from Palestine and what we saw from Mongolia, and the slow sort of play versus the force buy. A lot more util used, a lot more nades used, and jump spotting coming through, trying to get information, all of the good stuff.
Yami.
Smoker as well on the other side. Actually looking for a little bit of fun with the Mag 7 that he recovered earlier on. Wanted that extra money. Bartek, however, in the end is just a statistic.
The match is paused. I mean, if it doesn't say tactical pause,
we know what it means. We know what it means. Okay. It means that it's time to start to ruminate about what Mongolia is going to be trying to bring together. Because the idea that Senzu's gone for a Mag 7 buy again after that previous round, it is egregious. Yami does the same, and this is the trap that Mongolia could fall into, right? This is the economy trap.
It's happened to them before.
It was happening in the first half as well.
And it's not limited to today, right? It's happened before as well, because it seems like Mongolia always seem like they can brute force their way into any fight. But that's not been happening, guys. You have to recognize that you're in the lower bracket right now. You're playing for the money. You cannot afford to make these mistakes. And they're not even mistakes, because it's not like Mongolia don't recognize them, right?
It's willfully walking onto Legos. That's what it is. And saying, nah, you know what? I've got tough feet. Yes, but you've already been bleeding. That's why you're in the lower bracket. Yes, but I won't bleed again.
And you know that being in the lower bracket also means that your work boots have been taken off. So those Legos, not very merciful. I think just having the comfort of having more rounds kind of also puts them in a position where they're, I hate to use this word, but overconfident to some degree.
Now, overconfident is accurate. They've generally been overconfident overall in their style of play and everything. But not quite sure what exactly is going to be the call.
I think even some of the conversations you've had, right? Because I know you have some relationships with the players as well. You've kind of like from what you told me, they weren't too bothered about their losses because they still believe that they can just brute force their way to the finals.
Listen, that is a winning mentality, and I think that's a good mentality to have. But there's a difference between that and then coming in over here, and on the T side, you're not bringing in flashes. On the CT side, you're buying mags on mags on mags. There are two very different things in that regard, right? One is saying, you know what, I'm going to buy a hero D here or there, right? Maybe I'll buy a hero AK. We're going to have a few flash plays around that. We'll make a play. The other is just throwing away chances in gun rounds. And for Mongolia, listen, they might have thought that Inferno is going to be easy pickings, and Palestine has shown a huge amount of improvement from yesterday. I think what their coach was talking about overall was generally pretty accurate in terms of saying, hey, they are more comfortable on this map than they let on, but it would be hard to be worse in all fairness. So now the question really comes down to, what is your win condition going to be on that T side? Because Osama is consistently playing Lurk as well.
To be honest, I'm looking forward to how they make adjustments around Yabi, because that was one of the bigger issues at hand. They were struggling to really mobilize him in that early round, and I think, based on some of the conversations I've had with the players as well, they've started to recognize that this is something that they need to remedy very soon, and it's not something that they can just ignore until the very end, right? So with those adjustments having been made, hopefully, if they can get it done on the T side, then Mongolia will have something more to sweat about.
Well, fortunately, we are going to be able to resume right now, and I am really, really wondering. Okay, other fortunate thing is Senzu decides not to buy the Max 7. The round is reset. He doesn't buy it this time over, so at least they've only got one of those egregious weapons over here. And Yami has found success with it, but it's all about making sure he can't over here. He's changed up his position. They're trying to bait in for it, but the bait has even found a frag. Kaz with the quick D will be taking down Yabi.
Just the right amount of swag this time around. I mean, maybe not because of how much it affects the money, but if he can get a kill or two with it, then all should be well. Minute and 10 seconds on the clock, and you can see that Palestine, they are not too comfortable with running into a bomb site willy-nilly. Waiting for Mongolia to sweat a little bit, call those rotations. Perhaps they want to catch them in the midst of those rotations. Now, having a prong on either side of the map, so they should have decent control of both apartments and banana, so they can change their tune very late. But the problem with waiting this long into the round is that those pistols just continue to get more potent, and now they need to start making a move level.
Watch out for Senzu, actually. He's going to be completely unexpected. He doesn't normally play Grey. And even right now, so much damage has been done. Senzu good for one. Can he get more? No. Smoker somehow gets a wallbang with the max 7, 9. Will trade. And Qasravi, well, he doesn't really have time to make this competitive. That's the real problem. Kaz still alive, and Qasravi is hightailing it back over to the B bomb site. He does realize that the Deagle player earlier from B should probably be the one over here. The smoke is down. It is awry. He will not have time. Has to stick it immediately. Will barely get onto it, but he even manages to turn the corner. Now pulls out the Khalil, switches away, is able to strafe out. He's still fighting. Qasravi gets the first peek out. Kaz is down. AK in the hands of 9 though, and he has been the clutch machine so far. Will be able to move past, but Qasravi's already out-navigated him. It's all about the milliseconds that he got to try and turn the corner, but 9 is expecting him at this stage. Qasravi knows he's off of the bomb. A quick jiggle peek around the corner, it goes. 9 is sticking the defuse as well. He's dropped out the deagle. Qasravi realizes that's a fake Q. He gets it all. He saves the day for Palestine.
I can't believe that just happened. That is beautiful stuff. That is down to the microseconds. The bomb plant, the clutch, everything. Mongolia surely thought they had it. They shouldn't have had a chance at this round to begin with, but when they do, Kasravi puts his foot down.
Insane. 20 seconds, that's when he gets that. First kill, the 1v3. And for Mongolia, that's still a great round. That was their half buy, let's not forget.
With how little they had in terms of investments, I don't even think we would qualify as a half buy with the exception of Yami's Max 7. To Palestine, they can pat themselves for that round, but in the grand scheme of things, Mongolia is still quite happy about it. Already the opening kill being grabbed, and that is on one of the most impactful players in the form of Osamos. Now, we praised him for having a solid pistol round performance, but beyond that point, he's not really activated T-Time.
Oh,
ouch!
What a shot, Yabi! Kaz's head has been removed, but Nine's about to take a few shots into the backs as well.
Beautiful, beautiful footwork here. Waits it out as well, tries to get a little bit more information, but eventually fights back. Monty kills Yami, and now it's all of a sudden a 3 versus 3 as they start to book it to the A bomb site. Bartek wanting to peek out through the boiler, but they've got the timing on him.
Nade is decent. Monty will be pushed away. They still can't pick up the bomb for free. Senzu is covering it off. Palestine have been outmaneuvered in this entire round. Feels like every time they're turning a corner, a kill or not, there's someone just waiting to come through from an angle they're not aware of. 10 seconds, another monstrous clutch is needed, and they won't be giving this one up for free. Bomb is tapped, peak is taken, Bartek waits it out, he doesn't overcommit, and he's trying to go for the kills right now. There's no chance of getting this one. Now needs to stay alive after time, will not do so. Monty will fall.
And Monty falling there is huge. That completely breaks his money. Now, thankfully, he had a little bit more in the tank, so he still kind of gets away with it, but that could have been a
I think he died in time. There's no way he has 3,000 here. Otherwise, after they just won a round on a 1v1, he must have died on the very
Oh, yeah, I think it's just... You're right, actually. I'm not sure how he ends up with that money.
He must have died right before the clock ran out. The bomb plants, the clock has been pretty favorable for Palestine.
Quickly taking over Banana here and brackets as well. Mongolia mincing the opposition initially. Yeah, and they're not willing to take any prisoners. Yami just runs in with a pistol. They do not want their confidence to break at any point, so they will continue to go for those aggro plays and just quickly farm the pistols.
Money is really poor for Palestine, though. And they're buying in immediately. Osamos doesn't even think about it. Goes for the straight AK flash molly. Qasravi does have some cash of his own as well as Monty, but this is not an overall happy situation to be in. Qasravi will drop the off for Smoker. He's being set up for what should be a banana peak more likely than not, but no, he doesn't have flashes for that. So instead, goes right down mid, and Kaz will be exploited. Second peak being lined up and readied up as well. There is a player right around the corner, and it will be chased down as soon as Yami gets the frag. They're still trying to fight it out. Bartek takes down Osama. The rain boss is down, but Nako will respond.
They still need to get past Yami, though. He's so good on those close-range AWP plays. Looking to find him. Elbow is gone. He's going to need replacement for that one. And Monty quickly takes away 9 from the server, too. Brings it down to an equal clutch. Great shot from Senzu to put Smoker 6 feet under. And Monty, he's gotten a clutch before. He's gotten it on the B side, and he might just have to do it again, T-Time.
Yeah, he's made his way over. He's got a flashbang, Molotov, and grenade, so there's a lot to work off of. At this point, Monty needs to aggress. The smoke is good.
That gives up his position.
He's planting default regardless. It wouldn't have mattered all that much. Yami, however, is watching out for the push through for Coffins. This is going to be A kill he really needs to find. Now, there's a flashbang and a Molotov as well, but he can't go back to New Box. He doesn't realize the fact that there's so much utility available for the Mongolian side. He's not accounting for that at all. And now that the molly spreads, he just swings out. Yami was already low. Will fall, but Senzu's there to compensate.
That got very close still. But that late round utility, the fact that Mongolia got everything done with just their firepower means that there's that extra bit of utility left. I think it was actually a picked up Molotov, not an incendiary, so. But regardless.
Yami had that for a while, though.
Oh, okay.
Even so, it's just a very close round that unfortunately he's not able to capitalize on. Palestine, they were given a lifeline. So let's not pretend like that 4v1 that Mongolia won is the only lifeline that has occurred in this match so far. Unfortunately for Palestine, their capitalization was a little bit lacking. Missed out on second grade grammar.
Heading into the 22nd round now. 12-9, Mongolia, you know, they were made to sweat a little bit by Palestine, but now that some of their win conditions have stopped turning up when Osama's is not going as wild as he was before, things are looking tough. Yami just quickly looking to play Farmville instead of CSGO.
He's having one of those rounds for us. He's not been having a great game so far. He's been all right, but not quite mind-bogglingly good as we've seen him be. Now it's his time to start picking things up on the scoreboard again. Just got to make sure. Wait, this match is on HLTV. Damn it, I got to go back to farming. Quick, get the numbers.
Mongolia. They're now in such a good position. They've got some stability as far as their money's concerned as well. Palestine, entirely uphill battle. And, you know, they've actually had a pretty good fight going into this, knowing how terrible their Inferno has looked in the past. But now what I really want to see, if Yabi can have difference in the impact he's had as an entry, already gets one. And that early aggression has worked out beautifully. Avoids damage as well, only takes away a sliver of his HP. Stick around to try and fight. Khosravi gets one, but 9 quickly takes away the early aggressor. And Mongolia kind of scratching their heads. They're not sure what they want to go for. I believe that hightail towards the A bomb site is going to be the gamble they go for.
And the gamble is going to turn out correct, but it might not be on time. Rez already dropping down. Kaz spots out the head. It won't be enough. The motor smoke is, however, missed. How are they going to be able to get the bomb plot in safely? They have to take the gamble. They will be able to cross over. The AWP wasn't watching. They were too busy trying to boost up. Senzu is down.
Yeah, no. Shouldn't go for this.
Hops.
And you know what? I'm really happy that Mongolia have changed their tune about this. The fact that they've made really poor economic decisions before, now they're actually being careful. They realize that just allowing the T-side money to start building up will put them in a position where they can potentially get steamrolled. Inferno, very easy to pick up momentum on when the T-side is concerned. Too many freebie rounds you can get if the money's broken for the CTs.
We say that, but it doesn't seem like they've been getting those freebies, even on half buys.
Yeah, that
1v1 from Mongolia versus Khosravi was off the back of a half buy, right? It's just, they've been making it difficult. You gotta work for your lunch. Not us, of course. We've been dining out of the free buffet like nothing else.
Yeah, I thought I'd have trouble sticking to my bulking diet, but nah. I've been bulking without the gym here.
Palestine, however, might need to start buffing up some of their own aggression as well. Haven't been seeing the same star level performance from Osama so far. In fact, it's been really Monty and Khosravi who have given us so many impressive rounds where a chance has been found and a chance for Yami to go all the way through. He's got some teammates as well in from behind. It's 9 covering off. They're not expecting him here at all. It should be a free double. Indeed it is. Looking for 3, but instead will settle for finding the bomb and a headshot.
Beautiful work. They have been able to at least get a little bit of damage in, but problem is Mongolia completely went out in terms of duels there, and the extra damage on Yabi makes them basically 2.5 men.
Rotation back towards the A-bomb set as well. They've left Senzu alone. He's been having such a good performance individually that they're more than comfortable doing so. Asravi looking for the peak. 45 seconds on the clock. Will have spotted out the initial play. Grenade will take down Yabi, and the bomb as well will fall. So as Khazravi starts to move back, 9 had the chance to re-peek back in. And will punish. 30 seconds now. That's all that's left. Osama's has got nothing to do here, but maybe try to save.
Keep in mind, beyond that pistol round, as a rifler, he's only gotten 1 kill. And that's big.
Yeah.
When you're waiting for that win condition to activate, when you're against a team like Mongolia, this is a problem. And you know, this is something I was waiting for as well, for Osama's to have to go up against some top competition. Because in the case of, let's say, Mongolian players, right, we were talking about Annihilation. Annihilation, he's going to farm everybody below him, but then when he goes up against the top 1 or 2 Mongolian teams, he's not going to be able to have that same level of impact. So, you know, I don't want Osama's to sort of be put in that same kind of box where then he's not able to get those same kinds of numbers when he's going up against opposition that is theoretically better than him.
That's a box you got to get yourself out of, though. Your teammates aren't going to do it for you. Salmas needs to take control of the game. He's been given every single supportive element that you could ask for, short of maybe Smoker, who's looking a little bit underwhelming as well. But everyone in general on the team is doing a great job. Osama's is not able to deliver so far as a star player. Yami was slowing down. You know what he has? He has an on switch. When he decides, he will go get a multi. Or at least he will try for one.
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of feel like that on switch has been short-circuited for a while because it refuses to turn off.
Hey, Yami just...
Has he had a bad game?
He doesn't need to save electricity, right? He doesn't do it as he doesn't have a mother scolding him. Turn the lights back off. No, he's just always on, man.
He's on solar.
My man is a renewable fella.
And he's been renewing that performance over and over again. Question is whether or not Palestine can overpower. They're going to have an electric performance of their own for this to be done. Not out of reach, but they will have to stand on their tippy toes to get it done, T-Time.
Well, you've had your head taken off, so you need to stand on someone else's tippy toes too now.
Not sure how that works, but I'll take your word for it. Smoker waiting for aggression here, and the problem is he can't quite peek out because there's somebody pre-firing him, and I love that little microplay. Yami being set up for the wide swing with the pre-fire. Nako does try to respond in kind, but I think that might not be enough. Nako gets the second kill, and it's quickly a 3 versus 3 where Palestine can quickly have an argument.
They're trying to set up for the full retake utility right now, but the problem is that Yami's too far off. He's gone for the very wide play to go for an advantage peek into apartments where he's not going to be scouted out if there was someone boiler. He doesn't know that there isn't, but now he'll find Monty.
Oh.
Monty is down. Yami is hightailing it down as well. Osamas will connect onto Senzu. They know where Yami's coming in from. They just need to avoid him. Osamas gets the favorable angle, will be able to put up another. Kaz on the fade wing the AWP. His only job is to try and make sure that they can't save these weapons. He will be providing that service. Kaz at least makes it expensive, but great recovery from Palestine.
Oh yeah, especially with that amount of information that Yami was able to get, and the fact that he even gets a kill through the wall as he's coming in apartments. They waste no time getting close to the bomb site, but when they actually do decide to permeate it, Osama's is ready. Osama's is on the off angle, and Osama's will deliver, and that double was huge. Finally, Palestine, they put together a round, and that's where you realize Osama's needs to turn up. There is that pressure on the man.
I mean, we're talking about Osama's. Khazravi is the one who gets those fantastic entries even now, right?
Oh,
it's
yeah.
the post-spawn. Osama's is turning up when he gets to cosplay a CT side player.
Yeah, basically.
It's like, okay, you're the A-side anchor now. I'm T. No, you're the A-side anchor now. Okay.
Well, it looks like somebody said technical timeout 3 times in the mirror because a server crash just showed up. Is it a server crash? I don't even know. I just assume at this point.
No, I don't think it's a server crash.
It is a technical timeout,
It's
though.
a technical, yeah.
technical timeout so far has
Dude,
been...
these entries were kind of unreal from Qasravi, to be honest.
Oh yeah, for
He
sure.
just strafes out. He didn't have... The opponents weren't even blind. It's literally just straight, clean entries from him. And that's what I mean by Monty, Qasravi, Yabi as well in certain rounds, a little bit less so, but these guys have been giving Osama's the tools that are necessary to make these fights happen. And I know we're putting a lot of weight on his shoulders. We're putting a lot of responsibility there as well. But this entire team is structured to give him what he needs, right? There's a reason why Qasravi is taking dry peaks first, and Osama's can be put into a position there. There's a reason why Monty will do the same as well. And the reason is that Osama's is supposed to be the guy. And if he can't be it early days, it's still the first map of the series. They haven't even lost it yet. The bad thing for him is that it is still one of the most must-win maps, in my opinion, because Overpass is clearly going to be a rough time. Yami is performing right now. Senzu is performing very well as well. And Nine's had his little magic hands as well at times. So this is not an easy series if you let go of Inferno.
Yeah, the problem is, right, you know, you talked about the veto early on. You said that there could be no position where they can, quote-unquote, get a favorable veto, right? Because, yes, they had to close it out in 2, but even closing it out in 2, they need to go up on a map where they might think that they're comfortable, but realistically speaking, Inferno hasn't really been one of their strengths, right? Especially in terms of being able to get those openers. When Osama's is deactivated, when Yabi isn't able to get himself into favorable positions, it becomes a problem. And you know, we've harped on about Osama's, we've harped on about Yabi, but there's a reason we have, right? With greatness, there comes the weight of expectations, and those expectations are not fully being met yet.
I won't lie to you, I don't expect that much from Yabi. I think he's had a few good performances online, but on LAN, he's yet to show it in the slightest. He's not been the player that, you know, maybe some people are hyping up to be. I'm pointing at you. But beyond that, there are a clear few players who are looking good, right? It's Qasravi, it's Osama's, and it's Smoker. And unfortunately, right now, the last 2 names that I just said aren't there on the server. Smoker's been on 14 kills for about 8 rounds or something like that. It's been very little impact from him as well. I don't want to make it just the Osama question mark. There's also other questions to be asked, but those answers will only be found inside the server as we head back into it. And while we talk so much about Palestine, let's not forget, Mongolia has had performances for every single player right now. Even Kaz, despite his numbers not being fantastic, has had some few very good deagle shots. He's had some very crucial AWP kills. I still wish it was Yami on the AWP. Yes, of course I do. But he's not been as much of a weight on their shoulders as he has in a few of the other series.
Oh
nice double
goodness.
nade.
They've just been preemptively getting ready for this early aggression on Banana. Not allowed to get through on logs. But at least that opening kill has come through as well.
Ooh, this repositioning is really good from 9. Of course it's him. He's good for the 1. Bartek set up for more. And it's going to be Nako who has to try and come in from behind. Qasravi's entries are what's giving them any chance at all. Between him and Monty, they're definitely having a game and a half, but a smoke that goes awry. They have to re-smoke Moto. Post-plant position's taken up. What is Qasravi up to over here? He's trying to go close to the smoke and use that filled smoke to his advantage like a one-way. Might even be able to do it.
Oh,
this will work out for him.
Beautiful.
Senzu is down. The Molotov to block. Khan is forced in. Monty will finish him off. Qasravi, you absolute beast.
What a play from him. The quick recognition. The city is covered in smoke at that point, and he is still looking for any angle that he can find.
Dude, that's a failed smoke. Oh my God.
And that's just a lot of the micro plays that can only happen in the moment. These are not repeatable, practicable things. This is just pure Counter-Strike talent, and that talent is going to put down the economy of Mongolia as well.
That's huge. The size, the impact. Qasravi, I don't even know what to say. Because the thing is, he keeps getting these really wild entries as well. And this one was a little bit more understandable. You know, Bartek's backing off. Bartek's a bit worried about how many players there could be from apartment. There's a few mistakes made there. But from the 17 kills Qasravi has, it seems like every single one of them had so high impact.
Kaz has it rough.
Yeah, well, I mean, in all fairness.
I mean, yeah, 5'7", but...
No,
also,
I'm going to say in all fairness, maybe give the op to Yami then, but yeah.
Yeah, and you know what the problem is? I mean, we've talked about it quite a few times, and Kaz has had resurgences as a player within the team, within the tournament. But the problem is, every time we praise Kaz, unfortunately, it has to be prefaced with the sentence, despite his numbers. How many despite his numbers can Kaz survive?
As many numbers as he gets, apparently. There should be a good confidence building around the Palestine as well. Osama's will make sure 9 can't find anything. Yami and Bartek will be left wanting, and they're wanting opponents. Please don't beat these guys. Don't give them the AK for free. Yami even gets a jumping swag.
Shouldn't really amount to too much other than the extra money, but that money is huge.
To be honest, the fact that they're hunting here means that there's actually something to be done for Mongolia, even in this round. T-side economy isn't great. Yami. The tippy taps.
Oh yeah, how is he so damn crisp all the time? You see some demos, you see some players, and you're like, yeah, this guy has a prosthetic right arm because there is no way he's not half robot.
He does end up falling over here, but even so, that extra $900 that he got from the mag and the 300 more from the AK will almost pretty much make up for the fact that he did rebuy in. Ah, dude, this is huge. Actually, that Mag 7 just paid for itself completely. They even save a rifle. That is actually that's enormous.
That pushes him past 5,000 as well. That's big.
Yeah.
All that extra utility that can be bought off of that, especially considering they're going to be digging all the way deep into their pockets for this next round. There's only so many chances that Kaz can get with the AWP.
He needs to make it work now.
He needs to.
Full belt but no armor. It's called nudity with style.
It's called a bad decision.
No, I mean, he had the usual drop to him in all fairness.
So multiple bad decisions.
One-way smoke that Osama is able to dodge out. Pre-fire will dissuade 9 from trying to continue on with it.
Slow around now from Palestine. And this could potentially be make or break for both teams. Both teams are struggling financially here. 9 has that little off angle. He's been so good on those before, but this time he has to back off before he can get anything off of it. Yami, through the smoke, gets one. Response is swift, and Bartak's presence is also quickly made aware of.
Time's running low. Yabi has to be the one to actually find something. There's no other way they get this round out. Palestine needs to make this a B-sided play. And look at what Senzu's going for. He's going aggressive. Oh, the one-way Senzu!
Oh.
What a timing to use that on as well. It doubles up as a banana smoke as well as information and a kill on top. Senzu's getting it done.
Yeah, and as they try to permeate through the smoke, it's simply not going to happen. It's just Nako that eventually gets him, but 10 seconds remaining up against 3 players, actually having to cross over. It is a nightmare. And of course, Tasop is going to hunt him down. So close, yet so far. Palestine.
That's what happens when you lose 3 weapons in a 5v2, trying to hunt down a bloody USB. You're not going to have a goodbye for what is more likely than not the last round of this map. Palestine has made this interesting. They really have. But unfortunately, slim margins do not matter at the end of the day if the Mongolians rather, win the map. This series becomes so damn difficult. Deep nade, banana control being fought for. Senzu wins it out. Smoker will respond. Osama's is there as well. They don't want to let this one go yet. Kaz, however, and Yami both picking up one apiece. Yami from beyond the grave.
Kaz had to turn up at this point, and now his metal is going to be fully tested. He cannot afford to miss these shots, and he is the only line of defense as that rotation starts to come in. It might be a little too late for them to start pushing in. That's flank from 9. They're starting to get sandwiched in. They need to win every single duel as they start hopping in. Boost at the ready. Smoker surely wants to try and deny it. That boost is spotted. Bomb drop though. Bomb not planted. Smoker tries to go for the plan, but Kaz will shut him down through the coffins. Beautiful work by Kaz on the double at the end, and he did have to step up. He did.
And speaking of players who we had to step up, Smoker, unfortunately, that last round was impressive from him, but he gets 3 rounds in the past 2 rounds, and 3 kills rather in the past 2 rounds, and I think those might be his only kills on the T side. At most, 1 or 2 that I might have missed here or there, but he was completely non-existent on that T side, and even on CT, where it ends up being, 9-6, 10-5, something like it, there were so many opportunities where Smoker could have stepped up because Mongolia was refusing to buy flashes, but he never was able to do so. Mongolia still punished him. The AWP still didn't frag through. Osama's went and started picking up that AWP as well, and we've seen that happen very often when Osama's is struggling, but not so often when Smoker is the one who can't get the impact.
Yeah, things definitely looked a little tough for Palestine, right? But they did for Mongolia as well. It's not like this was a one-sided game, and as much of a Swiss army knife as Yami is, it's not enough at times, right? Yes, they were able to scrape past, they were able to get to the finish line for the first map. The fact that this is happening, the fact that Palestine, the team that was going 1-3, they've nearly brought them down to their knees on a map that they're weak on, by the way. Inferno is a weak map for Palestine.
Yeah.
This is scary for Mongolia, and they're no longer looking like the top dogs.
I mean, I don't know. I won't go that far. I wouldn't go that far because at the end of the day, this was an unreal performance coming out from Kasravi and Monty, 2 players who we haven't seen this kind of performance from so far. We know they have it in them, but they haven't taken it out of them so far. And a lot of this also does come down to the idea that, hey, Mongolia, they are playing a quote-unquote weak map for Palestine, but Palestine's been telling us all tournament long that, no, guys, I'm telling you, Inferno's one of our best maps, and we did see it here. We did see it. If Smokers was a little bit more present in that map, if Osama's had a bit more impact on the T side, then this would have been a robbery coming out from them on what was, in fact, their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, and this is really important to point out, right? The fact that Osama's wasn't able to have early T-side impact. At the end of the day, I think he still finishes with, what, 24, 25 kills? But the fact that that doesn't happen early enough, it doesn't allow them to build that significant financial advantage they can. And when you're going 16-13, right? All of those little economic advantages, they matter. The little details that Palestine messed up, they came back to bite them. They had that round where they're 5v2, they're saving weapons, they try to hunt Yami, they lose all of their money. That's where they have 1 less gun round. And when your players are popping off, when Monty is popping off and Kasravi is doing what he is, Smokers is getting those kills, when some of the players that are generally not highlights are getting to work on the rifles, you need to maximize your gun rounds. That wasn't there from Palestine.
Oh, absolutely. Even that last round that they almost actually had a chance and it was a 2v3 for a moment, that was without full rifles. They only had 2 rifles to work off of. I'm actually just taking a look at the replays as well because I want to see what Smoker ended out the CT half on. I don't want to have been unjust in what I'm talking about his impact on the T side, but because it really felt like he was quite absent from the scoreboard in general there. 9, in the meanwhile, obviously did have a few moments of his own. 9 and Bartek continue to impress, and this is where Senzu stepped up big time in the first half and later on as well. Yami had a slower start to things. He did obviously still maintain that 1+ KD, but he wasn't looking like the god he does until he decided to start pushing through the M4s and the like.
Oh, and beyond that point though, like, I mean, sure, you can put him down for saying that, for not having that great early performance, right? But at the end of the day, he did recover, and he was one of the biggest reasons why they're able to get to that 16-13, right? He was still out-fragging everybody by a mile. I think he ended that game on what? 26, 27 kills?
Something around that. It's a little bit surprising that he doesn't touch 30 after that's what he's been doing all tournament long. But yeah, regardless, Yami had a great performance as well. And this is where now we start to head back into Palestine's map pick. That's going to be Mirage coming up next. And if Yami's playing like this, I need Osama and Smoker to have 0 rounds off. You know what? I don't need them to get multi-kills every time, but I don't want to look at them and have to wonder, are they going to get that 1 frag or not? That's the expectation should you need to take away Mirage.
And the problem is that Osama's, as great of a player as he is, right? he is unfortunately, so far as we've seen in the tournament, he's been half a star player because he's been doing it on half the rounds.
Yeah.
Right? He's only been able to do that on one side. And if you can provide him all of that support on the CT side and he gets the work done, sure. But then you also need to take resources away if that T side performance is never coming through. Because Osama's, he's not one player, he's two. He's a different demon on the CT side, and you need to allocate your resources according to that firepower.
And you know what they say about half a star? It's just like a stop making me cry about this one, Osama. I need more from you. Stop making me want more from Smokers. I just need Palestine to show up and give it their all. Mongolia should still be taking this away. I maintain my prediction. I think this is going to be a 2-0 for Mongolia. I don't think that even though Mirage is their home ground for Palestine, I don't think it's going to matter, to be perfectly honest. But at least I want them to be able to go out and say, hey man, we gave it our all. We had all of our players fragging out. We didn't just have our stars dropping the ball where Qasravi and Monty are looking like absolute beasts.
Yeah, now the good thing here, right, is that they've built up quite a bit of confidence on Inferno. They know that they have struggled on Inferno in the past, and now that they're heading on to the comfort pick, this is the map that has often gotten them through tricky times in the qualifier. It's gotten them through very difficult teams. It's gotten them upsets. So heading into the second map, I think things could potentially look up for
I mean, you're saying that it's gotten them through the difficult times of the qualifiers. Let's not forget they were 1 and 3, right? I don't want to paint an inaccurate picture. They really like
qualifiers,
Mirage.
not group stage.
Oh, sorry, in the qualifiers, yes, of course. But, you know, I don't want to paint an inaccurate picture. They love Mirage. They do. But Palestine has not been a winning team so far in the tournament. They have not been a top team so far in the tournament. Them beating Vietnam was a massive upset. It wasn't a small one. It was a massive upset. So to come here, put up this performance versus Mongolia, hats off to you. Great job. But that doesn't mean that Mirage is going to be comfortable territory for them or easy territory for them, because you're still going to have the same madness of Yami. You're still going to have Senzu looking like a beast. In fact, I think Senzu's going to look even better on Mirage. That's always been his best map individually. He's always looked like the best player, be it on the Shine when he was playing there, be it on NKT, be it on Black Company, and whatever Mongolian stack he was on, Senzu on Mirage was unreal. So now you're putting them in prime territory as well. Firepower-wise, this should be big time. But we can only find out about that after a short break. We're going to be back with Mirage very soon. The server is where things must be settled.
It was really good because we get to compete with other countries and also represent our country. Thanks to IESF for providing this environment, and I'm just happy to be here.
It feels great to be in Riyadh, participating and competing with different countries, and it will be a very good experience here.
Competing at IESF is a bit of a privilege. I got a phone call 3 weeks before the tournament, funnily enough, because the spot opened, asking if I wanted to represent Australia, and you know, of course I do. But yeah, like it's a privilege.
I'm feeling very excited for this tournament and proud playing against the other Asian teams.
So far it has been great. Nothing but pure of happiness and joy that we actually can go back to LAN. And the fact that Siesta is around in the corner, this LAN is like, it's been pretty amazing so far.
Honestly, it's first experience for me playing LAN tournament and big tournament. I used to play small tournaments online, but it's amazing feelings, amazing experience. Like we know other people, we stay in contact with new people, all fine, all nice. It was amazing.
Actually, at first, we didn't expect anything. We just want to play as much as possible because we don't care about, you know, winner or loser. We just want to fight, to compete. And for me, this win is really meaningful for us.
I'm excited to be here. The facilities were good, so I think we'll win this tournament.
شعور جميل اني اشارك في البطوله هذه، وخصوصا اني امثل بلدي، وايضا لقاء اللاعبين من جنسيات مختلفه وخبره بالنسبه لي تعتبر اكسبيريون، فشيء جميل.
World Esports are here. Hold on tight, because you're in for a ride. 15 years in the making, and still blowing minds. Long-lasting tradition, building a legacy, and empowering the future. More excitement, more athletes, more action. Be part of our family and feel the power of esports. We inspire, we challenge, we break barriers, and we empower. Are you ready to be amazed? Feel the energy and prepare to transform your city into the world esports capital. Because you have to see it to believe it. It's time for games.
Welcome back, everybody. Palestine might be an underdog, but they still packed a punch in that map number 1. But they still ended up dropping the ball to Mongolia, but it was a close game, T-Time.
It was a close game, but there were a lot of crucial pieces missing, and we're hoping that Mirage actually has them performing. Because Mirage is their home ground, it is their home territory. There's nothing like Osama and Smokers on Mirage compared to any other map.
Now, I do have to point out that although we were sort of using Vietnam, the match against Vietnam as a yardstick for how their performance on Mirage was, that was heavily predicated on the fact that Osama's was an absolute demon. That was an unreal performance, and replicating that against the likes of Mongolia, yes, Vietnam is a great team, but they're no Mongolia.
And listen, there's also something to consider, which is that Qasrawi's performance here on Inferno is not something we can guarantee. Monty's performance here on Inferno is not something we can guarantee. Going into Mirage, we are going to be expecting that, okay, they're going to be all right. They're going to have their moments. But we are expecting this to very much be a return to mean for them. And there's a lot more to prove for the Stars in that regard. That's just how CS works, unfortunately. It's so rare that role players will step up and have a full series where they're on fire. Now, obviously, they'll need that because Mongolia, they've got player upon player upon player. Nine and Bartek are looking fantastic. Yami is always, there's just not enough that can be said about this guy. And Senzu, Mirage is his best map, and we're just getting to see him on it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of variables thrown into the mix, right? There's so much stuff that did and didn't happen for Palestine. You can say the same for Mongolia. Now, there is one thing about Mongolia, is that their performances are a lot more predictable. So we never really know what version we're going to see from Palestine as opposed to a team like Mongolia. You know, they've had that consistent performer in the form of Yami. They've been able to maintain a very high floor because of that. Unfortunately, because as they're getting deeper into the tournament, he is being exposed more and more as the weak link. And unfortunately, the fact that resources are often being taken away from Yami, that is starting to hurt Mongolia.
Yeah, and when you're talking about resources, obviously the big glaring one is $47, $50 worth of weaponry. The AWP is very often in the hands of Kaz, and on a map like Mirage, where it is so AWP heavy on the CT side, I'd be really surprised if they're not getting enough out of it. Now, I'm also a little bit curious actually for us about what we're going to see coming through over here from Mongolia as far as economy management is concerned, because that was a real issue in Inferno.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, it's interesting because it's not a mistake where you're like, oh, they don't recognize that it's a mistake. No, oftentimes it's just coming from their attitude towards the game. They're recognizing that, okay, we're the better team, we can brute force it, we can go for all these little swag 7 buys. Yami can continue to throw money away at a max 7 because he's been so damn consistent at it, right? And you know what? Consistency be damned, it's still going to hurt your money when it doesn't work out. And as much as Uzbekistan was a much more even opponent, those little mistakes actually did end up hurting them. The second map they lost against Uzbekistan, Nuke, that was 16-14. So if you think that you can get away with those mistakes, that's not going to happen.
Even over here, it's a 16-13 where they win after a big 4v1 helps them, 1v4 helps them turn things around. Where Yami, that was one of his first actual big contributions to the game there as well. So yeah, we saw windows where the economy could have been worse because on Inferno they constantly didn't have enough utility, and that's something that on Mirage you need as well. It's something I criticized with the Saudi Arabian teams when they went up against, I believe it was Uzbekistan as well, which was that they were buying grenades instead of flashes and not buying enough flashes. So on Mirage, they could never actually enable their riflers to go for mid-control fights. And with how this team plays on Palestine, Osama's loves to just go out mid almost all alone. Sometimes he'll have one supporting player in smokers, and he just tries to fight. And he's very good at dodging out flashes. I'll add that as well. So now if you're not going to have your utility be on point, you're relying on beating the opponent's best player in a head-to-head aim duel. And listen, this is Mongolia. That can happen. That will happen. That did happen. But it's not going to happen every single time. And that's the issue as you head into Mirage, which is that you are needing to set yourself up with better habits, with better protocols.
And yes, Yami has a lot of personal consistency, right? And as much as I wouldn't want to take away any credit from his clutches, because obviously that does come down to a lot of skill, the problem is Lady Luck isn't always going to be on your side, and most clutches have to be based around your opponent making mistakes. As soon as the mistakes start being fewer, which is more likely on a map like Mirage, even for Palestine, right? Those opportunities are going to be hard to come by. 16-13. This can definitely happen even the other way around.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to wait to find out, though, because up next, Mirage is going to be coming up in just a bit. However, I think we're going to be giving a little bit more time to talk about Overpass as well, because that is a decider. And I go back to the same question I was asking you in the very beginning. Is Palestine going to be able to do it on Overpass? Because you talked about how, hey, there could be chaos, there's going to be a lot of players running around, there won't be as much impact. I was saying Yami on the op is going to do really well. If Yami's not on the op, I'm a lot less confident.
Yeah, and that's been one of the big themes for Team Mongolia, right? Yeah, you can say that Yami can go crazy, he can dominate Overpass entirely, but those early aggressions, if they're not taken care of by Kaz, who's generally been taking that op away from Yami, that's going to be a problem. I think if you allow Yabi to be enabled, if you allow Osama to get very aggressive early in short water and towards party as well, if that happens and Kaz is not taking care of it, as soon as they get close to the bomb sites, I think the firepower is evened out. And I think the firepower can even be in the favor of a player like Osama's, so that's going to be a problem. But right now, it's not about Overpass, right? It's about Mirage. It's about whether or not Palestine can even take it to Overpass. So that's the map we're going to be heading into. See you in the server.
I mean, I'm not in the server, but yes, we will see other people in the server. This is true.
I mean, even if you were connected to the server, do you
really
have a presence?
Wouldn't be in the server. Yeah. You're right. I'm not going to argue with you on that one. I will argue with you on the idea about Yabi needing to be enabled. Mate, I don't know about this one. Yabi seems to be a great role player, but nothing beyond that. Maybe this is where he could prove it otherwise, but not in this round. Yami starts off strong with Samas, and Nako immediately punch back. The counter punchers, however, are there on Mongolia as well. 9 doing the same with Osamas, eliminating him and heading back to the B-bomb side oh so quickly.
No, and he's going to have to go big. The jump spot actually puts him in a bad position because now they know he's lurking around here. 9 wanting to be careful, but a headshot is what he's quickly greeted with. There's no red carpet for him, but there is one for the T side. Bartak now in a 1-on-3 as he moves in from apartments. They've gotten clutches before.
I don't think this is one where he's got a chance, though. Unfortunately, coming in from apartments is just such an unlikely angle to be able to get anything done from. They're all keeping an eye out for him. There are 2 different angles that are trained on him. Bartik will be able to crouch out of the first one. At least that's what I thought would be the case. Instead, he is spotted out. Monty set up for the easy kill. Palestine will find the pistol round. They won their second pistol round in Inferno as well, I believe. But they lost the CT side pistol. So, you know what? If the trend continues, it's 50-50. Sorry, Palestine, you're going to lose the next one. Better make this half worth it.
Yami trying to go for the hot shots with the Eagle. Doesn't quite work out, but Palestine are able to take very early control of short. Going to be rushing in straight with the MAC-10s, with the rifles. A quick assortment. Senzu and 9, though, they've gotten a kill apiece, and this CZ can still be pretty problematic as it's still weaving in and out of battle, left unchecked for so long, but Osama's will finally put his foot down. No more lollygagging here as they take control of B.
It does get a little bit dangerous for a while because rotations could have been there so quick, but the fastest style from Palestine does mean that they still do overrun and overwhelm. A few more kills coming out for the MAC-10s. That will save them a bit more money as well. Osama's farming up the cash. 3 kills for him on the extra kill bonus as well. And actually, you know what? That MAC-10 could continue to farm away considering the CT economy is where it is.
And that's where they're probably going to try to prioritize it anyway.
Smoker buys another one, so you're right.
You have a good idea of where that money is, of course, because it is the first 3 rounds. So, Yami tried to go for the Eagle play before in the previous round as well, but hasn't gotten quite as lucky this time.
I will say that I am really curious about whether Palestine continues to prioritize MAC-10s in general. That's something we have seen as a trend in their games that they've been playing. They really like going for this even against gun rounds, even when they just want to try and change things up and go for a little bit more speed than anything else.
That's kind of a consistent theme for Palestine. Early aggression, right? It's existed on Mirage, it's on Overpass, it's on Inferno. The problem is, right, on other maps, their early aggression is often very punishable because it's not supplemented by refrag potential. But this is different. Mirage is one that they actually get it done very well, especially because on Mirage, the way the dynamic works for them is that they don't send out Yabi, it's actually Osama's that gets support to be that opener.
Terrorists win.
Really good money built up on the Palestine side, right? So this is the best buy and the best start you could possibly hope for. Smoker will be maintaining the MAC-10 like we mentioned. He does like to do that, even drop some utilities, so they are planning on a faster play. I would be surprised if it isn't just an A-side hit, and indeed it's not actually. They're going once again for what could just be a B-side play. Kaz starts off, doesn't actually find much beyond just a leg shot. Smoker's verticality helps him out there, but the grenade will finish him off regardless. Senzu's picked up another one in the meanwhile. Yami on the secondary op is disabled from having too much impact. Basrabi and Osama's are not going to be walking into his crosshair. He's even tagged down to just 5 HP. So an early advantage of Palestine have the time remaining to just force Mongolia to make a move.
And this is one of the biggest impacts or positive outcomes that good early aggression can have, right? Even if you end up on even numbers as the T side, that actually still puts you in an advantageous situation because it forces the CTs to either gamble stack or potentially leave a bomb site with fewer players. So the numbers theory there always works out in the favor for the Ts. Now Bartak, solitary defender over towards A, which is where they're about to head to, and 50 seconds on the clock means they had quite a bit of time to let this push marinate as well. Utility now starting to be thrown out.
Bartek doesn't want to reveal himself at all, though. We'll just be hoping it goes by unchecked, and indeed Nako hasn't looked for him just yet. Bartek now activates, he gets 2 massive frags, should end up going down around the corner. It's Khasravi to take him apart, but he's bought enough time for Yami to come through on the AWP and trade. Bartek wins that round out solo for his team.
Yeah, that is an all Bartak play because think about what else they had, right? They had 9 all the way towards the B side. Yami had 5 HP. So if Bartak falls there, that is certainly a Team Palestine round. But Mongolia, they're going to, although they've been stretched thin here, they've still managed to make it through.
It's also such a classic Bartek type of play, right? We saw yesterday on Nuke as well. He just hides behind the orange box. He's waiting away. His patience is definitely one of the most keen things about his play. Now, just gets a Molotov kill. I think Yabi must have been blind as he was sitting inside the flames or something like it.
Roll over towards middle, very characteristic of Team Palestine. That's something they love going for. And Yami He's had a couple of moments where he's getting aggressive on middle, but this is very uncharacteristic of him because it almost seems like every time the camera's on the guy,
he
that
gets
shot will
dinked
connect.
by an AKM and doesn't die. That's what a superhuman guy this is.
If you're a good enough player, you spawn with 106 HP.
Kaz picks up 2 frags as well as he's gone for the full flank in from behind. CT's looking very comfortable.
This is big from Kaz. 3 kills, very comfortable as well. And the fact that he's been able to do it while minimizing casualties to just 1, right, himself, this allows the CTs to start building the money as well, as long as they don't make a mistake, and that is it. Mongolia on the second, and Palestine in some money troubles.
Fortunately for them, they will have a good buy in the next one regardless, because obviously they did. Never mind, they're not. Ravi buys up the scout to try and do a bit more damage to the CT side economy. I understand the logic of going for a bit more investment over here. I really do, but when you've got $2,400 coming your way in the next round, I would have really liked to see Osama's or Smoker prioritize the T side off, to be honest. Now he's not been having the most of impact, and Barrage is the kind of map where you can get a lot of one-on-one duels with the enemy opper.
Monty gets chased down by nades. Great shot from Zenzu. Should pretty much be a mowdown round here for Mongolia. Now, at the very least, Palestine have built themselves up that initial confidence by getting the first 3 rounds, right?
It's a good buffer to have, yeah.
And put themselves in a position where they need much fewer rounds to actually make it a palatable T-side half, because that is one of the sore points for Palestine, right? Actually having their players activate on the T side. So any buffer they can get, it's huge, because they're basically marinating Osama's to be able to pop off on the CT. Now, we'll say this. Osama's already being 8-5 in the first 6 rounds. It's pretty big, because we've not seen that kind of impact before.
It's promising. Let's not overstate Osama's impact overall as well. Obviously, he's a fantastic player, but Smoker and company have also been very good. He had a real chance there to actually steal that one away.
This is still big. This is still big from Palestine because they've done quite a bit of damage. They come in with pistols and they kill 4. I mean, we were talking about this and that, right? This is what we should have been focused on.
And considering the fact that Mongolia have been going for the double up many times over, this makes it even more deadly. If that's going to be the answer, if that's the way Yami gets an up, sure, okay, fine. But then you need to build up the money like nothing else. Early nade out. We'll be putting these players a little bit lower, but they don't care at all. Senzu with Thunder Spray on the second man, but Yami's there to compensate for it. Kasrabi will fall.
I mean, I like the double op setup, right? But the problem is, I don't fully agree with Kaz also having the AWP, because I think part of the way Yami's AWP will work more effectively is if they have that extra rifle on the team. He needs that same kind of comfort that Kaz has, that everybody else is on the rifle and he's on the AWP.
I like how they're using Kaz on the op right now, actually. Now that they've taken him out from window and they've put him just on the B side anchor role with it, I think this is actually quite effective. There's a lot you can get done. The only issue is always going to be retakes, but with how Yami is playing very aggressively, I don't think you actually go for the retake if you're Kaz and the other bomb site has been taken over. Yabi is down. Speaking of a player who you've been talking a lot about, but I have to say I've been a bit unimpressed by Yabi. Has been one of the main players on Palestine who's been struggling to match up individually.
As much as as much as it would simplify things to just say that Yabi hasn't had all that impact, right? The problem is sometimes he's just not set up for success because he's being thrown out as an entry in a very classic way where he doesn't quite have any support around him. So when that refrag potential isn't there, it doesn't quite work out. Now, I will say this. That doesn't obviously take the burden of having to frag out away from him. And, you know, Osama's has been put in the same spots as Yabi has, and then he does get success. So that excuse of not having support, it is significantly stifled.
I think we might have a technical as well right here. There's a lot of typing going on.
lot
Either
of
that
typing
or
on a
he's
tiny
asking.
keyboard.
Either that or he's like typing out his config because he knows that he's about to be asked for it.
Typing out your config on a 60% keyboard?
How crazy would that be? Just such a good player that he has his entire config memorized because he keeps getting asked for it, but unfortunately his control button doesn't work, so he can't just copy paste.
That reminds me of one of the silliest things you've ever done as a player. I remember when this guy Tea Time right here, Mamoon Tea Time Sabri, actually asked me to make him a config so he could practice.
I did.
I sit down, I make him the config, and then what he does instead is that he looks at the config, looks at the commands needed,
No.
and then he starts typing them down every single time instead.
I did not need to look at the commands needed. I remembered all of them by heart. I just typed them out without it.
And you
the
would
config, I just couldn't get the config to work. I'm just bad like that, but I'm also good with my memories. Hey. Yeah.
So you took 4 minutes every single time you had to practice. Okay.
Hey.
No wonder the practice isn't working.
Hey, I thought maybe one of you guys could deathmatch or something like it. You know, you needed it. Ugh. Regardless, though, our practice is not what matters over here. It's about what is done in practice on the server. And this server so far has not really had any one player popping off too much. Haven't really seen Yami there either, nor have we had Osama or Qasravi playing quite to the same extent. It looks like it is Palestine with a few issues. Still having a good time, though.
Mm-hmm. You like to see it. You like to see the spirits up in their camp. They had a decent game in the previous game as well, so you can tell that it's not like they're completely demoralized from that. They recognize that just a few better duels, Yami not having gotten the clutch, they could have been the better team there, right?
And that's also one of those things where when you are the underdog, it's still your opponent's map pick, right? You are still coming out on Mirage. You are still saying, you know what, guys, honestly, that was the best team in the tournament on paper. And we were pretty good. We almost got it. Now it's Mirage. Let's go. It's our map. This is our home ground. Unfortunately, sometimes that doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's kind of also the same mentality they had going against Vietnam, and they had a solid performance. They were able to beat them out. Now, technical timeouts be damned. We actually have a tactical one now, I believe.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can see their coach being very animated. I'm not sure if that's visible on the main screen. Oh, yeah,
It is.
Okay.
Of course, the coach of Palestine has been doing so much work. He was one of the big figures behind keeping that Vertigo pick hidden away to the extent that they did as well.
And that's something I was super happy about, right? The fact that they had the confidence to go for all those sorts of mind games, even when you felt like they were maybe getting bogged down, maybe recede into comfort picks. Let's hope all that animation from the coach can actually translate onto the server. Here we go again, 4-3 Mongolia. Still have quite a bit of work to do on their CT side, and so do Palestine.
Money for Palestine was obviously broken the last time we saw them. They do still have money. Just want to make sure that the CT economy can be kept honest. Obviously, the earlier efforts from Smokers in making that into a 1v1 do make the economy of Mongolia a bit more fragile.
Ooh. Yeah, Kaz uncontested kill there, so that's good. Make sure the mine isn't going to be spiraling out of control, and that's something that Palestine nearly did in one of the previous rounds. They were able to get quite a bit of damage done with just the pistols against a very strong buy from Mongolia, so they want to minimize the damage now. Financial troubles have been a big theme for both teams, but I think even more so for Mongolia with some of the rash decision-making they've had. Should just be a throwaway round now, though, as they've gotten picked off one by one.
Wow. That's a USB advantage if I've ever seen one. Yeah. 4 players kept alive, money all the way through. And Kaz's op is saved as well by Bartek, so you're good and comfy. Double op saved forward. I like this. Smoker's actually gone for his own op now. I had been wanting this for a while, but it also needs to come out with a few accoutrements. Need a few more assortments around it. Need a few flashes to try and make sure that the initial peak is flashed off, and then he just has to hold the angle for the re-peak. Yami's been good at those. I'm not quite sure if Kaz will deliver the same performance.
Senzu information on and give it being on as it starts to cross over. They're going to go for a very hard and fast A-side push though. Gabby flashed out of his mind. He is staring right at his opponent, but his eyes are not working. Kaz drops to the T's as well. And quickly, this A site is being taken over. The CT still close in contention. Senzu won through the smoke. Smoker still looking for the assailant, and the bomb has yet to even cross over. There's still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock, but this is as chaotic as it gets. Slow creep in from Connector. 9 being the one distraction as they start to move in. Smoker, there's the information. There's a spot. Nearly gets the second, but Yami is too quick. Osama's, he's been the highlight player, but the only highlight he's going to be is a highlight in the reel of Bartek.
They just couldn't cross. Mongolia kept throwing all of the business at them, utility upon utility upon utility, even Senzu acting as a blockade. And then the thing that I love that Senzu does, actually, which doesn't come into play over here but could later on, is that when he realizes he's low HP and they're in the advantage, he starts setting up for a very long flank very early into it as well. Just making sure they have the insurance policy later on. Mongolia just thoroughly disables that faster play from Palestine. It's something they like going for as well. Palestine, however, just couldn't figure out how to scale. And now you're getting to the point of spiraling. Now it's that point where it's gun run halfway, gun run halfway, gun run halfway, and you don't know what to do differently because every single time it feels like you're losing picks early in, you're being blocked out consistently. A flank's now coming in. Sure, Osama wanted to activate, but there is a player behind them. It's Bartek. A smoke down will enable them to get the bomb. And they've also recovered 2 rifles, so maybe there's still something that can be done.
This is big, especially with Osama's on the AWP as well. Actually crossing over to try and get him will be so damn difficult. They've abandoned the market angle. They've elected to hide from it entirely. Osama's with the opener, and now because Monty is also watching for the flank has taken a little bit too much time, and now they're maybe contemplating, maybe wondering if it's even worth it to try and go for anything. Yami swinging out with a Tech 9, gets super rash, but that yields 0 dividends. Bartek. Surely he's just got to back off. He's only sticking around for the fun times.
I am so surprised at how damn good Mount Monty has been. These deagles that he's pulling together, these plays that he's having, obviously even in Inferno he had 2 rounds like it. They are spectacular. Deagles on the entry like it after you've already lost 2 players. Let's not forget this was a 5v3. Both ops got aggressive, both ops got a kill apiece. God damn.
Yeah, this is a back and forth game just like the previous one, and it's something we expected from the Mirage of Palestine. And bear in mind, their T side is much weaker than their CT side. It's not even close how much more activated their individuals are once they head on to the side where you can comfortably sit as a turret. Yami though, speaking of turrets, he's got aim lock in his brain, and Kaz follows up as well. A singular casualty.
Kaz kind of balling, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, as much as we've pointed him out, the one map where we thought Palestine would be balling out of control, Kaz has turned up on it.
10 and 9 right now.
Oh yeah, his op is working well.
He's top fragging on his team.
And it's not even like he's been farming ecos or anything, right? He's genuinely having a legitimate amount of impact, a very large amount of impact.
Fortunately for Palestine, they are really missing one of their crucial players, Yabi, and that one missing player was fine before if he did go missing, but it's the same as what we were talking about Kaz before, which is that if your floor is so low, then losing out that extra gap, losing out that extra space on the map because one of your players is simply just not looking like he can provide very much in terms of getting kills, that needs to change. Tactical timeout called out by Palestine. You can see lots of hand motions, lots of figures of 8. I think he might be drawing a pentagram, trying to summon out a demon from inside them. Yeah. Just imagine a demon shows up. Oh, what can I do for you? Get that dog in my players. Come on, man. We need some kills.
I mean, unfortunately, the dog has always been in them, right? But the dog only unleashes on that CT side. Yami swinging out. No, he can't get away with this.
Woof, woof. Monty and Smoker will be able to get some responses, so it is still a 3-on-3, and they even spot Yami inside the smoke. Aborting favor that they let him live. Osamas will be able to activate Bogdan's Law to switch out for the AWP. Both teams having very similar numbers, very similar HP on the remaining members as well, but utility is where Mongolia edges it out. Those grenades that Bartek and Nine have, Osama's better stay the hell away from them.
They're going to be able to slow things down. They know they've got a minute on the clock. They can allow this setup from the CTs to marinate, maybe catch them out in rotations, put themselves in a position where numbers will not be favorable for Mongolia. But of course, with the time ticking down, the responsibility of starting to gain some space also starts lingering in their minds. And surprisingly enough, even with the little HP they've got, especially on Osama's, it's mid that they're electing to start to go through. Now, that does grant them a little bit more information, and based on the CT side setup, they're not going to be able to do a damn thing about this, them creeping in through short.
Nine's positioning is really good, though. As long as he stops jump spotting, now he's still going for it. There's 15 seconds left. Information would have been given up just by the pure steps, and now he smoked himself off. Yami is able to rotate over in time. Gets a quick kill, 5 seconds on the clock. The bomb not planted, and that means the round is over. It is over.
Is it? Because a crucial shot has been missed.
It is. Isn't it?
No, because Monty's still alive. He's planted the bomb, and he's still lingering around the smoke. And he might have just juked Yami, but no, Yami is too quick. No scope to clear it as well.
I thought the HUD just glitched. I honestly thought that this was just a HUD glitch. That's... How was their time? Looked like he... Wow, even Mongolia didn't think there was time over there. They were waiting for it.
Yeah, to be honest, I think the timer has been iffy all game.
Okay.
With, especially if you recall, when one of the players got killed where it kind of looked like he died after timer, but he didn't. Yeah, I think time's been interesting, to say the least.
Do I just remember the number wrong? Is it not 3.75 seconds that you need? Senzu, whoa! Underpass has been a continuous point of aggression, and it feels like we're seeing a different player try it every round. Senzu, Kaz, and Yami have all found kills, but Senzu wants the full ace.
And this is something you talked about in the pregame as well. The fact that Senzu, he is very activated when it comes to Mirage. It is his best map across not only something like, let's say, this tournament, right? It's been one of his best maps across his tenure
career,
as a player.
much, yeah.
All these different teams he's played in, Mirage is always the one he's gravitated towards. Nice shot from Monty. Not sure if it's going to amount to much, but he does have a minute on the clock to try and toy around with his opponents. The verticality of the situation should make it hard, though. And 9, great timing on the second peak.
Double up also kept alive. I'm amazed that Palestine continues to die to underpass. So I have to say, now we've seen 3 different rounds where it's just been a straight up push through underpass. 2 of them have ended up in double kills. 1 of them was a single kill, but that was an op, so you really can't go for a double in that angle regardless. It's quite surprising, the fact that they are falling victim to it so many times over now. Tactical timeout. Palestine needs to figure out whether they go for a buy here and try and fight for 6. Or are they content with 5? And honestly, I don't think they should even think about 6 at this point. As much as we've made this a story about how Palestine are very good on their CT side and whatnot, a lot of that comes predicated from Osama's, right? And Osama's is, he's put up some numbers on this T side. It's not like he's been completely absent. But I do think that 8 of those were in the first 5 rounds as well.
Yeah, he went from 8-5 to 11-11, so that early game success they had, sure, you can credit a lot of that to Osama's, but unfortunately, the performance not turning up has also meant that beyond the first 3 rounds, the buffer rounds we were talking about, they've only managed to scrape together 1 decent gun round. And right now, Yabi, he is crumbling under the weight of expectation, going 1-12.
Three players aggressively positioned on this A bomb site. 9 and Yami already making quick work of this Senzu inside sandwich. Will lose his teammate as Yabi finally activates. Smokers on the other side of the map though. He won't be allowed to plant this bomb for free. There is a player inside market.
Does Senzu realize that he's crept past through the smoke? I'm sure he has that idea in his mind. Jump Spot gives up the information. Surely he doesn't check for the sandwich player. Tries to turn around, 90-degree angle. Flick does not work. Smoker in a 1-on-3 again. And you know, he's had some good moments. He's had some moments where he's genuinely had decent performances on Inferno. And he's gone above and beyond, but replicating that will be difficult to Eagle and Hand now. Not really equipped for the situation, and with 25 seconds to go, even getting this bomb down might be too much of an ask. Senzu just plays with his food there.
Might have been surprised about the head armor, I guess, but yeah. Makes it look very easy. Triple up now. Quadruple up now. Is it 3 or 4? That's the question. Yeah, 4. Mongolia. Here we go again.
Never change. Oh no, maybe they do need to change. It's a 1-for-1 trade. T starting to sprawl over towards short. Osama's wanting to be the first man in, but Kaz, he's had so much impact this game. And that impact starts to come through again. They are not expecting this. Every door they open, there is a big green waiting on the other end. They are unsure what's happening to them. And 9 now stuck in a very difficult angle with an AWP. Another op peeks into them. They realize what is going on. Things slow down now. Bomb should have a little bit of time to get planted. 9 in the meantime has rerouted his efforts to apartments. Final kill collected, and Palestine, they are scratching their heads. They're wondering where all of this confidence Mongolia has come through from. Every door they knock, it's just death.
Here's the thing. The problem in that round was the fact that Mongolia has purchased into $21,900 worth of equipment, just in terms of pure guns. Palestinians bought themselves $13,000, $13,500 at best, of equipment. $21,900 is a lot more than $13,500, right? So
it's a bigger number.
Yeah, it's a much bigger number. So I don't think there was ever even a question about who wins that round in hindsight. It's maths that we just flubbed.
Well, that math is definitely a lot easier than figuring out who qualified from the tiebreakers, right?
Kaz is gone. This time the match checks out. Qasravi and Monty, both with the USPs, starting off strong.
Remember, they need this buffer. They need to have as many gun rounds as possible if they want to allow time for their players to activate. Smoker, good kill from him. 2-on-4 now. Shouldn't really be much of a contest here. 9. I'm not even sure why he's being allowed these isolated duels. He can back off now. His teammate is also getting aggressive on middle. Now, if he's checking short, maybe we can talk about the kill. But no, Nako does not want to.
So these are pretty crazy clutches from this guy, but I don't think this is one of them. Yeah. He didn't have armor either. Smoker just makes it look easy. Again, it's Monty and Qasravi who give them the early advantages, give them the chances. Those are two players I will not be putting any blame on whatsoever for this series. They have continually been stepping up and giving performances beyond their name value.
Kaz the only one that really has any investment here in this round, so should be a throwaway. Should be us logging back into the old Facebook games Quick Farmville from Palestine. You ever played those?
I actually never did.
Interesting.
You needed friends for that, so yeah.
Facebook friends count.
I know.
Oh, that bad, huh?
Yeah. Rough days. Just like Palestine's having right now. At the very least, they have friends. But is that really any consolation if your friends are going down with you?
Now this T-side, it's this T-side from Palestine, it's inexcusable, some of the situations they've found themselves in, right? The fact that Yabi only had 2 kills to his name, the entire T-side, recovering from that, it is going to be tough, but at least they're building themselves up a ramp to do it.
(11-6). This was always going to be an easy one. They keep 4 players alive as well, so job well done in that department. And on the other side of it all, Mongolia is actually going to be left without flashes one more time. So they will have a single 1-on-9. And the CTs could look to exploit this. They've got an MP9 for Yabi as well. Would not actually hate it if there's going to be a little bit more focus on trying to get him to be aggressing through. Smoker misses the jump, however, no. He's going for the one-way smoke, not the full jump, but there is a Molotov that gets slightly extinguished. They know exactly what's going on. Yami just pre-fires it away. Smoker is down and out.
Palestine, they were able to build up that buffer initially on the T side, but then there were no conversions beyond that point. Now, question is if that is going to happen on CT as well. Smoke out. Starting to build up some leeway towards A. Oh my god, that's messy. Osama still knowing that a player is moving around and he wants to proactively take that duel.
He sold the gun barrel earlier on from Kaz. That's one of the few things that, not having played for a while, will take away from you the awareness of gun barrels on the A1, especially on the T side. Yami, great shot. Osama is gone, but he put away his gun while he's peeking forward. Khosravi, unexpected, but also unforgiving.
Quick tap of the bomb. Should incentivize the MP9 to peek out, but 9 will have to get past 2 players. They're getting ready for a double peek, and it works out beautifully. Yabi peeks in. And Palestine. Okay, Yabi. I mean, Monty.
God.
Yabi's like, I have it bad enough already. Okay, I'm going forward.
Guys, check it out. I've got a double. I just doubled my kill score. I'm so good. Monty puts him down. Like, listen, you need to chill out, right? You need to step up even more before I stop throwing grenades in your face.
Yeah, that was definitely personal in between
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
No reason for that nade to be thrown. 11-7 though, Mongolia, or rather Palestine. If they can get past this round, they get some leeway, some breathing room. All AK-47s on the T-side squad, a little bit of utility as well, and this is where the idea of them not prioritizing flashes might start to come in. I want to see if Osama's is mobilized because of the fact that there won't be any oppressive utility early on. Getting exploratory in middle, Mongolia. Slowly inching forward, and they have disincentivized Smoker from being very forward. How come 9 is just waltzing into A? He's already made his way past into stairs. And there's really only one player that can do anything about it. It's Yabi, and I think he might just greet a bullet with the top of his head. No.
The headbutt, yes.
Yes, 9 slowly inching towards jungle now. That's a lot of space
Watch
that
out for
Mongo's been
Smoker.
able to get. Yeah, but this one player tucked into CT changes everything because they can't navigate beyond this point, and the time is ticking down, so they need to be a little bit more convincing to time.
9 does find Yabi in the meanwhile. That opens up the A-bomb set completely. The problem is the bomb is
The
actually headed
second
over
two?
towards B. 9 is doing it all on his own, but they're still not moving from B. Monty is still here. They might not expect this second player to be around and nearby. Why would he be here? Batek still does take care of him, but that round is all 9.
if that second kill happens, right, then it's actually more favorable for Palestine. If he's able to get the bomb carrier as well, then it could have been GG for that round. But Smoker needs to stay alive with this AWP. Disappointing.
Even more so for Palestine, some would say.
Yeah. Some would say, I think everyone would say.
Osama's and company are actually force buying into this, or half buying into this. Considering their loss bonus, this is not a good idea. They've had a few great plays with the Eagles, but expecting more in these circumstances is just such a tall ask. Osama speaks forward, Bartek is ready. He'd already started to sidle in, so the crosshair is off, and Yami's is very much on. Just starts firing away with the Tech Knight, shows them how it's done with the pistols. He's got the AWP, he's not supposed to entry, but it's okay. The tech is there.
Very few chances remaining at gun rounds now, and even this one, because they have sort of half bought into it, Smoker and Osama's, or rather, I think it was Smoker and Monty, who wouldn't have full weaponry. So they're going to have to try and get it done with very limited weaponry. Now, because the AWP won't be available either, this is going to be a hard task. Smoker grabs the baby brother of the AWP instead.
This is Halcyon falling apart, unfortunately. It's going to be a hero play, that's all that can save them, but Smoker and Osama's trying to go for the double connector. Late peek for the secondary player is going to be punished heavily. Bartek as well finds another. In the meanwhile, Osama's is doing his best from connector and beyond. Jungle is where he'll now start to settle down, and we'll be settling down all of Mongolia. Molotov down, spots out the players crossing over. It is going to be a quick peek from Kaz. On the other side of it is Qasravi, who's also been having a fantastic series overall, but can they find it? Palestine, another breath of life given into them. As Yami's all alone with just 17 HP. I think the best thing he can honestly do is maybe just back off and save over here. They do have basically no loss bonus, and they do have enough money to be able to purchase up regardless, so the AWP saved is pretty important. But more importantly, just don't give it to the CTs. He couldn't get his way to the A bomb site. Osama should have heard him, though.
If he walks all the way, then there's probably not enough wiggle room as far as time is concerned. But obviously, Yami being Yami, knowing that he doesn't actually care about his wallet.
I mean, he's got money to buy, theoretically. It's just more about the CT wallet that you have to... Whoa. Okay, no, he's just saying, never mind. I got scared for a second that if he's just trying to go in for a palace drop down, that would be quite
I mean, there's not enough time, right? It's just, it's only 30
Yeah, listen, I've been wrong about the time every single time so far, so I'm not going to say anything. I'll just say, oh, if I think there's a possibility.
I just realized something. I know why we've been wrong about the timer.
Because we're bad?
No, because so the difference between this HUD and the normal timer in CS is that as soon as it hits 0, it counts as 0. But on this HUD, there's an additional second after it hits 0 before it registers as the timer being ended. So after 0, you have to wait another second. I'm telling you.
You guys can't see me, but I'm making a face.
He's waving.
I'm making a face.
He's waving his head side to side.
Yeah. That sounds like serious scope for us just being bad. Kaz is taking a solo play out towards apartments, and he's eaten a nade in the process of doing so. But solo plays are not just in apartments, they're also in connector. You're going to see 9 trying to find a bit more action. Senzu gets a frag, and they're not going to know that 9's actually crept this far forward. The timing, however, is one that can't really exploit too much. It's Osama's will fall to him now. Now the swing comes through. Qasravi as well. A head-on duel with Senzu will do very little. Flashes all over the shop, and Yami will have to shut it down. His death has come through.
I mean, blink and you missed it, right? Every single duel goes the way of Mongolia. Monty, the only surviving member, even he's got the hounds on his back, is able to minimize the damage, but Yami will be his final assailant. 14-8. You know, heading into Inferno, I thought that was going to be a better map for Palestine. Sorry, I thought that was going to be a much worse map for Palestine, right?
True.
But here we are on what I've personally touted as their comfort pick, and supposedly the flag bearer that carried them through the qualifiers and this and that. Against Mongolia, they've crumbled.
And this is the thing about upset stories. Upset one team, you're probably going to lose the big dogs afterwards. Kaz having a great map as well, probably his best in the tournament so far on a crucial moment for Palestine. Just walks in and gets a triple entry.
Unfortunately, one of the biggest win conditions for Palestine has been Osama's, right? And if he's not having that monster impact that he did yesterday, it's just not going to happen against Mongolia.
We've talked a lot about Osama's, but also Smoker's not here, right? He's just not. Yabi's not here. He's just not.
Yabi is definitely not here.
Yeah, Yabi didn't even get to the venue. Smoker's at least locked out of it. He's trying to break open the door or something like it. Yabi to stay asleep back at the hotel, unfortunately. He's just not present on the server even slightly. You're playing this without two players of varying importances, but one of them is an AWPer, one of them is the entry fragger. Osama's still got 18 kills, right? I don't want to make this about Osama. This map is not about him.
Of course, it is hard to boil it down to just one player, right? Like, how many times can he have a superstar performance? Because as much as you can credit superstar performances, they should be bailouts and not the strategy, right? Can't entirely rely on him.
In the meanwhile, Senzu's had a great series. Senzu is,
oh yeah,
without a doubt, the unsung hero for Mongolia across this tournament in general, but right now on Inferno, here at Mirage, both have been very stable performances. He's surprisingly enough, despite being the youngest player on the team, he's been the one where it seems like he's got the most experience, to be honest. Just very relaxed in his play. And this looks like it's going to be it. This looks like Palestine's hopes are going to be taken away, and Palestine's life in the tournament will be eliminated. They may have made it to Romania, but they will not make it to the prize money. Mongolia will shut them down here and now. Palestine will fall.
16-8. What should have been Palestine being a lot more comfortable on Mirage, it absolutely is not the case. Before they even comfortably get to the gun rounds, before they even start to feel like they can flex at all, before Osama's is activated, unfortunately the plug has been entirely pulled.
Look how relaxed they are as well. So yeah, it's a good time. Now he's brushing the dust off his shoulders. He knows it's easy for him. It's been easy for him throughout.
Definitely the GG easy mentality for Mongolia throughout this tournament. But with this decisive map victory against Palestine, they've shown that they will not falter to underdogs more than once.
I mean, this is obviously, even for Palestine, the fact that they are able to get the upset win over Vietnam, the fact that they're able to get to this stage of the tournament is incredibly impressive. They can walk home with their heads held high, knowing that they've got a month to prepare for what's going to be another performance at the World Esports Championships in Romania very soon as well. There's so much waiting for them. There are so many clear mistakes that are going to be easy to fix with a lot more practice. This is a lineup that can do a lot next month in Romania as well.
Oh, for sure. I think every single team that has already made it to Romania, they have the chance to make a dent, right? But the problem is that if you don't perform well in this particular tournament, if you're not doing well in the Asian Championship, not only are you losing out on the prize money, but you're also losing out on a better seed. So you might get knocked out by a powerful team before you even really get a chance to shine.
Yeah, but you've got to earn the better seed. And unfortunately, Palestine weren't able to do that. Mongolia will be continuing forward. Obviously, they were the finalists of last year at the World Esports Championships 2022, which I believe was held in Bali, so closer to their home soil as well. And now we bid adieu to Palestine. But the fashion in which they fell was a little bit underwhelming, a little bit upsetting. I thought they would lose 2-0, right? I thought this was going to be it, but I wanted to see their best showing. I wanted to see their best faces. And yes, so much credit goes out to Mongolia that they're able to get that aggression, which disables people like Smokers, people like Yabi. But things like Mongolia getting 3 different chances to push through underpass on their CT side and get pickoffs, that should not be happening. This was not Palestine's best form, and I think they would know it as well.
You know what? I think heading into this game, everybody would expect this to be a 2-0 for Mongolia, right? But they gave us some hope. Palestine gave us some hope by having that performance on Inferno. And if it wasn't for one of the most crucial clutches from Yami, that was a 1v4, you know, maybe they could have even won out Inferno. Maybe we would see them take it to the third map. Maybe we would finally see their medal being tested on Overpass, which was a bit of a question mark for me because I wasn't too sure about how that would pan out for Palestine. But this is where it is farewell for Palestine as far as the Asian Championship is concerned, even if they will still get a chance to make their mark.
And look, we're saying a lot of maybes about Mirage and Inferno and about how maybe there's so much they can do, but one thing is for certain, Mongolia is here to play and they're taking it much more seriously now. And I don't mean this because of the style they were playing, because the style, they're still around where they pick up 4 ops, they're still having fun with the economy and everything as well, but they did respect the Vita. They did ban out Vertigo. They did say, we're going to play you on territory we know, which is Inferno and your Mirage. We're fine with taking on one of your most comfortable maps, but we're not going to mess with some weird map pick that you could pick out. We already fell down to Ancient yesterday versus Uzbekistan, and very convincingly so. Let's not practice Vertigo against you.
Yeah, they're okay with playing to Palestine's comforts, but after losing to Uzbekistan, they realized that they're not okay with playing to their own discomforts. They've already lost on Ancient. They've gotten their wake-up call. They're like, okay, we can still have some fun. We're still the big dogs. We recognize that we are one of the better teams, right?
Yeah.
But that does not mean we're going to lose out games just in disrespect.
Oh yeah, it's fun within limits, right? Playing ding dong ditch is fine, but maybe don't ding dong ditch the guy with a really large dog that's just gonna run after you and eat you up and send you to the lower bracket. And yes, that dog that I'm talking about is the dog inside Wetfire and IC, because those guys were manhandling Mongolia yesterday, and we're gonna get to see more of them later on as well. The next match coming up for us is going to be the IC Valon plus Wetfire show. It's gonna be Uzbekistan versus Indonesia. A lot of great players there as well, and obviously the loser of that is who Mongolia will be going up against. For us, we've seen a lot of Mongolia across the entire tournament. Who do you think they'd rather be facing?
Oh man, this is very tough, right? But I think Mongolia, they want to avoid Uzbekistan right now. They don't want to be in the position where they're playing up against the players that completely manhandled them. Yes, there was a bit of a resurgence from Mongolia. Yes, there were times where we thought they could still take it to map 3 and overpower Uzbekistan. But right now, I think they do want some comfort heading into what could be a grand final.
Oh, listen, that's still a long shot away though, right?
Yeah.
Because Indonesia, Uzbekistan, both the teams in the upper bracket are both teams that took it to Mongolia and gave it to them. Indonesia almost stealing away Inferno. And actually, now that I think about it, we've now seen 2 different iterations of Inferno where Mongolia has almost given up a map. The 16-13 here, the 19-17 earlier on in the group stage as well against Indonesia. Maybe there needs to be some re-evaluation done about what is their map pick as well. And this is where Mongolia and their laissez-faire attitude becomes a little bit more difficult. When there's only 3 teams left, it's Palestine, rather it's Uzbekistan, it's Indonesia, Palestine just been eliminated, and it's Mongolia. And all of these teams are competitive for the title. I know Indonesia's probably the 3rd seed over here. It's the odd one out, but despite that, they've had some fantastic performances, and Mongolia needs to be scared.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can go for all the fun plays, you can do all the crazy things in the group stages, and, you know, their confidence, very warranted. They've been top players, they've been in top teams, they've played majors, this and that, but the fun and games have to end at some point. You've got to put your serious pants on, and I think Mongolia realized that it is time to do it now.
Yeah, absolutely. And now coming up next is going to be Indonesia versus Uzbekistan. Obviously, a matchup that we're going to have a lot to say about at that particular point as well. But I do want to once again drive home the fact that Uzbekistan, their journey so far has just been so fantastic because they've been underdogs all the way through, right? Even in their regional qualifiers, they shouldn't be beating Kazakhstan historically in Counter-Strike history. And now when we go into the group stages, we're thinking, yeah, maybe they can be a 2nd seed out. Saudi Arabia is probably going to be the one to take it home. They destroy Saudi Arabia. They're the 1st seed out of their group. 2nd seed rather out of their group, tying up with the 1st seed of Vietnam as well. They come through. First match they have to play. Who's it up against? Mongolia. It goes immediately into 2-0. They're able to wipe out Mongolia. It's competitive in the 2nd map, but not competitive enough. Then they move on. Now they've got Indonesia. This is the 1st match they have had where I think they might legitimately be favorites. Uzbekistan's journey has been fantastic, and obviously we also have to give a quick shout out to all the teams that we've lost along the way in the playoffs. Palestine and Saudi Arabia and Vietnam will all be in Romania, but they're not going to be in this stage. They're not going to be fighting for the finals.
Yeah, for sure. Now, of course, it's been a rocky road. It's been a rocky road for a lot of the teams. And you know what? That is where I'm super happy that we actually have a tournament like this one, right? The IESF Asian Championship. It's shown us so many different games where we really didn't think there was much competition, but it ended up being so much better than we ever thought it could be. Those close games against Indonesia from Mongolia, so many different matchups where it was a weird triangle, right? Even in the group stages, right? Pakistan, they beat Australia, who beat Palestine, who beat Pakistan, and there was like this whole derby that we've gone through, and we have seen some incredible talents, and so many talents have actually gotten a chance to prove themselves as well, like Vietnam's Hatred.
Oh yeah.
I am sure that this guy is getting offer after this tournament.
And not even after the tournament, even after next month, we'll have a chance to prove it again. And for these teams, this has just been a magical experience. So much stage experience. Riyadh has made it possible. Games 8 has made it possible to have the Asian Championships as well on land like this. This has been fantastic. And I know that right now the Mongolian players are down there. They're waiting for me to just finish this all up so they can have their time as well. But it's their time to shine. It's their time on the microphone. I'm going to throw it back to the hosts.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهايه اول مباراه في لعبه سيس جو للساده، وشفنا انتقام منتخب اندونيسيا ضد اوزبكستان. كانت مباراة الصراحة أسطورية، أو عفوا ضد منغوليا قدروا يفوزون ضد فلسطين. كانت مباراة أسطورية صراحة. كان أخوي براء تفكيرنا في المباراة الجاية لعل صار من قوة الحماس. مباراة الحين هذه اللي شفناها لازم نسأل أحد اللاعبين اللاعب 9 عن شعوره بعد ما فاز في هذه المواجهة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه، وما تلام صراحة من اللي قاعد يصير اليوم، صراحة ما تلام. I wouldn't blame you or anybody with the excitement going on right here at the Asian Championship. The excitement is over 9,000, and we are here with Mr. Hype himself, Mongolia. Congratulations, 9. How do you feel about this match?
Well, same as always. Very good. Yep.
I love this. Like, I'm chill. It's good. It's always good in the hood. You know, we keep winning. That's what we do all the time. You know, the word win is my middle name. I love that, man. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
اخذ السؤال فعلا بكل روقان بكل هدوء، ولكن الان نسال سؤال بنخليه فعلا يجاوب. قبل شوي لما ذكرت الدولتين او المنتخبين اللي بيلعبون في المباراه الجايه، الخسران بينهم بيقابل منغوليا، فعشان كذا انا كان تفكيري على هالمنتخبين هذولا. فكيف تجهيزاتهم؟ بعد الحين هم متواجدين في النصف النهائي في اللور براكت، الخسران في الابر براكت بيقابل منغوليا، فكيف تجهيزاتهم؟
Well, how is your preparation for the next match? How do you feel about that?
Well, this time maybe we'll just be awake, because last time when we lost, we were like, it's like we were kind of sleeping. We went off to a bad start, and then it just kept happening. So this time, yep, it's gonna be different. Yep.
I love that. So this time we're gonna be awake. You know, wait for the awakening, because we're gonna wake everybody up, and that is something else. Wow. I mean, even if you were like half capacity, you still have a great performance. Let alone we're gonna be awake and we're gonna see another Super Saiyan, right? ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
صراحة أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق، ومباراتهم الجاية بتكون ممتعة ومرعبة بنفس الوقت، لأن الفايز بيروح للنهائي في اللور براكت، والخسران بيودع من البطولة كالعادة. دائما اللور براكت متعب ومخيف الصراحة، فأتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. ألف مبروك للمرة الثانية والثالثة. أما الآن أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، خلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نرجع لكم في المباراة الجاية.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. And again, congratulations. Anything you want to say to your fans and family before we make the move to the break?
Well, thank you for cheering for us. Let's keep going.
Keep going, keep cheering, keep the support on for Mongolia. And now we're going to have a little break, and we'll be back with more action taking place right here at the IESF Asian Championship, right here at Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, the Gamers 8. A break, and we'll be back.
حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية مباراة نصف نهائي اللور براكت أو ربع نهائي اللور براكت، وشفنا انتقام منتخب منغوليا على فلسطين، قدروا يفوزون في هذه المواجهة وتوجهوا لنصف النهائي اللور براكت. ولكن الحين أخوي براء بنرجع للأبر براكت وبنشوف مين اللي بيفوز في هذه المواجهة ويروح للنهائي الكبير. فالآن حابين نتعرف على المنتخبين في هذه المواجهة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه, and you got that right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again for more excitement happening right here in Saudi Arabia at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship for the CSGO competition. And now we're gonna go to the upper bracket. Whoever makes it will go to the finals. فوجيه جاهز لأول فريق.
دائما احنا جاهزين وخلينا نرحب بالمنتخبات.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, for the first team in this match. Let's hear it for Indonesia!
تحية قوية لمنتخب إندونيسيا. يا الرعب يا ساتر يا الرعب. وشفنا دخلت منتخب اندونيسيا بكل ثقة، ولكن خلونا نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب أوزباكستان.
Let's hear it for their opponent right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for Uzbekistan.
أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، مباراة مرعبة تجمع منتخب إندونيسيا ضد أوزباكستان، والفايز بينهم بيروح للجراند فاينل، والخسران بينزل يقابل منتخب منغوليا. أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. خلونا نتوجه عند أخواني المعلقين عشان نبدأ فيها المباراة.
You got that right. We're gonna see another amazing match taking place between Uzbekistan and Indonesia. Who is gonna make it? We'll be seeing that in a few moments right now. And now we're gonna pass it on to our phenomenal casters. Fire it up.
Thank you so much, Bara. Obviously, this matchup is going to be absolutely fantastic. Indonesia and Uzbekistan, both teams that have come through and proven that they belong to be here after their performances versus who we thought was the best. But maybe we need to reconsider our opinion. I'm T-Time joined by Faraz, Daddy Abro. Faraz, do we need to reconsider our opinion?
I don't know, man. I mean, to be honest, Uzbekistan was the one team that was the dark horse from the start of their local qualifiers. I'm not talking about the qualifiers for the IESF Asian Championship. I'm talking about the local qualifiers they had to play against Kazakhstan, right? But here we are. Right now, they're in contention for the grand finals.
Yeah.
And they're a team that has made it look so damn clean. And where we thought they might have ran into a speed bump, they completely steamrolled over Mongolia as well.
Absolutely. And listen, before we talk about Uzbekistan even more, because I know we've had a lot of conversation around them, I need to shower Indonesia with some love, because this is a country that has come through with so little representation recently in Counter-Strike over the past few years. They've put together the best that they have. They've got Clip as their sixth man, fifth man, not quite sure where he's going to be playing, depending on what the video looks like at the end of it all. Marcia and Neora looking fantastic. Waste of ammo is a constant. And then Sandman has also been able to step up his game as the tournament goes on. Indonesia is looking like a force.
Yeah, and this is something that has been great about Team Indonesia. They have aged really well within the tournament, right? Things have gotten better for them. Waste of ammo, he was kind of struggling on that main AWP role for a second, but then he got better. But the problem for him, personally, has been that when he's actually going up against top Opper, he's been a little tough. But before, of course, we head into too many details about the specifics of Indonesia, we've got to talk about Uzbekistan as well. This is the team. This is the Wonder Team.
This is indeed the Wonder team, and this is spearheaded by the Wonder Oppa. WEC23 has been fantastic. He's been a revelation if I've ever seen one. And where you say Waste of Ammo has struggled against top Oppas, there is no one who's looked better in this tournament so far but WEC23. You can make an argument for Yami, but considering he's playing secondary so many times, WEC23 takes the lead any day of the week. And then his right-hand man is Mr. IC Valone himself. IC is unreal. IC actually does the strangest thing sometimes, where he's pushing through, gets super aggressive on a solo mission, on a solo play, but he's got that Nico energy to him, because he just goes tap, tap. 2 headshots, clean double entry, and he makes it work out for himself perfectly. IC is looking fantastic, and the remaining supporting crew is also not looking too bad. I think Kanchan's been a fantastic 3rd star as well, but they're going to need a big performance to come through from the last as well.
Yeah, and this kind of performance can't happen unless you've got some incredible mechanical prowess, right? That has definitely been the case. You know, you've talked about the tap-tap from IC. That's been the case all across the board. Never really been a time where he's actually dropped down in terms of performance. You talk about WEC23. WEC23's been an absolute demon, and it doesn't even matter if he's restricted to the AWP, right? Or if he's restricted to the rifle. He's been able to very consistently perform every single role on the map. And of course, we saw Kanchan's impact as well when it came to Nuke against Mongolia. He was the one that was able to get them over the line. But the question is, what line are we talking about right now? Because of course, that line will be decided by the veto, by the maps that we're going to be playing.
This is kind of wild, to be honest, because I'm looking at this and I'm actually really confused. Vertigo being the ban to come through from Indonesia makes no sense. They've been banning Ancient quite happily quite a few times so far. And letting Ancient through versus Uzbekistan is literally like the worst thing you can do. Mirage as a decider is hardly much better either. And Inferno is a map that I did expect to see come through, but as a decider, I've actually got a completely different veto for myself. I think I was expecting this to be an overpass ban from Uzbekistan, of course, but Ancient to be taken out from Indonesia. Within this, I was expecting them to go for the Nuke pick so they could have it be an Inferno decider. Nuke was not a convincing showing out from Uzbekistan. It was an individual showing out from Uzbekistan. So Indonesia, who actually do like to flex into that sometimes, could have had a real performance here. In fact, they even banned it out in the 2nd phase. They let Anubis be banned out by Uzbekistan and said, this is a crazy veto.
This is a disaster, honestly, for Team Indonesia, because Ancient, if they had any intents of maybe banning Vertigo first against Uzbekistan before yesterday, I would totally understand. But after seeing Uzbekistan's play on Ancient and just a lot of the historical analysis we have as well on Uzbekistan, the fact that Ancient has been by far one of their best maps, this is a total disaster.
Yeah, can I just remind everyone that this team also plays under the name of Traffic Tashkent otherwise, and they have played Ancient more than any other map ever. Look at how happy they look as well. You know what those high fives are saying? Hey, we got them to not ban Ancient. I have no idea what Indonesia is thinking over here, and I was going to come into this and talk about how actually, I think Indonesia's firepower big trio might be better in terms of what Marcia and Neura have been able to deliver. But with the map veto looking like this, I'm not so sure whether they'll be able to or not over here. We've obviously seen them on Ancient before. It didn't look that impressive, but now they have to impress us on their map pick of Inferno instead.
Let's see if that is going to be the case, though. Indonesia starting off on the T side, and even on their own map pick, right? They do have to start off with the disadvantageous side. At least they don't get a chance to pick it regardless. Frock getting very aggressive already. And the fact that there's a player tucked into the corner doesn't even matter because Frock can give him a quick 90-degree flick. 2nd shot through as well. And quickly, Banana has been taken over.
And Frock was always the player I thought would be the 3rd star of this team, not Kanchan. Kanchan just had a big step up performance yesterday, and I don't know whether it'll be replicated today. The fact that Frock is here and ready to play is really good, though. As an anchor player, he is so important on both Inferno and Mirage. I'm looking forward to seeing how exactly he will be performing. IC creeping past. Rather having players creep past him, does pick up 2 quick frags. Marsha and Clip both going down early on, so there's no chance for Indonesia to recover either. Uzbekistan start off strong on their opponent's map pick. And the more I think about it, the more I'm worried, because now Inferno as a map for Indonesia has not been this stellar, hey, we have this as our home ground advantage, which we are 80% going to win. We've got great decision-making, great fracking. Actually, a lot of it has been bailout plays from waste of ammo on the AK when he has it on CT side, Marsha and Nira over on Banana on their T side. And whether or not those can be repeatable performances might not even matter. Because you are letting Uzbekistan have so much to play with in the rest of the series. They can play Inferno out quite relaxed by comparison.
Playing it very slow. Indonesia, they know they've only got Glocks, so their main objective here, just to bait out the utility, try to... I mean, I know it doesn't matter all that much, but just to have that little bit of chip damage as far as money is concerned. Waiting now, getting ready to overpower. Block starting to move through, going to be a complete farm for Kanshine. There it is, 3 kills for the man. 2-0 for Uzbekistan.
They're not reinvesting behind the MP9s. They will be maintaining those instead. Indonesia on the other side. Man, I don't know what's up. And I hate the fact that I have to bring this up every single sort of game. But I don't know why teams don't want to get a MAC-10 or a Galil in a round like this in general. It doesn't matter what the map is. It doesn't matter what's going on. They all prioritize AKs. And the fact of the matter is, they don't all deserve AKs. Not everyone's firepower is there on the same level. Sometimes you got to accept that and take a supportive element. And now Maximcore, he's just farming them because they're trying to push through a smoke with no flashes. They do double swing later on, but it won't matter.
It's a little too late.
This is...
What is this disjointed push? What? I mean, okay, they whiff on Manticore, but...
I mean, look, Nira going out is whatever, right? It's 2 versus 4. He feels like he wants to try and make a play. I understand that completely. But the idea that you're going to push 3 players through the smoke early on in the round, trying to fight for brackets, when you also don't really know Uzbekistan's playstyle on Inferno, they haven't played it that much. And
now
listen,
for some...
Sorry to interrupt you, but listen, if you're telling me that Indonesia's done their research on Inferno, I would be very surprised if that's the case, because that would imply they've also done their research on Ancient, and if they have, I would be scared, right? So I'm just wildly confused. Now, obviously, it's maybe something we shouldn't dwell on. It's just a small play that they're trying, but it's not setting the tone very well.
Yeah, for context, for anybody that is tuning in late, for anyone that didn't watch the other matches, Uzbekistan, if they win out Inferno and allow, or sorry, if Indonesia lose out Inferno and then also allow Uzbekistan to potentially close it out in 2 because of Ancient, it's going to be a disaster. That Ancient is not going to be a victory. We already know this. No chance that we see Indonesia have a competitive performance there, and it is just a complete wash-up here on the A side as well. The exception being 1 player, but IC isn't too sad about that death.
That angle from IC is actually kind of nuts. He uses the one-way smoke that's on the balcony, or maybe it's just his own smoke, actually. I'm not 100% sure. Would love to go back and look at that later on in the pod. But he just stands on top of the pit wall, and it makes this weird little smoke around him, which makes it so you're never going to look at him in the first place. So it's an off angle, but because normally you're so out in the open, it shouldn't matter, but the smoke gives him the cover. That's such a strange angle. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Getting very aggressive here in Indonesia. They're sending their rifle around. Niora or other ways will fall. And this is disjointed once again. You can see that Niora is desperately trying to get something done, and a 3rd player is getting ready to follow as well. Now, Sandman does manage to get 1, but it's not enough damage considering that it's been traded out with every single member, including Clip now.
5-0, and that's not even telling the full story.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you see 5-0 on the scoreboard, you can maybe go like, okay, you know, maybe there was a clutch in there. Maybe they've been getting unlucky, this and that. No, look at the number of deaths on Uzbekistan. There's 3 deaths across 5 rounds. So where there can be a maximum of 25, there's 3. So little being done here. 3 players on the T side still sitting on 0.
And the Uzbekistan firepower advantage was obviously something that I might have personally underestimated if this is how it's going to be. But Indonesia generally been very good about really heavily prioritizing utility. In fact, it's actually this exact same setup that we saw them play up against when Vietnam was playing it countless times on that top banana fight. But they were using many more flashes, many more Molotov, many more grenades. Now back to the half by Uzbekistan playing significantly more defensively this time over. They do not want to have a... That's life, baby.
Yeah, you can tell that they're getting very chatty in the TS as well. Indonesia, although they're not really waiting to be able to have that conversation, really do need to iron out these issues. Please don't bring out the ironing board this time.
Hey.
Did you bring it today?
I've always got the ironing board.
Oh, okay.
I don't go anywhere without it. Thought we have any creases, but Indonesia, they don't have creases. They barely have the clothes in the first place. That's 2 team kills or suicide kills in that round. Marsha ends up killing Sandman. That's not a good time. Look, they've got the AKs now. They've got the utility. 3 nades on them. This is going to be a nade stack more likely than not. 4 actually nades on them. This is going to be a nade stack that they try and go for. Where is it going to be? Banana has given them some success with a nade stack before. Deep nade with 1. Second goes out as well. But Uzbekistan's too fast and actually adjusting away. Frog's been doing a good job of actually staying out of range for the instant double kill. Or are they the instant double nade into a kill? But Marsha, in the meanwhile, is already dead. Poor Marsha's -1 and 7.
Like, generally, when you get bullied for not having killed, it's like 007, haha, James Bond, but he's like some kind of special agent, -107, what?
This is like if Pakistan tried to do a parody of James Bond.
-107.
Oh, yes. -107.
He's got the area code.
Frog, however, he's got all the area, and he is not going to be looking to give it up. Waste of ammo is finally able to find some kills, and as he's trying to plant the bomb, the push through the smoke comes in. Icy falls as well. This is the closest affair that they have had in so long. The smoke will extinguish the Molotov. Another tap on the bomb is hoping that Uzbekistan will get aggressive around it, but they're not doing so. Waste of ammo will just have to take another duel, and this is not he will win. No, this is not one he will win. Dude, they are literally 0 and 7 on 2 players, -1 and 7 on one, and 1 and 7 on the other. Uzbekistan is...
And Waste just got 3 kills in the last round.
So otherwise it would have been 1 and 7. Uzbekistan is smurfing.
This is about as one-sided as it possibly gets, and it is reminiscent of the match we saw in the morning between Team Australia and Team India on the female side of things.
This is insane. Indonesia. We were talking about how they could potentially be a legitimate threat to the top dogs as well.
And keep in mind, we're not even on Uzbekistan's favorite map just yet. We're not on Ancient. We're here on Inferno.
I think this might be becoming Uzbekistan's favorite map. You know, we just come out of this match in the next round in the finals. We see them first pick Inferno after this. Like, hey, I think we're onto something here.
8 rounds and a total of 6 kills across all of Indonesia, 5 of which have been collected by Waste. And obviously
this is a full blackout. That's what it is. They've turned the lights off for Indonesia. They can't see anything. They can't shoot at anything.
I don't think you and I, either of us, would have expected this one-sided showing at all. I mean, yes, we know that Uzbekistan, you know, they were the favorite team going into this, but this is completely different from what we've seen, because we've never seen this level of gap within the entire IESF Asian Championship, save for the one game between Team Australia and Team India in the female side of things.
The only players I can look to potentially try and do something have to be Nora and Marcia. The A side is not going to yield them results. It has to be back towards Banana. Uzbekistan have decided that it is not a priority. IC is even trying to go for the self-boost sub. It's not a priority to actually try and keep 3 players over to the B bomb side because 2 are just doing the job so well. If you're trying to run into A, you're going to have a hard time. Look at this aggression from Frock in the meanwhile. He's just going to be able to get some spam down as well. The bomb does cross over though. Frock running away from the grenade. Will have his Batu retreat covered off by a Molotov courtesy of Kanshine. But Indonesia is yet to decide where they want to go. It is going to be a bracket stake. And Manticore this time will not be able to put up the defense. It's a boost up from IC. Wetfire's here as well around the corner to provide some distraction. IC now jumping forward into 3 players. Will not find a kill. Indonesia looking to finally inaugurate onto the scoreboard, but they need to get past Wetfire. Marsha, the one to deliver the frags, and it is Sandman who continues to press the issue. Marsha as well, getting away from the curse of the -1, is now up to the +1 with a double.
Finally something on the scoreboard for Indonesia. But the problem is, right, if you start losing 8-0, it's not the same as just having a back and like, even if Indonesia are contesting for only 7 rounds, right? It's not the same as having a back and forth affair towards 8-7, because now you've allowed them to build up such a devastating economy that they're just going to completely be able to buy up resources after resources. They've got, even if they completely bomb out, they've got 3 to 4 gun rounds in a row. Just look at the money spent on 14k. I think Wetfire's maxed out. Manticore close to that as well.
Wetfire was maxed out, but that's the full buy of it all. It just takes away literally everything you have. $7,000 in that, man. That's he hasn't even gotten the kit or an extra nade. Wow. Guns are expensive these days. That's all I can say. It's a different approach to the previous round from Indonesia. They try and just go for a full execute and end up getting assisted a little bit at the very least by Uzbekistan getting fairly aggressive. But look at this. IC is not going to be expected. They've been spamming this angle for a while, so Clip might not be ready for this, especially with a late peek, but Clip will catch him off. IC going down. And this significant slowdown from Indonesia is now paying dividend.
I want to see where they take the slower approach. They're waiting now for Uzbekistan to make mistakes. They know that Uzbekistan are very comfortable with aggression, and this is the type of position that would actually incentivize it. 3 players remaining on A. They're going for a bit of a gamble stack where they're only allowing for the B players to get one. Now missed Molotov towards Arches. Makes it a little harder for them to penetrate this A bomb site, and with only 40 seconds remaining, that initial advantage they've got, it doesn't really account for much.
Frock's completely out of the open right now, though. Will be able to back off to safety. If there had been maybe just a matter of shot to be landed, no. Sandman is down as they head back to the A bomb site. 25 seconds are all they've got left to take it. No flashes on them. An incendiary will be used back to pit, but it will not matter. It's actually Manticore trying to play a slightly closer angle. He's spotted out, waste of ammo. Able to move in around the corner of the site, though. The default box will have an off next to it. It's Wetfire with a no-scope, going for more. The pistol is out. Nura not giving back up in time, and now that he's here, it's going to be a slightly difficult retake, but Kanchan is low. He has to wait for Frock to come all the way from middle, but he wants to continue fighting it out. The threat is increasing. Indonesia, can they take this 2-on-1 before the CTs unite? Frock will be watched out for, but it'll be a 1-versus-1 for him. Marsha is gone. Kanchan just scrapes out. Nura trying to fight away. Position given up, but Frock will do cover. And the bomb can be defused. They've got the kits they need. And Uzbekistan, a fantastic retake.
I love that little detail on the peak. That player in mini pit is trying to distract for the AWP player, but as he's peeking into the side, the CT goes for a little crouch instead. Marsha beautifully played Or sorry, rather, I believe it was
Kanshine.
Yeah, I believe it was Kanshine that peeked into the AWP.
Yeah. Kanshine peeked into Waste.
Could have been another round for Indonesia.
Yeah.
And I really liked their little mind games that they did towards the end. And honestly, the pick on the player behind the haystack, beautiful. The jump spot to try and catch him out, the awareness to make sure that he's not playing a close angle, that was good.
Yeah,
but you've got to make that conversion happen.
Massive going down was massive.
They get not a whole lot of space, to be honest, considering what they've lost. There's a player lingering in the smoke, and this is going to be hard to contest as the smoke fades.
There's no flashbang on Kanshine at the very least, so Frog can't just try and go for the flashbang into the space smoke. Will end up falling. Kanshine is there for the trade, still inside. Will use a Molotov as well. Waste of ammo is trying to spray away, and the pre-fire will work out. Slowed down, though they're worried about a third player being here potentially. Well, the rotations have now made their way over. Wetfire left to try and fend off this A-bomb site alone.
There's not even much pressure on Indonesia to immediately pull the trigger. They've got a minute on the clock, so they're going to slowly try to scope this one out. I see, ready on the boost, quickly tries to reroute himself. And they've been able to cross over to the site, but they've been losing player after player. Waste peeking into Coffin. There's a 1-for-1 trade again, but Clip goes ahead and overextends to get a second frag as well. Wetfire now in a 1-on-2 scenario. And they've got the money to throw away, right? They've got money to burn. And Redfire is comfortable with this. Getting ready for it. Oh, great. Quick scope, so lightning fast that it doesn't even look like he's scoping. Wetfire, that is the AWPer you were talking about. Yummy who?
Wetfire is ridiculously good, man. Those last two shots, I don't blame Indonesia in the slightest for what happened right there. There's nothing you could have done. They were playing the 2v1 well. It's just the second player was slightly late to come out and try and watch for the crossover there, sure, but whatever. Wetfire just completely outskills them. 10-1 now for Uzbekistan. That's 2 rounds in a row now where Indonesia has gotten themselves into winning positions but can't actually capitalize off of it. I thought that Uzbekistan missing the Molotov would be pretty much everything. They used the Molotov with the intention of blocking off stairs, but it went a bit too far to the left side. But the day is saved, and Wetfire is the one wearing the cape.
I mean, the day is hardly saved, right?
I mean, it's safe for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, but like the day was never really in trouble. It was just a
true.
It was just a difficult minute.
You're having a fantastic day, and then you forget your wallet somewhere. No, it's still in my back pocket. It's okay. Manticore will manage to dodge out the AWP as well. Quick jump up in the meanwhile to make sure of that.
Indonesia, unfortunately, because they're taking their sweet time and actually executing late into a bomb site, this also leaves them vulnerable to not being able to fully clear things out. The firepower that is available in Uzbekistan is very, very difficult to get past them this late into the game or this late into the round timer. By the way, the bomb is still all the way back and there's only 30 seconds remaining.
Yo, Vietnam, Indonesia, guys, come on.
Okay, so bomb recovery and just hightailing it to a bomb site with the bomb, even that in itself is going to take like 12 seconds. So effectively, they've got 8 seconds to get the bomb down.
Time to start pressing W, boys. IC Valona, however, will be the standstill for them. Manticore as well takes on Masha. He just needs to delay, and it's Manticore to finish off. 11-1. Uzbekistan are looking like the best damn country in the Asian Championship. There is no comparison to them right now. No one holds a candle right now. Mongolia, if you're out there watching this, you're not going to get to buy 4 ops against these guys. That's for sure.
I hate that you said that because if they are actually watching this, you know that they're petty enough to do it.
Frog. Wow, Nero's just been naded down to oblivion. He's going to fall immediately, but Sandman is there with the double trade.
Great openers. This is something that Indonesia has desperately needed. The conversions have always been very hard to come by.
So is the bomb
left all the way back. Yep. And before they can actually make the bomb part of the conversation, it's already a 3v3, and the CTs are getting in position. There's enough time for rotations as well. Wet fight. Now waiting for them to cross. There is still a solitary smoke available, which is a bit of a saving grace for them, to be honest.
Manticore's grenade's actually going to be quite important if he wants to chuck it out of here, but he decides to preserve his position instead. There's a flashbang available for Wetfi. So if they've realized where they are because of the jump up and the sound cue, maybe there's going to be something to be lined up here. Wetfi needs to chuck it out. Will not be able to do so. Clip catches them off. Nice shot coming through, but it's right through the edge of the pole. Icy. Nade goes out, will not be able to find Sandman. Waste of ammo is hidden away very safely as well. Just trying to pursue through. This is 1-2v1 that they are not willing to lose. Icy is not going to be able to find too much at all. Sandman will fall, but it's still waste of ammo left alive. Will not go down to the bomb, will he? Yes, he will. So the T side, even after they win the round, they don't get any of the money.
3,500 average on everyone except Clip. So they're going to be shoddily buying into 1 AK and everything else should be Galil's. And on the CT side of the camp, they don't care. They've got money, and with the loss bonus, they're actually going to be able to buy up in the next round as well. Now, granted, it's not going to be all bells and whistles if they do end up losing, but 11-4 is already fantastic. Did Wetfi hit anything? Yeah. Waste of ammo, very little HP, but this is super important from Neora. We need that early banana aggression that actually favors the T's.
Icy has been very consistent in actually evening out numbers when they lose players to Banana, so you can already see him trying to make a play again. Boost it up. Doubling inside short as well. It'll be Wetfly to give him company. A deadly duo. Oh, he's getting aggressive. Wetfly wants to go in for it. Will find the frag, and there's no one in apartments to actually threaten him either. Remember that equalization I said they'd be looking for? They have found it.
Yeah, Wetfire has never really even needed to get aggressive before this, right? But they lose a man, and he quickly tries to make up for the numbers. Now the problem is, again, it's Indonesia driving the time down to just 40 seconds. So whatever they do, they're going to have to book it very quickly. Smoke is out. Utility starting to fly out as well. Molotov towards triple, so they can focus on Manticore. But they need to watch out for Canshine, whose elbow has been spotted. Manticore fighting back. The blindfold on his head means that he cannot immediately fight back. Beautiful shot from Wetfi. And that leaves Clip in a 1-on-2. 15 seconds remaining, and the walls are quickly closing in on him. Two different angles that he must find, and he doesn't get any one of them.
Dude, Wetfi is honestly unreal. That flick onto the player on Coffin, he barely sees it. That's such a difficult vertical flick. No one ever practices vertical flicks either as an opper.
Yeah, because it kind of sounds like the return on investment wouldn't be great, but then you see this and you're like, okay.
There's a lot of like these small angles on maps, but it feels like, oh, well, you know, if I position right, I won't ever need to do it. But in retakes, yeah. Wow. 12-2, and I don't think that there's any sign of stopping from the boys from Tashkent. Hey, this is crazy though. Indonesia, it's obviously not been the most famous Counter-Strike country, but they've got an actual history in it as well. Lots of players trying to play in the top Asian tournaments, trying to qualify for Tier 1 events here and there, regularly so. And Uzbekistan has just come out of the blue. And they're painting the streets red right now.
Final hurrah on the T side for Indonesia. gun rounds will be so hard to come by in the next half, even if they get this final one. Little off angle for Canshine. As soon as they turn to check library, that is it. But it actually have a bit of an advantage, and with Marsha having pushed into library, now it's a 2-on-4. One of the very, very few favorable situations they have ever found themselves in during this game.
IC's in a very good position though, and he will be found out. That's a crucial kill, because if he's able to delay and potentially get a double, yeah, things open up for them. Still, last round of the half, Frog's got no choice but to go for it, and even if he didn't, I think he would have tried regardless. A round that might be a bit too much to ask even for Uzbekistan here. Regardless of their illustrious performances, this one was never going to be possible. 12-3, and to put it into context, all 5 players from Uzbekistan are on double digits. That's very rare for a 15-round game, right? It's not one player who's popping off like nothing else. I see, obviously, on 16, Manticore on 15, both look particularly impressive, yes, but everyone is just looking better.
Well, every single win condition would have to activate for Indonesia to get this, and even then it's going to be a hard-fought map. But honestly, I'm already mentally checked out. I'm already mentally counting them out. The Marsha doesn't want me to be. Fruck and Icy, though, they've quickly brought it back to equal contention. Ace site sprawled over by the T's, and they're quickly getting into nice post-plant positions. Double pit. As the numbers have already been put in. 3 CTs, all 3 getting ready to prioritize their push from long. 2-on-2 as the bullets are exchanged. Niora, though, is making quick work of them. Fruck fights back, 1-on-1, and now it's all a game about timing. Both trying to get the other caught off guard. Niora, crucial shots being missed. Not a whole lot of HP available for him, and Fruck should be able to get it done with a body shot.
And this is one of the problems that Indonesia has had. If we look at rounds where they've found an advantage and actually put themselves in a pretty good position, we've seen about 4 more of them so far, right? But the issue is that they are always losing the advantage soon afterwards as well. You know, Marsha finding those 2 kills is massive, but then trades come out almost instantly. Before it was Icy Vlone as well. It's a lot. It's a lot to consider. Waste is down early. This force buy from Indonesia is all that they can really go for with the scoreline looking the way it is. Marsha's trying to get aggressive back in apartments, or at least rather he's trying to take a slightly more aggressive position just by jiggling it out from balcony.
Honestly, man, like, it doesn't look like this map is in the cards anymore.
Marsha wants to pull out some new cards. Okay. Good for one. Clip as well. Adds another to his tally. Canshine on the other side, though. Always good for the refrags. Always good for the trades.
I wish that MP9 could have done something more. I was truly hoping they wouldn't check for him, that Indonesia would get a chance, get that first stepping stone to try and make it back into the game. In this position, honestly, it's looking already like a GG. Only 2 rounds away from the finish. And you know what they're staring down the barrel of, right? It's Ancient.
Oh, I thought you meant the lower bracket, but they're really both the same thing. It's all about saving face now for Indonesia, right? It's about fighting 3 more rounds. Saying, oh, guys, it's okay. We were just not hitting our shots at the beginning. It's fine. Marsha was at -1 and 7. Yay. You know, it's just...
That's interesting because Marsha started off -1 and 7, and now he's still top fragging.
Dude, Marsha's genuinely an incredible rifler who can play against Uzbekistan and try and match up against them. Neora as well, I do believe that he's having a terrible game right now, but he could do that. The only point is getting some confidence right now going into Ancient. And Icy Blown doesn't want to let them have that one. And even if he does whiff the spray a little bit, Manticore is right there from behind. The stamp waste of ammo in the back. This is going to be a true test of leadership from Sandman.
Especially heading over towards Ancient, man. Like,
yeah,
I'm not.
That's what it is, right? This is not about IGLing. It's very often in Counter-Strike, we're always talking about, oh my god, the IGL impact, it's so good. This call, that call, this call, whatever. Sometimes it's not about the calls, it's about the come together after a terrible map. It's about how good are you at making it seem like, hey, that one didn't matter. Make a joke about, wow, dude, that guy really just demolished us. Wow, haha, he's so good. Next game though, boys, it's okay. Ancient, he's not, he sucks on Ancient. He doesn't know how to play on Ancient. Make it ironic, make a joke about it. Find an angle. Sandman will need to bring this locker room around.
This is where, as an IGL or a coach or anybody that is in the position to improve the communication, you just say, that was their life game. Okay. That was a fluke.
Yeah, you just have to convince your teammates. Say, listen, bro, I'm telling you, they're noobs. They were just hitting their shots. It's okay. We forgot our mice weren't working. Life game, this, that, whatever. Just make whatever excuses you can to get a smile. And then you think onwards. Unfortunately for them, Uzbekistan have a lot of smiles right now. They're 15-3.
The thing is, right, we've thought that Uzbekistan would have a harder time as they progressed in the tournament, but they've just been getting better and better by the map, and they're now making it look even more convincing.
Sandman goes to the corner, Wetfire's gone, Kanchan and Frog will be getting the quick refrags down middle. There's still some threat that is available, but that threat is now also eliminated. Marsha taken apart. Uzbekistan are not just knocking on the door of 16, they are very much trying to crash it down with a battering ram. They're so silent about it as well. Just want to make sure this is the round where they finish things off. Uzbekistan also understand the importance of morale over here.
Yeah, they realize that closing it out early, not letting Indonesia save face, should theoretically transfer into an even easier game next, and it doesn't seem like the Aura can do anything. Saving face, you cannot even save a round at this point. 16-3, yeah. I mean,
it's not even 20 rounds.
Not even 20 rounds.
And I need to remind everyone of this. They start off -1 and 7, 0 and 7, 0 and 7,
1 and
1 and 7, 1 and 7. That 1 and 7 then turns to 4 because of a triple kill that doesn't actually lead to a round win either. Right? We are looking at potentially the most dominant game in the entirety of IESF's tournament, except for the one that Australia just beat India out on the women's side. That is mind-blowing that in the upper bracket final, we have had our most dominating game ever, and it is Uzbekistan, wait for it, on Indonesia's map pick.
The worst thing about this whole thing, right, is that Uzbekistan, they've gotten better and better by the map, by the game. And heading into this tournament, right, they were the dark horse. They were struggling in, they were meant to struggle in their local qualifiers, and they had a much harder time in the local competition than they just did in the upper bracket final. So how the hell does that even happen, T-Time?
Look, they're just that good. Honestly, there's nothing else I can say about it. And you know one angle that I've been saving for this post game, just because I was thinking that throughout the entire game. In Ancient, Clip's not playing. Insane has just been watching his teammates getting battered and battered and battered, and now he's thinking, I have to go against these guys? What?
Like, I can imagine the hands shaking as he's plugging in his keyboard and mouse. He's like, oh no, this is what I've got to play
Icy
against.
just gives him a smile when he walks by and Insane just says, you know what, Clip, maybe you want to play this next one over here.
And you know what? Uzbekistan has completely changed the narrative of this entire tournament, because heading into the IESF Asian Championship, there were so many different games where we were like, okay, this should be a one-sided affair, that should be a one-sided affair. But throughout the tournament, every single game almost has looked very, very competitive. But Uzbekistan, they're the only team that has kind of avoided that curse, right? Avoided the curse of having to play every single game in a competitive fashion. We talked about that Palestinian, Australian, and there was another team in their triangle, right?
Pakistan, yeah.
Pakistan.
Literally your country, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, all that competitiveness completely goes out the window, and it's not like that was limited to the group stages, right?
Yeah.
That has continued to be the theme throughout the tournament, throughout the group stage, throughout the upper bracket, and now throughout the upper bracket. You know what, Ancient? It does not seem like it's going to be very forgiving. It's almost as if we already know who's heading to the lower bracket.
Let me tell you something that's going to blow your mind and maybe the viewers' minds even more. In the entirety of their IESF mail run, in the entirety of it, I'm including the regional qualifiers, right? Uzbekistan has lost a single map. That map was lost to Vietnam.
And that was in the group stages. That's
in the
it.
group stages.
And even that was close.
And Vietnam's eliminated right now, right? Vietnam was one of the first two teams to be eliminated, so you can clearly tell that was a bit of a fluke right now. Uzbekistan are going into the second map, their own map pick of Ancient, a map that they have historically been fantastic on, a map that even outside of IESF they have found success on versus teams where they're not playing on LAN. They're literally at 100 ping disadvantage against those other teams, and that's what they're going into. Versus Indonesia, a team that yesterday on Ancient was struggling versus that same Vietnam. They got it through in the end, but they were struggling.
Man, you know, we've talked about IC, we've talked about WEC23, right? And if there was any point where there could have been doubt, it had to be through the 20, 30 maps that they've played in the journey that they've gone through, right? So if anybody was thinking that, oh, this is just an uncharacteristically good performance from WEC23, this is just IC having the game of his life, how the hell are they replicating it time after time after time? They are battering everyone. And I mean everyone, because we were thinking that, you know, Mongolia are the untouchables here. No. Mongolia have fallen victim to Uzbekistan as well.
Yeah, and listen, that's the point. If this is a game of their life, how many lives do these guys have? Cats would be jealous of them. That's how much they've got going for themselves. And as we head into Ancient, I will say Indonesia have some shining lights. I know this has been a ridiculously good performance from Uzbekistan, but Marsha picked things up after he stopped being on -1 kills, right? He really did start to look a bit more competitive. He did look like he could frag up there with, you know, Manticore, Canshine, Frock as well, occasionally taking down IC here and there, right? Marsha is one player stepping up. They need two more. Who's it going to be? We don't know. We're going to have to find out after a short break, but they better start stepping up soon if they want a chance in Ancient. And the funeral bells are ringing right now. I think this might be a little bit of a problem for Indonesia to come through. We've just seen the most convincing victory that I have witnessed in the entirety of the IESF male portion of the tournament. Uzbekistan has demolished Indonesia on Indonesia's map pick.
Yeah, and you know, it took a little while before map number 2 has started, right? I mean, we've been waiting for a little while. The breaks have been a little shorter, and I've just got word. You know how they've got a 6-man situation going on?
Yeah.
So Insane was watching that match from the sidelines. He watched his team get completely demolished.
True.
And now they had to send a crew to his hotel to bring him out, convince him to actually play map number 2.
Okay, that's the
because
screaming
that is
sounds I was hearing. That's the screaming sounds. I was wondering, why is he saying, no, I see no, no, I see no, like some Dora the Explorer memes going on over here. I see no icing, because he was icing them out. He was incredible. Between Icy and Wetfire, you think that that's all you need, but Kanchine stepping up, Manticore is stepping up. It's just some super team gaming going on right now, man. I don't even know, honestly. I have no idea what the solution is. You're going into Ancient. The only ray of hope you had was Marcia, who started to pick things up a little bit more. But if I'm being optimistic, if I'm being really nice about it, I can say, okay, hey, maybe we're going to see a little bit more of Waste. Maybe we're going to see a little bit more of Neura. Maybe there's a chance over here through them to make it a slightly more convincing scoreline. But even when I'm optimistic, I say more convincing scoreline. I don't say win. Ancient seems like it should not have a chance at all for us.
Yeah, more convincing scoreline. You might mean 4 rounds instead of 3 with how convincing that first map was. But you know what? All jokes aside, I think there is still some degree of mental reset they're going to have going into this. When the game is that dominant, when map 1 is such a whitewash, you're going to be thinking, okay, you know what? Forget about this. Now we've got our 6-man stepping in as well. So the dynamic has started to change a little bit. We'll see if they can do anything about it. But to be honest, this is very much looking like an Uzbek game.
Early aggression towards A side is the plan from Indonesia. Insane, the bomb carrier. And as much as we've joked about it, there could also be the idea of, listen, Insane's coming in. He didn't have to go through all of that. He could be the fresh face as well for the rest of his team. Where if he steps up, you know what, maybe there's something to be done. I think he had some stage nerves before when we saw him come through an Ancient versus Vietnam. Now, Neura starting things off strong. Frog goes down in middle, all isolated. The smoke turning away his teammate from trying to make a difference. Manticore unable to help. But now Manticore and Kanchine lie in wait on this A-bomb site. Flashbang ends up team flashing. Kanchine wants to take advantage of it. Is still peeking forward. They're not turning around. Marcia will finally take him down. In Uzbekistan have lost 2. Make it 3 and 4. Icy all alone. Unlikely to find much over here. And Sandman. It's so many sprays so far we've seen from the clock. It's kind of wild.
I'm not even sure how Kanchine ends up missing that many shots. He had such a massive window there to potentially get a double or a triple, but, I mean, a pistol round whiff is a whiff. Indonesia, though, already a much better start, which is something I hate to say on a pistol round of all things, but, you know,
look, the point is not about the fact that it's a pistol round start. The point is Neura gets 3 kills, right? Neura and Marcia were some of the big win conditions for them before as well. It's great to see him getting activated early on into things. It's great to see that he can try and put behind that previous performance because he only had 5 across the entire map. Now, Insane as well. He has been hijacked a few times, and this might be one of them. Trying to turn around, Wetfly still gets the better of him. Fortunately, he's got a teammate to try and trade. Waste and Marcia just getting it all done.
And this is where they need to make sure that they keep things clean, they keep things uncompetitive, at least in the buffer rounds that they're starting to get. IC tries to peek forward, but Waste is ready from the super box. 2-0, Indonesia. Already 2/3 of the way there to their previous scoreline.
It's a strong start for them. And it is going to be even more so when you consider that Uzbekistan now aren't going to have the most utility in the world. They are pulling out 2 MP9s, so they'll be playing off of a bit more than expected. However, even so, firepower advantage goes away of Indonesia. Utility advantage goes away of Indonesia. There is work to be done here.
Neura showing early presence here on middle. That's not what they're going to be committing to, though. Going towards the A site. They've only left one prong towards B, and they're going to be quickly booking it to A. And this bomb site's been relatively abandoned. Uzbekistan, they're playing it in a style where they must go for the retake. Insane is good for the first, and he does eventually get capitalized upon by Frock, who has also victimized the second. Canshine is the one to fall to reel the numbers back in, but it's a 3-on-3, and Frock is there to punish when the bomb carrier starts to recollect his treasure. But there's so much damage that has been exchanged. The T's are struggling.
Frock goes ahead and collects a third for the round. It is another bomb dropped.
Frock is everything there.
Really been having a fantastic performance already.
Oh my
Wet
God.
Fire's also been given a bit more space because Frock is just jumping about. Wet Fire takes the chance to start pushing through and finding another one. Icy will fall short. Marcia has been great so far, but it looks like his first death might be around the corner. In fact, he'll have to wait for a while longer. Frock will be the one to put him in the grave. 4 for Frock, but they make it competitive. Indonesia will not have gotten the bomb plant, though. So the potential of having destroyed the CT economy and having more money than them at least is not there.
The fact is, they had basically free control of the A bomb site, but then they just get completely demolished by Frock individually, who doesn't really have a whole lot of support there either. Yes, a player sent out early on, and that is some ineffective bait because Frock has to wait like 5 seconds before he ever gets to chime in with a duel. So he gets a lot of individual work done, so definitely pats on the back going out towards him. Indonesia, they've only got one weapon in this round. It's just waste of ammo with an AK-47.
Oh, well, that one AK-47's found the first shot. Unfortunately, Ancient is a sort of map which isn't as conducive to hero AKs unless you're going for faster mid pushes, because even if you get a kill early on, you're very unlikely to actually get the weapon back. Faster mid pushes and cheetah control are really the only two places where something like that could be possible, but at least they have a man advantage without using too much util. Nice shot from Weiss. He wants to continue, keep it going, but Icy on the other side will put a stop to him. That AK can't be recovered either.
Frock, he's been the one that has been so difficult to get past, but the right click at that point, if you're a rifler, might as well unbind it. Icy and Canshine, the only ones remaining now, and I'm not sure how even that one kill is allowed through the smoke, but Canshine is still alive and kicking. 35 seconds on the clock as they try to put the numbers back in.
Bomb planted before Inzen goes down. He's done his job. Canshine's clutch has just become infinitely more difficult. Oh, Masha from behind, only 1 HP, let's not forget, but the fact that he's willing to get aggressive is not going to go missed by me. Canshine almost getting that one more bullet. Look at the relief on Marsha's face. He even pulls out the towel just to dry off his hands. He was sweating.
And for good reason, right? Uzbekistan, they have been dominant on map number 1. Ancient is something that has been so damn scary for every single team that has tried to topple Uzbekistan on. And I'm not just talking about this tournament, I'm talking about every single one that they've been competing in. So for Indonesia to have a strong start, this is really important, and they know they don't want to drop the ball. It is time for a mental reset. It is time to take over Ancient for Indonesia.
White Fire's going to be peeking in. Was Nora's ready for it? This has been a consistent play versus Indonesia by teams that are trying to exploit Insane, but Frock's the one with the big frag. Waste. The big boy taken down.
Manticore trying to creep through the smoke, actually nearly catches one in the back, but is pulverized by another. Niora making that Galil work, and you can see some BM in there as well. Spamming on the body.
This is a really good reset from Indonesia. They've completely turned around the momentum. They can completely put away everything. Look at how happy Niora is as well as the camera,
big.
right? Like, listen, this is the start that they desperately needed. And credit to them, man. It's Marcia, it's Niora, the big two, and they're doing it for their team right now. Indonesia is in a very good position. Uzbekistan has been making this a very big priority to continue fighting mid. with literally 4 players. And the reason why they can do that is because Indonesia is not sending anyone aggressively forward towards the B lane. Indonesia's T-side offense has been largely concentrated on the left side of the map, and I'm not just talking about their A hits. Even the initial default just has Sandman holding for a push. This is a trend that Uzbekistan is likely to notice soon.
Yeah, Uzbekistan, they have a little bit of space here towards B ramp, and they've got some control of middle as well, but Indonesia are quite comfortable with just abandoning it. And knowing that there's so little late round utility that this team can use, with the exception of the Molotov, it's going to be hard to stop these T's if they do decide to double down on one bomb site. But this is a really good position from Kanchan. Unfortunately, spotted. There's a bit of a crossfire though. MP9 pushing both things down. Niora tries to fight back. Insane and Marsha, they're trying to creep out of this door. Manticore though can keep his hand steady on the farmers and keep his hand steady for the round win.
Second secured for Uzbekistan, and they've done so in a point where Indonesia's money had not run out of control, so you are going to have a slightly easier time in this round, even if I do think Indonesia will be investing regardless. As far as Indonesia is concerned, this is the point where we have to keep in mind there's still no op-out for Uzbekistan, so putting your foot down now would be really useful. But also very difficult with the 2 Deagles, one of which is already on the ground. Nura, one of the more influential players so far in this map, has been eliminated. With how Sandman's been playing, he's 0 for 3 because he's just been letting himself be the lurk on the right side of the map, and he's completely alone. It makes the calling a little bit more tricky, so I'm sure there's some secondary calling coming through from another player. Marsha, he just knows exactly what's going on. He is completely zoned in onto the server.
Icy falls, mid opened up. Indonesia, they cannot allow Uzbekistan to get any control whatsoever. Any momentum shift that happens from this point on would be very troublesome. Wetfi gets 1, collects a second, and Wetfi, doesn't matter if he's on an AWP or a rifle, he can still look just as strong. Insane, down 1-on-3. The 6th man has got to do something, but he simply can't. Third round for Uzbekistan.
Wetfi completely turns that one around. It looked like Marsha had given them the advantage they needed, but when they commit to mid afterwards, they're not expecting there to be so much more presence after they've already gotten 2 kills. And look, I understand why you think that, because we see the map, right? We've seen that Uzbekistan has had a concentration of 4 players here consistently. They've actually not been experiencing that the same way. It's been smokes down in front of them. It's kills around the smokes that they're getting, and that's where normally Uzbekistan backs off and fades into their sights again. So Indonesia try to put their finger on a pressure point that doesn't actually exist.
They can't afford to run out of gas. They cannot afford to lose any momentum whatsoever. And now with Wetfi being enabled with the AWP in his hands as well, things are going to look very difficult. Nade and Molotov combo makes it hard for them to turn out, but this should be a firing gallery by every stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, Manticore and Froch just get to farm.
Honestly, it was really about Indonesia making sure that the economy never gets good enough for Uzbekistan to feel comfortable on the AWPs or ever get too comfortable on the utility. But as soon as all of those resources are available for Uzbekistan, their gameplay is so damn fleshed out that this T side will be incredibly difficult to get past.
Smoke will actually be interrupted in case there was a 3rd player in behind them to try and use that as a one-way in the red room, but actually it's a faster play out to A. Indonesia are finally getting wise to the fact that A is being abandoned early on. Sandman, however, has actually become much more exploratory, going all the way through, but as he ducks away, he gets his first frag, and it's a big one, second frag rather, but it is still equally big. Icy taken down, One of the big stars won't be able to rotate, but more importantly, Sandman can actually go back and make sure there's no one coming in from A main. They can completely tunnel vision in on CT Spawn and Donut instead.
Walking into his crosshairs, that is a big whiff. It's not a collection.
Makes up for it soon afterwards. Manticore goes down, and immediately the CT's trying to get away. Sandman gets greedy, makes noise as he's trying to hunt in. He thought that they were going for the retake even then, so he doesn't realize that they're fading away instead. Or maybe he thought they'd have knives out, but still, making noise does make that pretty unlikely.
Now, this is really good from Uzbekistan. The fact that they've been able to make sure the economy doesn't get too bad. Yes, they lose a round, but WEC23, the fact that he's able to save that AWP, Frock on the AK as well, is going to be one of the bigger win conditions for Uzbekistan. Now, I know that the narrative of this game hasn't ever been around the idea that Uzbekistan needs all these win conditions and this and that, but truthfully, Indonesia, that bad of a game in the previous map, that was unprecedented, right? And I don't think that's a performance that can be replicated by Uzbekistan twice against a team like Indonesia.
Yeah.
These teams are a lot closer than you might think.
I like the fact that Manticore is now reverting back to a bit more aggression on A, but Indonesia is expecting it as well. With the limited amount of utility that's been used in middle, the call has been made to be careful about pushes to come through from extremities. And finally, we're seeing a swivel back over to the B bomb site to be potentially lined up. Uzbekistan needs to respect it as well, so they've kept two players here throughout regardless, but what they have done is taken pressure away from an aggressive Cheetah presence. Ganshine is instead trying to play towards the back of the B house, and this is where he can rotate much more quickly, but it's going to be a much faster execute from Indonesia. Now, Indonesia's still far away from lining up and execute like it. Look at where Insane is, look at where Waste is as well. 40 seconds, they need to commit. Icy's got a big frag.
1-for-1 trade, though. And yeah, that commitment from Neora, it's a little bit mistimed. Kanchan gets the sweet freedom of moving around and comfortably choosing the duels that he wants to. And all of a sudden, Insane, the man that was previously on the sidelines, is in the front row. And he's got to get something done. Beautiful collection initially. 20 seconds to go. AK collected. Headshot could have been there, but Manticore denies.
Insane is so far off. This double lurk style from Indonesia is honestly relying on Uzbekistan getting aggressive, and if Uzbekistan doesn't, then they just lose the round there, because late round into it, Icy and company are very comfortable holding down angles or even taking just a slightly aggressive off angle, as we just saw here.
It's also because when you have a double extremity lurk style setup, you have a much harder time then pivoting into a late round play, especially because you've basically gotten no information. Nobody can really individually try and aggress, or they risk losing duels and potentially being a liability for the team. Now, it's a good spot to take a tactical timeout. Obviously, the buy is going to come up in the next round as well. I mean, in this particular round as well. And to be honest, I think Indonesia have done a pretty decent job already on the T side, even if it was built off of the initial buffer. Getting to that 6 to 7 round mark would definitely make them very comfortable, and they surely have enough time to get it done. But if you allow Uzbekistan to get to something like 10, then things get very, very tricky T time.
They're force buying into this one, Indonesia. Do want to try and still take the fight to Uzbekistan and make sure that the economy can't really settle down. Neora trying to push forward. Good for the one. Frog will trade, but he doubles it up and keeps it going. Indonesia missed the timing where it could have been just the one player they're facing down. Frog from longer range has been so good in middle. 12-5 right now, leading the scoreboard across the server. Marsha tying it out with him at the same score as well. WEC23 smoke down, trying to fight away. There will be no support to come through, so he has to navigate around it. The first shot is missed. Marsha, however, taken down by Frog. WEC23 will fall. Insane's Deagle comes into play, but Sandman's fallen, and with him goes the bomb. An AWP recovered, will be able to find another frag, but can't do anything when Frog is acing things out on the other side.
I love that from WEC23. The fact that he quickly recognizes it's not his job to get kills beyond the point where he's missed the first shot. It's his responsibility to stay alive, be that menace within the smoke, fire off pot shots, and keep their eyes away from the Donut and CT presence. Frock, the doors are opened up for him to make those collections. And now because Indonesia have bought up entirely in the previous round, now they're going to be falling victim to some of the economic pitfalls that can come their way. Gonna have to be a much faster play here.
This is one of the plays that actually helped out Indonesia a fair bit as well. Insane trying to start things off. Kanshine, however, will be taking him down. Icy and Kanshine traded away. Neura's Tech 9 is something to marvel at. Two more players coming in from behind, but they are going to be watched out for. The bomb is planted. Manticore spots out Sandman, wasn't expecting the second. Checks it out lazily, and Waze can now punish, but Frock and Wetfire still alive, make it an advantageous situation for themselves. Marsha swings out after hearing the scope, expecting Wetfire to maybe miss, or hopefully, maybe just hoping that he was looking back out towards Cheetah instead. But Uzbekistan will collect on that 7th. Wanted to quickly correct what I'm saying as well. It wasn't Uzbekistan who ran this strat. Indonesia themselves actually turned things around versus Vietnam with this exact same half buy with a Tech 9 rush onto B.
Yeah, when nothing is working, sometimes you just have to try and throw things at the wall to see what sticks. But even though they were able to get onto the bomb site, actually making the conversion happen with the measly pistols they had, it was difficult.
They got the opening kill, right? They get the bomb down as well. The problem is that Sandman and I can't remember the second player was actually outside of B.
Neura, I think.
Sandman and Neura, they're taking a slightly more aggressive angle initially, but we've got to put that to the side. That round is for the demo reviews. This ace side attempt. Wetfire not flashed initially, will be able to find the quick kill. Turns around for more, will keep it going. The double is fantastic and Manticore is given space. There's no flashes to stop him, there's no flashes to force him off. All he needs to do is just hold down mouse 1.
I mean, it was great, that Tech 9 round, right? The fact that they were able to get the bomb plant, but then they get nothing with the actual money they've built up in the next round. And of course, the next couple of rounds as well for Uzbekistan, this round and the next, they've got nothing to worry about as far as the money is concerned. So these two final rounds are going to be very difficult for Indonesia to digest, especially considering if they buy up in this round, they're ending up with nothing for the next. And the only way they can really have their hands at a gun round is if they are a little bit more conservative this time around. But then, of course, you're giving up that 9th without much of a contest.
The issue that I'm having right now is that Indonesia, you said that it would be hard for for Indonesia if Uzbekistan gets 10 rounds. They're on the verge of giving them 10 rounds. They're fighting for 7 now, and look, I get it and I respect this. But the duels in mid are going to be not coming at all. Frock's actually just gone out for information and he's looking to hunt down Sandman instead. The only one left behind is in fact Neura, and Neura's still going to be smoked off. Frock doesn't have to worry about it at all. The A side hit once again being attempted. Manticore is lying in wait. There is no op this time over, but Manticore didn't die. He was great as a turret as well. And he continues to be just that. Frock now adds more threat for the flank to come in, and Icy's also activated on the rotate through CT. Not a single kill for Indonesia on this commitment, on this gamble for 7. Instead, they might be locked to 5.
That's right. That gamble puts them in a very awkward spot in the subsequent round. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of how they've been prioritizing the rifles, right? I would really like to see them go for a more utility-heavy setup. Like, the idea behind that Tech 9 push they had, that was great, but it wasn't really supplemented by the weaponry. I would really like them to see them do a fast execute with those rifles so they can actually match the firepower. Brute forcing just not working against Uzbekistan. Beautiful work from Wetfire. He's been so prolific at that angle, not ever allowing anybody to trespass and Cheetah, not to get past the door, and just one by one they are plucked off the server.
It's going to be double digits, man. It's already written out in the cards pretty much. Uzbekistan, what, this goes from 5-1 to now 10-5, if I remember correctly. Maybe it was 4-1 and 5-2. I'll have to double check that one, but regardless, such a swift turnaround.
Indonesia had a decent start. They had that buffer built up, but unfortunately their flight feathers have been quickly plucked by Uzbekistan.
Yeah, this was gone from 4-1 to 10-5. I just checked that. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, a singular kill after a round rather, after Uzbekistan started to gain some momentum. That is rough. And that all started happening when you could see that Uzbekistan were building up resources, right? And this is why I have so much respect for the way Uzbekistan approached the game, where they're never brute forcing. They're always prioritizing the money. They're always relying on playing the odds rather than playing the players, right? WEC23 always saving the AWP, Frock always going for to save the rifle, and it pays off in the long run. It never puts them in a position where the utility will be hard to come by. Pistol round is of the essence. Uzbekistan now getting ready to push on to the B side. There is so much control that has already been taken. They're already pushed all the way into the catwalks.
Two teams had 4 players back A bomb site, so this retake becomes incredibly difficult. You're all coming from the exact same angle as well. Inzane and Marsha might have found some kills, but it will not matter. Icy with the triple is now up to 11. He's obviously not had the same sort of shine to him, but that's because Frock has been taking the spotlight. 18-5 right now. I just checked HLTV for his first maps rating as well. He was 1.67 rated in that first map, the highest rated player on his team. Even then, this is the Frock show. It's USPs right on the other side, so the flashbang isn't the most consequential, but 2 quick frags.
Not bad.
The bomb is also disassociated, so there's a possibility of Sandman maybe swinging out, but he delays it. Instead, the bomb can be planted. Still, nearly an impossible situation, especially considering how far away the actual Galil is from the rest of the action. Marsha is even thinking about saving it now. Well, he was, but then he decides against it.
Sandman gets a little greedy there, just tries to get that weapon, but nothing he could have done. First gun round now getting ready to be popped out for Indonesia. Brought out?
Popped out, brought out, all the outs.
Well, Indonesia, if they were having any momentum in this tournament, if they had a good performance against Mongolia, all of those little things, their bubble has definitely been popped, and they've quickly realized who the top dogs of this tournament are. Monster performance on map 1. A near rivaling performance already on map 2.
Marsha, nicely done though. Still wants to keep the fight alive. Nora's right next to him. Quick triple kill, and Indonesia will not go down without at least a blow or two to their enemies' faces. I love to see that fighting spirit will not keel over and die.
There was a beautiful couple of flashes from both Sandman and Waste. They were blind out of their mind as they were escaping the doors. Frock and Manticore. They can both collect a kill apiece. Maybe we could talk, but no, Manticore.
Look, at the very least, Inzane's getting to play a little bit as well, right? He's not having the best of games, and frankly speaking, as the 6th man, it's really important for him to have a little bit more impact. If he is going to be coming in on some of these more complex maps, you know, if he is going to be saying, able to make the claim that, hey, I'm the guy you wanted Ancient, I'm the guy who you wanted Nuke, all of these great maps that obviously Indonesia should have in their map pool, then we need to see a little bit more.
Early nade chucked over B site. Marsha has a Molotov ready if they decide to go through. Will be perfectly timed as well, and he is ready with the AK-47, salivating over multiple kills, but he's only able to pallet one. WEC23 does eventually get one.
Bomb plant as well off the back of it. This is a very successful round considering only Kanshine actually bought into it. And WEC23 with the Deagle had a chance to maybe look for more waste of ammo, however, will not be succumbing to the Deagle. And unfortunately for IC, there's no chance here, but even more unfortunately for Indonesia, I've got to say, the narrative so far has really shifted for me from, hey, waste of ammo is supposed to be really, really great and Insane's supposed to be fantastic, to waste of ammo is, he's the third guy, but it's Marsha and Nira who are doing all the actual heavy lifting against the biggest opponents and the biggest opposition.
And they're such excellent riflers, right? The fact that they can put up great numbers against some really difficult opponents, and oftentimes they're not even being supplemented by that AWP from Waste of Ammo. Like, don't get me wrong, he's a talented AWP player, but the performances we have seen from him are on that rifle. So when you've got a couple riflers that are balling out of control, even without the supportive AWP element, their job is already a lot harder, and they're still delivering.
Uzbekistan's going to be able to pull together this next round into a quick little gun buy as well, though, courtesy of the bomb plant. Manticore actually bought up the Tech 9 armor and went down to $0, so I was slightly worried about that one, but now that he's got the bomb plant on his side, can at least pull out the AK. Uzbekistan is one of the few teams where I'm a lot more forgiving for anything that they want to do as far as buying more rifles is concerned. So many of their rounds have been won just on the basis of individual skill. By the time Indonesia actually starts to rotate back to the A-bomb side, their only pathways in it through Temple and CT. Marsha, however, will find Wetfight soon after he's chucked out a smoke, so at the very least the timing will work out for him. Molotov back to CT, forces Waste of Ammo forward, and he cannot find the dual win. Manticore, Canshine, and Frog will just keep this side under lock and key. Sandman's the only one left, and he's got nowhere to run and no one to kill. Manticore will be a consolation prize. Actually, Frog will be a little bit of a trophy as well.
And Sandman is still fighting. He's still trying to find them, but there's simply not enough time to get all the details correct. 13-7, and man, that is a rough round. It was very important for Insane to make sure that he's alive, because the one point of negotiation you have on that A-side retake is the presence of Donut. The fact that the T's can't creep in, can't have control of that, and when you have to go for the retake on top of that, it's simply not going to work out. And with only a 3-round margin now in between them and the grand finish line, the pathway to grand finals, Indonesia are surely feeling a lot of the pressure.
The first AWP I've seen from Waste of Ammo all map long. Not 100% about that, but I think I'm pretty safe in that assumption. Let's see what we can actually get done with it.
Slow creep into B. Careful with the angles.
He might be able to set up for a full flank towards CT now. Sandman's sort of expecting it, but it's actually just utility that he's using. Icy's got no idea. He's got players right around the corner. Marsha traded away. Insane will fall as well, but it's Waste of Ammo to finally come through with a frag. Indonesia's got no chance in this, and they realize that they are backing away, trying to fight for safety. 14-7. Uzbekistan slowed down a little bit compared to what we saw in Inferno, but even so, they are about as dominant as can be.
It's not even much of a slowdown when you consider that Indonesia, you know, they got that initial buff. I think they started the game 4-1. And beyond that point, it's really not been much for Indonesia. Now, don't get me wrong, there have definitely been some individual moments where I've been like, okay, you know, Marsha and Niora are still having a very top-level performance, but they need all of those supportive elements, because if you look over to the other side of the scoreboard, you've got not only Wetfi and Icy, who we're generally touting as some of the best players of this tournament, you know, Wetfi even as potentially the best opera of this tournament, but Frock is in there. Frock is getting some incredibly heavy lifting done. Manticore and Canshine, every single time they're required, they're turning up. So in what is basically a 2 versus 5 in terms of top players, this is very difficult for Indonesia, and I hate to put it that way.
There goes Icy. Insane all alone on A. 5-7's at a good angle for it. He'll get one, but that's all it'll be. Sandman now has to come through and try and get a few more. Keeps himself alive as well. A 2-on-4 retake. Indonesia is at a fine position to at least steal away an 8. It all started off with Waste of Ammo finding a great kill, and now Uzbekistan with the bomb plant will have to defend from Donut. Both players actually hidden away inside it. Are there smokes on the CT side? No. Just the one that's already been used. That one's already landed in front of Donut, so he's managed to block them both out. If they want to try and line up some spams, it's going to be difficult as well. The bomb's not necessarily planted in the best position for it either. And the push through with a flashbang. Frog and Manticore have found a kill apiece. The spam will not connect, however. He is being defended as well by his teammate's body, and it will be an Indonesia round win. But Frog is still in hot pursuit with the Glock. He still gets 3 frags there. Indonesia. The round win might be found, but the money will not be in this next round.
Yeah, they've won the round, right? But at what cost?
All the cost.
All the cost indeed. Their treasury is now feeling a little dry. Into the B side. I'm not sure how they quickly turn up the pace here, but at least it's worked out in the initial duel. Trying to peek into 3 players, though, isn't going to work out for Marsha. And Kanshine wants to continue turning up the heat by heading up highway, but he will be punished. Manticore, though, he's not shying away from a battle, and he's still huddling around the corner, waiting for it, waiting for the shadow advantage. Pre-fires, but gets caught out by the USP. Wetfire and Frog, they've been incredible pieces to keep this game going, to keep the gears turning, and I think that might continue to be the case. 2 versus 2, bomb planted. They're looking to try and find Frog, but he's already crept past into highway, and his bullets have crept into their heads.
In 23 rounds, Frog has 27 kills. Frog is not even someone that I was touting as the 3rd star necessarily of this team. After yesterday, we were painting that to potentially be Kanshine, and Frog's been a solid supportive pillar. He's got 27 frags. What kind of a supportive pillar comes with this kind of offensive power?
Not the supportive pillar. He's looking like the whole damn foundation right now. No glass walls on the Uzbekistani squad, and they've got stones to throw at Indonesia as well. They're just mowing them down. Nothing that the CTs can do. A last hurrah with the Deagles, but it's brought down to a 2 versus 2. No weapons collected, but at least the Kevlar is there with its warm embrace.
Don't want to be cold in death. Waste of ammo will have that comfort, I suppose, but death is always cold, and so is this loss if it is going to end up going that way. Sandman's only got a 5-7. Long range deal simply cannot win it out. Kanshine will take it away. Uzbekistan are in the grand finals of the Asian Championship.
Beautiful work, and they have made it look so damn easy. The only real time they've struggled are two instances in their entire journey. The 16-14 against Kazakhstan in their local qualifiers, not even the Asian Championship qualifiers, and the 16-14 on Nuke against Mongolia. These are the only 2 bumps they've ever encountered in this tournament, with the exception of the Vietnamese loss.
It's been so impressive, this road to the finals. We thought Indonesia might be a legitimate speed bump, even after Inferno. Sure, we were joking around and everything, but we always acknowledged the idea that, hey, there is the firepower in Marsha, Nora, and Waste of Ammo if they're able to show up. And they did show up. They did. Unfortunately, everyone showed up on Uzbekistan. There's not a single weak link. Even Manticore had his moments trying to hold down from Donut when he was the 2nd player on the A-bomb side on the CT spot. His A1 was looking impeccable. No one was able to touch them over there when they actually started to get going. Frog is just an unreal performance. And like I don't even know what Frog was doing. How he's getting those frags. He's just running down middle, getting kills through smokes. He's getting kills in retakes. He's getting kills on the T side. Frog was the complete package right now. That's what I've been expecting from Icy every game, and I just got it from a 2nd player.
Yeah, that's the whole conversation here, right? The fact that Uzbekistan, their players don't even need to turn up, right? All of them don't need to be activated. But if Icy is having a slightly off game, not an actual off game, just not a super high level performance, Frock is going to step into IC's big boy shoes. WEC23 can always turn up the heat. And you know what? With WEC23's consistent opping and the fact that there's always those supportive elements in that entire team, this team is honestly looking very difficult to beat.
Oh, no, they're looking absolutely fantastic. And I do want to quickly throw some shade out towards Indonesia once again, though. As a reminder to everyone, this veto made absolutely no sense from the first place, right? We shouldn't have seen an Inferno being picked up. Indonesia should have gone for what Vietnam was worried about, which was a potential nuke pick. That's what Vietnam first banned against them. I was expecting Indonesia to lean into that. Nuke was obviously a map which Mongolia was beaten on by Uzbekistan, but that was a beating that came off the back of two individual players looking fantastic, not off of structure. Inferno was just firm dismantlement, right? Ancient, after that 4-1, not counting that, that's all Uzbekistan. There was nothing going for them in these two maps. It didn't look like Indonesia was ready for what they actually picked up themselves.
Not very many signs of life from Indonesia. Nothing on the first map, nothing, well, not very much on Ancient.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's just been the theme for everybody that has gone against the Uzbekistani Titans.
And look, it might end up being the theme for them again, but we need to find out who's actually going to be facing off versus them. Indonesia are not eliminated here. They will be going to the lower bracket. They will be having a rematch with Mongolia, a team that did beat them earlier on, but that was in 1917. We gave our caveats to that matchup, and honestly, that matchup also had waste of ammo performing lights out. He was having a great game.
With a rifle too.
With the rifle mostly, later on with the AWP towards the end of it as well. And I don't know if that same waste of ammo even exists anymore. Where was he in this series?
I'm not even sure, man, because he might have been absent from the series, but there is no more room for absence. He is run out of tardies because if they end up not performing in the second game, it is goodbye for them in the next match.
Oh, look, they've made it to the top three, right? Indonesia, very impressed with what they've given us so far.
For sure.
But they need an extra gear if they want to go for a rematch, if they want to go for revenge. But to be fair, I will add this. This was traumatizing. I don't even know if you want to have a rematch after that. I don't know if you have the heart to go for revenge. Uzbekistan looked like they're on a completely different league. The only team so far that looked like they can hold a candle to them at all has been Mongolia. And I feel like if it's not Mongolia in the finals, if Indonesia somehow manages to get all of their players activated today again, I can't imagine this being anything but an Uzbek victory.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like heading into the grand finals, can you imagine a world where Indonesia have to face Uzbekistan again? What are they even going to do? They definitely dropped the ball with the veto, so maybe there's some wiggle room there to try and change things around. But even then, even if you give them all the caveats of the veto, if you give them the caveats of some of the riflers not performing, you know, Insane wasn't quite there, even Clip, their fifth man wasn't there, even if you really turn them all up, the margin that Uzbekistan have beaten Indonesia with is so large that even with all of those caveats, asterisks, it's still looking very difficult.
And I will also add, actually, interestingly enough, the idea about Uzbekistan not having to play a third map over here is actually really big, because the next heroes most likely that they're going to have to play up against is Mongolia. Even if it's Indonesia, regardless of what it is, they didn't have to reveal their overpass at all. Uzbekistan does have another gear that we are simply not aware of. The only maps that we've seen them play so far are Nuke, Inferno, Mirage, and Ancient. There hasn't been very much diversity that they've had to display because they keep preventing that third map from coming through. But let's take a look at our bracket. Let's take a look at Uzbekistan's journey to the grand finals, where they are now sitting and waiting for the victor of match 7. It's a lower bracket finals, Indonesia versus Mongolia.
And if you're looking at the brackets, right, you can see a lot of zeros here. Uzbekistan having beaten out Mongolia 2-0, Indonesia 2-0, and every single time they've gone against opponents, and previously as well, with the exception of Vietnam, it has looked like a very, very easy affair for them. Now, though, in match number 7, the match right before the grand final, it is going to be Indonesia versus Mongolia, but man, this is going to be so damn tough for Indonesia, because before they even ever get to that Uzbekistani rematch, right, we're talking about the potential of them being in the grand finals, they have to go against a team that is already such a damn nightmare for everybody else. This is a team that was flexing on Indonesia. This is the team that was pulling out 4 AWPs because they don't have a damn care in the world. They simply feel like they're that much better. So how are you going to feel going up against those Titans who didn't even feel like they had to use their full power?
And Indonesia right now, I mean, the other thing to keep in mind is you're not going to get too much time to reset, right? Half an hour, 40 minutes, that's not that long. Now, the good thing for Indonesia is that they have come with supportive staff, right? They have come with some managers. They have come with that extra player over here as well. There is time to maybe, sort of go to your practice rooms, quickly break down what went wrong on Inferno, say that we're never ever going to look at Ancient ever again, and then just try and figure out what your game plan is versus Mongolia, where it's most likely going to be an Inferno Nuke matchup coming through for you over there if the veto goes as expected. So there is something to be done. They have come with the additional supportive members. Maybe there's time to reset their mental. But for now, for Uzbekistan, they get to chill away. They get to be just kicking it back. They are going to be watching, knowing that they are in the favored seat against whichever team shows up tomorrow. They get to do a little bit more research. They get to chill out. And they get to know, once again, I'm going to remind them, just in case they're forgetting, you're in the grand finals of the Asian Championship. This is an opportunity that maybe no one thought you would have gotten with Mongolia over here, but you're the first team there, and I want to hear from you about what you have to say about it all.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهايه مباراه كانت اسطوريه، وشفنا كيف قدر منتخب اوزبكستان يفوز في هذه المواجهه، وحابين نسال اللاعب ويتفي طبعا ثالث مره يكون معنا في المقابله منورنا في الستيج، فحابين نساله عن شعوره بعد ما فاز في هذه المباراه.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه, and again congratulations, and we meet again. Pretty much you've been like the ambassador of Uzbekistan in this event. So how do you feel winning this match?
We are very proud to represent Uzbekistan at the Asian Championship, and we will do our best to win this tournament and raise the flag of our country.
Man, the voice of determination. Did you hear that? Whoa!
يا ساتر التصريح اللي سمعنا منه، والله يستاهل تحية. حتى ولو ما جابها يكفي انه قاعد يطمح لهذا الهدف، ولكن المباراة الجاية هو الآن منتخب اوزبكستان بشكل عام وصل للنهائي الكبير، فينتظر أي خصم من خصومه. إذا قابل منغوليا بيلعب تقريبا نفس الاستراتيجية، ولكن إذا لعب ضد إندونيسيا اللي هو نفس المباراة الماضية، هل بيستمر على نفس الاستراتيجية أو بيكون فيه تغيير بالاستراتيجية عشان ما ينكشفون من خصمه؟
No, who we're gonna face in the next match will be pretty much something we'll see in a bit. But will you change your strategy, or are you gonna stick to the same thing that's pretty much been going on in the last matches?
We stick to the same thing. My teammates are individually good. That's why we won.
Simply said, we are that good. These are the words of a warrior right here. We're gonna make it happen. We're gonna move on and win. وش رايك يا وجيه؟
صراحة أنا ما من اليوم أتمنى النهائي يكون اليوم حرفيا من قوة الحماس. صراحة كانت مباراة أسطورية، وألف مبروك للمرة الثالثة لمنتخب أوزبكستان. صراحة كانت مباراة جدا مشوقة، ومباراة كانت أسطورية وصار فيها أحداث كثيرة من اللاعبين. ولكن أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، المباراة الجاية بتكون مباراة بنشوف مين اللي بيفوز فيها عشان يقابل اوزبكستان في النهائي الكبير. فخلونا ناخذ بريك بسيط ونرجع لكم في المباراة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. So we don't know who you're gonna face, right? It depends on the next match. But either way, you're gonna make it happen, because that's it. You're gonna raise the Uzbekistani flag, and let's see what's gonna happen later on. Anything you want to say to your fans and family back home?
Спасибо Трафик Ташкент, Кудратака и нашим спонсорам, которые поддерживают нас, компании Ford Pro и Infinbank.
Well, that was beautiful. Well, again, congratulations, and get ready for the next challenge taking place right here at the IESF Asian Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a break, and we'll be back with more action taking place right here with the Asian Championship at Gamers 8.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام، ورجعنا لكم بعد بريك بسيط. ومثل ما شفنا المواجهه الاخيره قديش كانت حاميه، ولكن الحماس ما زال مستمر. والان بتكون معانا المباراه الختاميه لهذا اليوم، والفايز فيها بيتاهل للجراند فاينل من اللور براكت. فاخوي براء كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين ان نعرف المنتخبات في هذه المواجهه.
It is on, definitely, Waji. It is happening, the last match of the day. Whoever wins will go to the grand finals facing Pakistan. Who's gonna make it? We'll see about that in this coming match. جاهز يا وجيه؟
كلنا جاهز أخوي براء.
فيلا. Ladies and gentlemen, for this match and for the first team getting placed right now here for the last match taking place today here at the Asian Championship in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Let's hear it for Indonesia.
تحية قوية لمنتخب إندونيسيا. منتخب اندونيسيا جاي بكامل التجهيزات ولازم يثبت نفسه في هذه المواجهة عشان يتأهلون للجراند فاينل أو أنهم يطلعون من البطولة. ولكن حابين نتعرف على منتخب خصمهم. تحية قوية لمنتخب منغوليا.
And let's hear it for their opponent. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Mongolia.
يا ساتر الرعب اخوي براء. مباراة جدا قوية تجمع منتخبين عريقين، والان هم متواجدين في نصف نهائي اللور براكت. الفايز بينهم كلهم بيروحون للنهائي الكبير وبيقابل اوزبكستان مثل ما ذكر اخوي براء، والخسران بنودع من البطولة. فصراحة اتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. خلونا ننطلق عند اخواني المعلقين عشان نبدا فيها المباراة الحماسية.
You're absolutely right, Waji. A lot of excitement, a lot of surprises. Who's gonna make it? A lot of things are gonna take place right here, but you know what else is gonna be amazing? Our casters firing it up for us in this match. Casters, take it away.
There was so much to live up to, and now it's time to see whether Indonesia can be living up to what's coming their way soon. Mongolia might have been ousted out from the upper bracket early on, but they have been a menace in that lower bracket so far. For us, what are we expecting here?
Sorry, I'm still busy firing it up, to be honest, because he asked me to. But yeah, I think the expectations are a little all over the place, to be honest, for Indonesia, because they've never really set a consistent bar for us, right? They'll have these crazy performances against Mongolia, with the little caveats, with the little asterisks, don't get me wrong. And then they'll have some really incredible plays from Waste. They'll have some of these highlight performances from Niora and Marja, but they're going to need to all be activated if they want to take it across the finish line from Mongolia and make their way out of the lower bracket.
And they haven't really exactly had a lot of time to actually reset. It's only been about half an hour since they just
They're being generous.
They just got what's a nice way of putting it? Pulverized, demolished, they're booty slapped out from Uzbekistan. They just had not been having a good time. And against these bad boys of Mongolia, I don't know if it'll be any better. At least it's going to be equally difficult as far as firepower is concerned. Any side with Yami and Senzu on the other side would be looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, for sure. It's not going to be an easy matchup whatsoever. And now Mongolia realize that they're playing for the grand finals. They are playing for a spot in the top 2, and they are playing for that seeding. They're not going to be joking around. We might have seen quadruple ops. We might have seen all these lights out plays. And, you know, maybe we might still see some pizzazz against Indonesia, to be perfectly honest. I know how these boys can be. But I don't particularly think that Mongolia are going to be doing all of those rash decisions that they did before.
And even if they do, it's going to be at a point where they're already starting to win, right?
Yeah.
Where we saw even in the earlier match from Mongolia that when they did go for the quadruple op, it was in that 10-4 round, right? Even that, they end up winning out as well. Indonesia, now their players do have some something a little bit more to be said about them as far as Marsha and Neura are concerned. The two on the left are just fantastic riflers. Waste of ammo, unfortunately, has been on a downwards trajectory as this tournament has progressed. He started off looking like a stud on the rifles, even starting to pick things up a little bit more on the AWP as well, but as we've gone further and further ahead, he has been more and more missing. I need more from him if they want to have a chance over here against Mongolia.
Mistakes are not something that can be afforded anymore. The budget for that simply doesn't exist. And if they had a difficult time against Mongolia before, it's going to be a hell of a lot harder now that they're playing in a best of 3, they're playing in a best of in a lower bracket, where Mongolia actually has the legitimate threat of being knocked out. They're not messing around. You know, maybe they're quite okay with making their way back into grand finals from the lower bracket, but they're certainly not okay with going home without the prize pool and without the better seed.
Especially, they're not going to be okay with going home against Indonesia when they don't even get a chance to get revenge versus Uzbekistan, right? This is a regional rival in many ways. This is what they consider truly Asia, in the sense that this is the part of the Asian circuit. These Indonesian players do get to play against the Mongolians very often as well. Mongolia's not going to be stopping here, not right now. They want to go up against Uzbekistan again. They want to prove that they are the #1 team in the Asian Championship, and this would be the time to actually turn up and do it. Now, the question, though, is what battlefield are we going to end up having? Because Indonesia really flopped the veto up against Uzbekistan earlier on, and I'm very curious about where we go. Because as far as the qualifiers were concerned and the sample size we had before, the bans that Indonesia were prioritizing were Ancient and Anubis. Anubis is a map that I am 100% certain the Mongolians will not be picking up themselves. They were, in fact, perma-banning it themselves quite a few times over as well, up until the last series that we just saw, because they were expecting Palestine wouldn't be playing it either. And we have seen that come through. So yeah, Mongolia does actually end up sticking to their perma-ban, but it's a vertigo ban from Indonesia instead, funnily enough. That's something they've been leaning in towards. I'm not entirely sure why. None of these teams have shown a major inclination towards Vertigo either, but it does set things up for a Mirage pick from Indonesia. They have completely lost faith in their Inferno.
And for good reason, right? After that Inferno showing, they don't want to be on that battlefield once again. Even if you feel like you've got all the prep in the world, just the morale, just the momentum, everything going flat, you want to be on a different battlefield, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Heading into Mirage for Indonesia, Nuke for Mongolia. Now, the thing is, right, Nuke is a big question mark for me, because although we have seen Mongolia on Nuke, we've seen them completely decimate Australia, and we've also seen them have a solid performance against Uzbekistan, even if they didn't win. We've never really seen their A game where they were giving their all. I think there were definitely times where we felt like Mongolia were making some more rash decisions because they felt like they could brute force it. But that A game is going to happen when not only are they thinking with their guns, but also strategically.
What I have to say about Nuke in particular is the fact that when I see Nine's performance as an anchor on the A-bomb side over there, he was just putting a complete stop out to Icy's antics to everyone on the Uzbekistani side, to the point where they literally had to try and run around him, evade him, by putting more focus on the outside of the lower bomb side. Nine is a big factor for Nuke, and I really like the pick to come through, regardless of whether they lost it out to Uzbekistan or not. The fact is also that Mongolia has not been playing together as much so the same way Uzbekistan has powered up, and the same way they have leveled up, I would expect to see Mongolia actually flourish in similar fashions as well. Their firepower is something that I don't know if Indonesia can match on Nuke. Two riflers are simply not enough. Marcia and Neura are looking great, but no one else is on their team right now. So Mirage and Nuke both, I have a feeling that just pure firepower-wise, Indonesia is going to fall short.
They might fall short, but that's when you're only looking at, you know, when you're thinking of the riflers, right? You're thinking of Neora and Marja, and that's not where I'm particularly thinking that they're going to fall short. When I'm looking at the true 1v1s within the team, I'm thinking of Yami, I'm thinking of Waste, and I'm thinking, is Waste going to be able to activate enough to take on a player like Yami? And it doesn't seem like the case. Now, the good thing is, right, at least a bit of an asterisk that we can put on the situation is that Yami hasn't been consistently picking up the AWP. So his threat might not be the formidable opera that is Yami, but what has been touted as the weak link Kaz on the side of Mongolia.
The issue is even the weak link was looking goddamn strong on Mirage earlier, right? So Kaz might have found the one map which he's still feeling himself on, that he's still looking like the experience and his old days are coming back into him because he was going for flanks, he was going for aggressive plays. With the AWP as well, he was going for opening picks in through underpass as well. We saw so many different looks from Kaz that honestly, I don't know if he can be considered a weakling, at least in Mirage. And as far as Nuke is concerned, I don't even think this is about Yami versus waste of ammo. I genuinely think the problem that comes through is going to be the secondary role players where Nine and Bartek are just such an overpowered advantage that you're going to have. Who do you have to fight against them?
I think the firepower disparity is definitely there, right? And not only do Neora and Marsha have to show us what they've already been showing us, but they're going to have to take it above a notch. Is that going to be possible? Maybe. But then Waste needs to be activated. Everybody else on the squad also needs to come through. And you know what? Sandman, the narrative around this guy was that he was supposed to be the fragging IGL. That's not been happening.
Yeah.
Not in the IESF Asian Championship. You know, maybe we've seen it in the local qualifiers. Maybe we see it in the championship qualifiers. But actually on the stage, on the local LAN matches, Sandman isn't much of a fragger, and unfortunately, when push comes to shove, he's also not being enough of an IGL.
Look, exactly, that's the problem, right? Fragging IGL has two roles that he wants to take on his shoulder, and they're both down. Right? We saw him falter in Inferno versus Mongolia earlier on. That was so heavily down to his calling. There were some adjustments made, but to now have those adjustments here in Mirage, almost a brand new map for Indonesia. We've barely seen them at all, and now we're going to get a chance to see them inside the server as we head to it. It is going to be Mongolia starting off on that CT side.
It's a little rough to already sort of feel down and out after you've lost 2-0 and then also have to start on a T side, knowing that Mongolia are very formidable opponents on the CT of Mirage. But we'll see if they can reclaim some of their form, reclaim some of their status, and replicate something closer or better than they did the last time they went up against Mongolia in the groups.
On the bright side, you do have some sample size on Mirage, courtesy of Palestine, so let's see whether there's any sort of counterplay on that basis coming through at all. Now, initially, no kills coming through. Kaz and Bartek are the ones to actually break blood. It's surprisingly enough Sandman who's the one getting the responses, finishing off two Gush players himself. Full 3-on-3 retake for the CTs to try and come through. Senzu, how could we forget to talk about him? Performing so well in Mirage and continues to do so here.
Love that play from Bartek. Completely recedes, and now the two CTs have to try and keep Sandman off of it, and they successfully will. Bartek plays that really well. He recognizes that he doesn't have the HP, so instead of just playing the back CT angle, he goes all the way into the cubby, so by the time they start taking control of CT, since they have to go all the way into CT spawn, they also entirely give up the A-bomb site instead of being able to take pot shots for the bomb as well.
Strong set of entries in for Indonesia to actually try and make something happen, but over here they go in for Deagles. And this is one of those things where if you can maybe punish the Mongolian economy, we know they are a little bit spendthrift. So I do quite like these Deagles. You're still setting up for a good buy later on. Sandman with those extra kills does have 3,000 regardless of the fact that he's purchased up a Deagle as well. Clip starts off strong.
Deagle shot's good, but it's not enough. There needs to be a lot more cause coming in from Palace. He is someone that should be left unchecked, especially if Nine starts to shoot out these airsoft bullets. Easy peek. Easy collection as well. Martian Clip. Not a whole lot they can do in the positions that they're in. Clip a second kill with the Deagle, but I do think that these shenanigans are going to stop very soon. With the lack of armor, as great as Clip's aim might be, I think getting 3 collections here will be a very difficult endeavor.
Marsha. Obviously one of the big two that has actually found some sort of success so far, but early days in Mirage will not be seeing too much of a rise. They're going for a knife early into it. Look at the disrespect. Wow. I mean,
they're in the lower bracket.
They're not threatened by Indonesia. That's the simple fact of it, right? This is what we saw against Uzbekistan as well until Uzbekistan forced them to be threatened. Mongolia will test you until you pass. And until you do, you don't get respect. You have to earn it.
And Mongolia is a very cruel examiner. Getting ready for underpass presence. They've got a boost into middle. They've also got a player tucked into the corner. this is a very significant investment into mid-presence that might not pay dividends. Just one Molotov completely disables these 3 players from trying to peek out, but it also incentivizes them to push up underpass, get that kill as a unit of 3. And as they try to clear out underpass, they recognize that it's an exercise in futility because the duels simply don't go their way. Sandman, though, still wants to reel the numbers back in. Headshots galore, and he continues to deliver. But by the time he comes down to the 1-on-2, 3 kills might be good, but 5 are looking impossible.
I would like to color in that small play that Mongolia just made there, where they're sending 3 players down to underpass. That looks like a pre-programmed set strategy. But the fact of the matter is that they don't have an IGL. Mongolia has not elected on a single IGL. They're going off of collective committee-based calls. This team has not played together before the tournament. They've not been scrimming together. They've all had their own teams as well. One of the things that you will always be able to say about Mongolia, just on their experience and communication, is they are so quick to agree on these slightly complicated small calls of aggression because of that confidence, but also just because they have full faith that the guy next to them is just going to be better in every way.
They have faith in the full W. They have faith that they don't need to respect their opponents. And that's exactly what they're going to continue to do. Indonesia now trickling out of apartments. There is an M4 on the other end, but 9 is going to stay inside the smoke. And because 2 kills have been collected, a 3rd as well, surely they think that this bomb site is empty. And 9, now he emerges from the shadows. Niora, though, isn't going to allow this transgression. Indonesia with their first.
And this comes through despite the fact that at 1.5 minutes, Mongolia effectively has all 5 players at the B bomb site. Everyone had started to rotate back from A, and they're all inside market already. I have no idea how Clip gets away with so much there. But he saved Indonesia's behinds, because now Mongolia is going to be down on their economy. They've only got Deagles at 5.7s. Indonesia's been giving themselves a chance to actually come through and turn things around before they're looking too dire.
Pace from Indonesia. Hardly committing to anything just yet, just slowly starting to take control of middle. They already have a player on the top of mid boxes. There's a significant investment here from Mongolia. Almost all sets of Kevlar, and Kaz not having bought anything but the Deagle does mean that he wants to still be the wielder of that big sniper.
Yeah, they're setting up for a double up even now. Yami has got $800. Kaz now extends his money to $2,200. Thank you very much, Marcia. Sentinel's going to pick up 1 as well. Trade it out, of course, but damage is damage, and Indonesia's money will be whittled down. Fortunately for them, the previous round that they won was a half-buy round, so they're still comfortable as far as the economy is concerned, even if they basically win with 0 players left alive, and it's going to be a lot more than 0. Wow. Wasted every single sound cue that mine was coming over there. And look, it is kind of silly, but also at the same time, it's a big representative of what's going to be coming our way as Nera finishes off 9. We need Waste to activate if we want this to be a close match. There's no other way about it. Sandman has already started looking pretty good. Right, he's looking like he's confident in taking some kills. He's looking like in these late round situations and in some of the entry pathways, he can actually start to contribute a bit more. But it won't matter because we still need Waste, we still need Marcia.
Indonesia, they need to capitalize on those early disadvantages that Mongolia are letting up. Any mistakes they make, they've got to make sure their economy is going to hurt based off of that. Final chance for Indonesia to get some breathing room before the full brunt of the weapons is going to start to come through. Kaz, great shot with the Deagle. Might be looking for more, and before they've gotten onto the bomb site, things are already looking kind of chaotic. Now, They do have a massive weaponry advantage, so hopefully it doesn't get too dirty. Marsha tries to creep into stairs. Sandman's position giving up smoke, making it so much harder for both the opponents, both the teams to see each other. But it is going to be Yami on that AK-47, actually being able to nearly isolate the duel shot to the leg, and oh my goodness, that is a ridiculous amount of damage with the investment they had.
Marsha is looking so off his game, and you can see that when he jumps forward, he sees two players, they're not looking towards him, and he doesn't find a single one of those kills. Yami, however, he's still a demon. Just inside the smoke, he almost pulled out the knife. You saw him think about it, but then he decides against it, pulls out the deagle, goes and gets the kill, and then afterwards he might be regretting it, thinking, man, I mean, I was gonna die anyway. Might as well try. But bringing it down to a 1v1 makes this very difficult territory for Indonesia. There's been too much damage inflicted these past few rounds, and now with the double op on the other side, questions to be asked. Sandman.
Oh my god, what is this? I think he just touched his own Molotov. So much HP gone, and Kaz will make him pay for it with his life.
Forces off Bartek so that can actually start to push through. He's given himself a one-way off the back, but regardless, if these CTs are coming through connector and jungle, it's Yami to fall initially. That's a great kill to find, but the T's cannot scale and prompt the bomb. As soon as it goes down, is 9 around the corner who keeps on fighting away. The bomb's been dropped as well as clipped to fall, and it is Neora looking to respond. 1-on-2 needs to save the day with a quad kill, no bomb on his back.
Might still be able to get the drop here. Kaz watching the angle, though. This is what's making it hard. He still can isolate it into 2 1v1s, but the gun barrel being shown means that Kaz has enough time to react. 4-3.
Double op saved as well.
That's big.
Even bigger is the fact that Indonesia has been taking a battering these past few rounds, so look at their cash. Tactical timeout, presumably called by them. You know what I'm a little bit upset about? The fact that Yami never gets a mag 7 versus bad buys. He only gets it when they're on a bad buy themselves. Like, come on, Yami, if you want to farm, do it right, commit to it. Buy the land, don't just rent it.
Follow your dreams, get the mag 10.
The mag 7.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Come on, man, it's CT side. MP9 though, out for 9. And he knows what time it is. He knows it's time to start making some money.
Indonesia. They've got to prioritize doing as much damage as possible.
And they're looking to do it through Palace.
They should be able to. Bartek initially misses a few shots, and I thought that was an opening right there, but Senzu was going to make quick work of them. 2 HP remaining.
Yeah, Senzu and Bartek both just clean up those unarmored opponents. No
Senzu has some ridiculous aim and awareness when it comes to Mirage, to be honest.
Senzu in general, as long as he doesn't have to care too much about rotating, he's so on point. Especially in these wider open spaces. In smaller sites and smaller areas like Nuke Ramp, which is what I always bring up, he's not that great. But give him a wide open space and don't have to care about rotating, and Senzu's just the man. Nice kill on a Sandman to start things off. Yami. Small bit of aggression goes a long way, and now he's been mollied off. There's a possibility Marsha can try and chain something together with the molly, but he's already lost his teammate. Waste is down. Marsha's making so much noise, pushing through the smoke. Yami tries to preempt that push with a no-scope, will not land. Grenade is gone. Nero's dead as a result of it. Senzu practically traces him through it.
Such a convincing round already, and I think Senzu wants to make it even more so. Wow. Love that little micro, hopping over to avoid the bullets and then being fully focused on the connector player, even preemptively spots it with a shadow. Clip now on a bit of an island. Regardless of where he goes, he's got bullets waiting for him with his name on it. 6-3, Mongolia. Not only are they farming some cash of their own, they've also put Indonesia's wallets in a trash can.
Time to go dumpster diving, I guess. They pick up 2 deagles, 3 deagles now. Their loss bonus is 2,900, right? I think it is.
Yeah, it should be.
Falls. Indonesia's also not really finding damage with these deagles when they're picking them up outside of the 1 half-by round that they were able to run away with.
I mean, this is already pretty scary, right? Mongolia have gotten away with 7 before Indonesia can really get much of a peep out of them, and they've also accumulated quite a bit of stock as far as their money is concerned. Weapons every single time they come out, they're not really fully locked and loaded. There's going to be some bells and whistles that are missing.
And the more I watch this, the more I'm getting upset about this Mirage pick, to be honest. I would have really liked to see them stick to their guns on Inferno, regardless of how badly it went. Now you're just seeing Marcia sitting on 3 kills, Waste of Amazon 1 and 10 as well. Right, even the players who looked like they were going to be performing on Inferno and the like, they're also not really coming alive. They're having to play their 3rd different map right now, and soon to be their 4th in the span of 5 hours.
It's a nice change of pace that Clip is being able to perform, but that performance is simply not enough to actually net enough rounds. Wei's great collection on Yami that finally opens things up without much of a refrag. You rarely ever see them get away with a trade, but before I can even finish my sentence, 9 has already been a pest on middle.
How does he have the gall to just peek out in mid open without any flashes like that through window with an M4A4, not even an M4A1?
And even more surprising is that there's not a refrag there. At the very least, you would expect them to be able to fight back against that, but that's just the confidence of 9 being able to find so many slivers in the fabric of this game.
50 seconds now, and it is going to be an A-site commitment. Kaz is already making short work of them. 9's gone for a second peek to try and get information, and he's completely whittled away on any player in middle. Kaz knows about this player back in Palace with a Molotov there as well. He should get this one for free. Clip shows himself for too long, and Marsha as well, in his efforts to try and trace down the AWP, is just shot in the back instead. Mongolia are just looking like the better team.
And there's never really been a point where Mongolia have not looked like the better team throughout the entirety of the tournament, right? Only really ever being threatened by Uzbekistan.
But Indonesia have not looked like, for lack of a better word, they've not looked like such chumps, except for right now and today. Even versus Mongolia earlier on, they were competitive. They were looking like they should actually steal away that map. That Inferno that the BO1 did come down to, and now just no confidence whatsoever. And very little presence as well.
Yeah, it's really disappointing to see that Niora and Marsha, you know, they're not able to turn up anymore. Obviously, that does come down to partially the veto that you were talking about. The fact that they're not able to stick to their guns. And look at this, Indonesia, desperation play. Flash is missing. You know what is going on. This is mental boom. It's written all over the wall. And courtesy of that missed flashbang, they realize that they don't have the goal to even try to push, but Bartak does. Bartak wants to peek middle. Waste is able to react at the very least, and he's able to creep into the window to recover an AK. But he should be quickly checked out. Yami minimizes the damage, but it's still a 3-on-3 where the T's can quickly book their way onto A. Question is, can they get past Senzu, who's been such a monster?
Good flashbang should at least help them start scaling forward, but Clip instead prioritizing going on top of Tetris. Senzu will not be taken down before Yami comes out and gives him company. Grenade to do very little, if anything. Yami is able to cross over, and Sandman's now worried about a flank. With how diverse 9 has been around the map, I don't blame him for it, but unfortunately that worry will be unfounded. Concern should instead be set towards connector and jungle. What? How does he get that? That's insane. Yami misses the jump because he's got an AWP in his hands. Then jumps over, gets shot at 3 times, turns around, and he no-scopes him.
I know you guys can't see me right now, but that was just a facepalm throughout that entire moment.
And in all fairness, it's the A1, right? Like, unless you get the headshot there, I don't think it's physically possible to win the duel if the no-scope's connecting, because he did hit every single bullet. But it doesn't make it feel better.
Yeah, just a testament to how confident Mongolia still are. You know, it really just circles back to the fact that you said Indonesia are not a threat for Mongolia. And even if they are, that's not how Mongolia think about it, right? Mongolia do not feel like any team in this tournament is a threat. Maybe they'll have a different tune about Uzbekistan because they'll go up against them in the grand finals, but other than that, I think nobody really makes them feel worried at all.
Oh, there goes Sandman. Trying to push through the smoke against Senzu. We saw him take this similar angle yesterday with the AWP as well. It's such a difficult angle to make work. Meanwhile, Yami falls. Senzu's next to fall low. 3-on-2, and Indonesia are being given positions where they can try and fight, they can try and duel. But more often than not, oh my god, Nine's even going to be able to cast him out. I don't think they're going to be expecting this player in underpass. Marsha's not even thinking about checking it. Nine was just going to get the full flank on them. Just turn around, buddy. Turn around. Gotta see it. Marsha finally looks for it. 30 seconds in with the timing found. Maybe there's still something to be done. Kaz, unfortunately, will take down the Marsha. And while the bomb could be planted, Kaz is far too close by for it to feel safe. Oh! Nora completely unaware of the fact that a push was possible. Double digits for Mongolia, and I think that Quadra Op might be calling right now.
They've already got 3. 9, his pocket is... Yeah. You could hear the whispers from his pocket, right?
Yeah, yeah.
4750.
You already got 12,000.
Return the op, or suffer my curse.
Well, Indonesia's suffering a curse right now. The curse is they can't get any wins on the scoreboard. Senzu pushes all the way into the palace.
Senzu's not an opera, but he's got the spirit of one. Bartek, in the meantime, is going to be the task with the responsibility of holding this A side down. He quickly sprays down 2, flicks it on for 3 as well, but it doesn't even matter how the individual duels went because all you can remember is Indonesia being 12 feet under.
They killed them so hard that they went from 6 feet under to 12 feet under. Yeah. It's not looking good. And you know Mongolia's starting to sear us up a little bit for the grand finals because they've not bought 4 ops a single time this half. It's funny that you say Senzu isn't an AWPer when actually Senzu was an AWPer to start off. That's how he got scouted initially. That's also how he was just destroying.
Hey, that's why he's got the spirit of him.
Yeah, that's true. Never really lose it. Except for when waste kills you. Traded out though, so it will not matter. 4 versus 2. Indonesia are already thinking about nuke.
I mean, I think they've been thinking about nuke for like since 3 rounds ago, to be honest. Because it's not even like they've been close rounds, right? Mongolia have been so good at even keeping the rounds relatively clean. Like, the death disparity between these teams is just mind-boggling. Obviously, that is...
The rounds have been close as far as numbers are concerned, but I'm going to hold the point right now because Yami is going to fall, and there's actually enough time for them to try and commit to the B bomb site before the remaining 2 Mongolian players can come through. 9 spots them pushing through the smoke, and his spray is sloppy.
There's a big chunk of damage, yes, but it still has to be the retake. And of course, this AWP isn't the optimal weapon to deal with players that are both less than half clip, flirting with death already, hanging by a thread.
Bartek will be the one to take charge. Marsha, 2 bullets away from death. Has to be careful. Look away at the wrong time. Great headshot to start things off. Kaz misses his chance, and Marsha will give them 4 at the very least. Indonesia will be granted a little bit more leeway in the second half. The pistol round win, the conversions, if you're on 11-7, then we're talking.
But leeway is not enough. We need to see activations. We need to see the Nora and Marsha show. We need to see it in HD. We need to see it in 4K.
And we need to see a lot more Ks from Waste of Ammo as well. I know we've been putting a lot of faith in Minora and Marsha in general, but he is the player who is supposed to show up on the CT side. If he can't perform here, when we've seen at this point what looks like basically 4 different operas in Mongolia who could out-op him, that won't be a great show. Not at all.
Routing through underpass now. Cleaning an apartment for some reason. They're creating a ruckus here over towards middle, but I love this from Indonesia. They're not willing to back off. They're not going to be scared about this. Instead, they're going to take the fight to them. But in the meantime, though, this B bomb site has been opened up, and a 5v2 retake will be so damn difficult to crack.
There goes Kaz, and yeah, Senzu's got nothing to do over here beyond maybe just pick up a few more frags, and even those won't make their way to him. That's actually a really nice mid-crunch that's being set up specifically for an underpass push to come through from Mongolia. The second waste of ammo actually makes first contact, gets the first kill. He swings out wide, which you might think, why is he doing that? He should be backing up with the advantage, but the short player is actually getting up on top of the sign box and fighting from there. Connector as well is just trying to push out and look for the triangle crunch down chokehold, choke slam, stone cold Steve Austin move out onto Mongolia. And that's exactly what they need. Small plays where they can use lots of numbers to just try and aggressively fight. Big kill. That's a really big kill. Waste of ammo, however, is able to respond with a kill onto 9. Now, the bomb making its way down will be quite difficult, but they decide to let it be planted.
This is actually very problematic here, because look at how much work the CT spawn player can do. I don't think they have any idea that he's lurking around here, especially because there's a distraction as well. And the second late lurk that comes in catches another in the back. Marsha and Waste, they are in no man's land. They have absolutely no idea who they're fighting against. Bullets from all angles. Bartak and Senzu, they have completely sandwiched Marsha as well. And before he can turn his head in time, the Deagle will whittle his HP away. 12-5, Indonesia. They might have had their head above the water for a second, but this boat has now capsized.
I know I talked about how Indonesia needs to go for these small plays of multiple member aggression, but Mongolia also realized that. So what they do to counter out is just a pure extremities play. And because they're getting so much space out from killing that one player, they get that player to CT spawn. Rotations are coming through. Senzu's flank from B side doesn't even need to activate. Now Kaz is trying to look out for some bombing. He's getting the numbers, a big 3. To put on the scoreboard and an easy 13 for Mongolia.
And I think that easy is italicized and underlined because Indonesia are being made quick work of in the same fashion that they went down against Uzbekistan. This is no different. Mongolia are showing us that they're the same caliber of team as Uzbekistan, at least for now. Obviously, later on, they might be contesting to prove themselves as better, but so far, Indonesia are not really going through a different fate than what they did a couple hours ago. I think I'm being generous with the couple hours statement, to be honest. I think it was, what, 45 minutes ago?
Marsha is watching out for this jungle jump. He's worried about it. He knows that Mongolia have gone for it. Kaz around the corner will not have any reason to activate for now, though. And with the smoke down as well. Oh, he ducked down out of the light. Oh, that's beautiful. I didn't even know you could do that. He crouches down to make sure he doesn't block the light as he's pathing inwards. Because he starts from the elevated plank, he doesn't need to jump. Kaz finds a kill on Marsha. What a way to enter. 9 and Bartek do steal some of the limelight away, but it's all Kaz this round. That's insanely cool.
Just all the tiny little details being fully fleshed out by the individuals of Mongolia. And this is what you were talking about earlier, right? They're not a team, they don't have an IGL, but they can still get so many complicated things done. And that can only happen if all the individuals are on the same page in terms of their experience, in terms of just having figured out all the nooks and crannies of this game.
And in terms of just faith in each other. You're never second guessing anyone. Clearly.
2 rounds away now from the finish on map 1. And
this first one should be a freebie.
Yeah, and the second map is Nuke. I mean, that's a decent kill from Waste of Ammo, don't get me wrong, but it might be ultimately meaningless unless they can actually convert. Stomping through A now, Marsha missing shots. Deagle dropped out of his limp hands. And although they're trying to recuperate these losses, they're trying to bring all the numbers together. Man by man, they're falling. Clip and Niora still trying to fight the good fight. Niora at least gets away with a kill, relatively uncontested, and Senzu and Bartak, especially Senzu being on life support, still means that they have a crack at this round. Shot at the 1v3.
Niora needs
that awareness. Taps the bomb, quickly hides away, recognizes that Niora can come from CT, and surely this round is GG.
Niora doesn't want it to be, though. First frag found, no utility, no kit, no armor. All he has is his aim and the fact that these 2 players are actually quite low. Senzu is not going to feel comfortable peeking out. Look at how far back he is. He's opted to go to Palace instead. If he just took the defuse and tried to fight Bartek, maybe Niora had a chance. 15-5, however, it means that he doesn't. Mongolia on the precipice of reuniting with Uzbekistan. It is one more map after this. That's all it'll take. Mirage is in their pocket. They just have to pull it out and acknowledge it. A 10-round deficit is something Indonesia simply cannot come back into, but perhaps Nuke is. But to do that, they need a few rounds here. They need that confidence. Marsha started to activate towards the end of Inferno in the previous series as well. That's what we're seeing here. Get 5 more rounds, 4 more rounds, then we're talking for Nuke.
Again, the conversation goes away from winning a map to saving face. To saving momentum, boosting morale. And look at that. Mongolia actually played that super sloppily. Yami just runs out with his knife out. He's got cover in the form of a teammate, yes, but that was still a big window where the kill could have actually come through. And the CTs, they've lost it. They've lost the morale. Wei still trying to fight back, knows that he's not had the best of performances as has been expected of him. The expectations being returned with an empty answer.
At the very least, Niora has come alive with the AWP, not one that we expected him to be wielding. But a performance is a performance, and he's looking to up his. It's still at least a few more breaths for Indonesia. At least. Senzu's the last member left in this round, and although he's very capable, this sort of a clutch might be a bit too much to ask for. 50 seconds on the clock, and he's going to be given 1 for free, but doesn't actually pull on that mouse button or that trigger. Now panicking. And it's a double peak that ends up taking him down. Indonesia keep 3 players alive as well. And they keep on chugging along.
Chugging along is still a bold statement, to be honest. It kind of feels like the car has completely broken down, and one by one, the players are coming out of the car to just try to push it, but we'll see if this can go anywhere. Mongolia once again, fast aggression straight into connector. Senzu will be the one to be the flag bearer for this. Quickly recognizes that he's getting lost in the midst of the smoke. The fume's a little overwhelming.
Collision of the grenade with Marsha will also give away information about where he should be. Slightly
that,
further
HP
back.
as well.
Molotov is just going to be there to trace it down. 9 is going to eliminate immediately. Waste is there to respond. Still finding out for more. Will collect with the USB as well. Some damage dealt. 9 left on just 9 HP. But look at how Kaz has managed to come through. He's not going to be spotted at all. They're not ready for this. Neura is down. But guess what? Clip's taking his time to move forward. 9's got a knife out. The bomb has been dropped as well. It's all surprises in this round.
They didn't expect Kaz, but Clip is playing chess as well. The smoke being the only film of protection from this two-man sandwich. Peeks out. Bartak will quickly put him in the ground. And from the ground emerges Sandman. From short, a 1-on-2. It's not going to be an easy retake, but I mean, there is no choice. He's got to try to go for this. Moving in, Kaz collects a bit of damage. Now they know exactly where he is. The wall's caving in. Map 1 looking like it's already a done deal. 16-6. Mongolia winning out in a very dominant fashion.
I think the worst part of that for me is that on the CT side, it seemed like waste of ammo, despite the fact that he was fighting back, despite the fact that he was still trying his hardest. He did in some ways give up, right? He does give up that AWP. He gives it away and says, you know what, I can't actually bear this responsibility. It's a little bit too much for me. Neura, you take it. And that's not the attitude you can have going into Nuke. Neura needs to be on that rifle, maybe even more importantly than the performance of waste of ammo on an AWP. Nuke's just not going to work without it.
It's definitely not going to work without it. Everything needs to be activated, but we saw nothing of it. Mirage, complete disaster here for Indonesia. And you know what? It's really got to be fatiguing for your morale because in the past 3 maps collectively, they've gotten somewhere between 16 or 17 rounds.
It's just not enough, right? It's just not enough. And despite the best efforts of Neura and later on Marsha is also stepping up, hell, even some rounds where Waste is there. Sandman starts so strong over here. We've seen individual rounds where there's been brilliance. It never seemed like it was out of control for Mongolia. Even in the rounds where it goes down to a 2v2 or a 2v3, which happened, what, about 4 times in that first half, it still never felt like it was in a 2v2 because of something good that Indonesia did. It felt like it was in a 2v2 or 2v3 because someone wanted to see if, hey, can I bunny hop into them and get a kill? Apparently I can't, guys. That's limit testing. It's all good, right? Mongolia was having fun with them. They were playing with their food, and even then, that digestive system looks pretty damn good.
And it's honestly kind of seemed like the fact that Mongolia were dropped down into the lower bracket, it has not fazed them at all.
Yeah.
Right? They don't care. They don't see Indonesia as a threat. And to be honest, after that first map, I think Uzbekistan stopped seeing Indonesia as a threat as well.
Yeah.
The difference is Uzbekistan still treated them with respect through and through. But Mongolia are still trying to show themselves, to prove to the audience, to themselves, and everyone that doubts them that they don't even need to be at their full power to not only qualify for Romania, but also potentially for the grand final.
And
now,
I don't even know if they're trying to prove it to anyone at this point. They're just looking like they're trying to have fun on the stage. And that's insane. You're in the lower bracket final of the Asian Championship and you're just going out there saying, boys, watch me jump across to Tetris from stairs. I'm going to fail the jump. It's okay, boys. I'm hopping over and no-scoping him. Let's go. Right? That seems like the attitude in the team. And how do you beat that attitude without literally breaking it down piece by piece?
You know, they might be saying, watch me jump, watch me whip, watch me nay-nay, but you cannot say no to the naysayers right now because Indonesia, they're going to have some kind of performance if they really want to prove anyone wrong because right now, the optics around that is that they're getting completely demolished by the top dogs.
I don't think that's optics. I think that's just the truth of the matter. They are getting completely demolished by the top dogs. There is nothing that they're actually able to contribute as far as firepower is concerned, as far as individual attempts is concerned. There's no one who can hold a candle even to Mongolia's current weakest quote-unquote player in Kaz. Kaz was getting plays, man. Kaz was getting performances. Kaz is pulling off these cool little tricks on Mirage as well. This is a team getting ready to go to the finals.
And you know what? As much as we've bagged on Kaz previously because he wasn't having the best performances of his life, to be perfectly honest, Mirage Kaz is a completely different Kaz from every other map, right? So, I mean, if there's any consolation prize for getting completely stomped by Kaz as well, is the fact that that was his best map, right? But now we're heading on to Nuke, and honestly, with the way Mongolia felt so damn comfortable against Australia, and the fact that they didn't really even have a lot of structure going into the match against Uzbekistan, and still made it a really difficult fight with just the individuals, honestly, the grand finals are looking like they're very predictable.
I've got my crystal ball ready. It's got a very clear vision of Uzbekistan versus Mongolia. It's Indonesia's job to punch that crystal ball and try to make sure their hand doesn't break in the process of doing so. Because when you look over towards Nuke, when we turn our attentions to that, it's all about the riflers, and those riflers are going to struggle. The one good thing for them is that Senzu and Kaz aren't going to have a great time on Nuke. Senzu in general, I think Nuke is his worst map, even if he is going to be feeling himself regardless. Kaz as well didn't look fantastic on it. He wasn't a major liability at the very least, but he didn't look fantastic on it. So you are having two comparatively fewer threats, but I don't even know if two comparatively fewer threats matters because of how one-sided it seems, and because of the idea that 9 was looking stellar on Nuke yesterday as well. Bartek was also looking particularly good at just controlling that ramp area. So you can't go ramp, you can't go A against the anchors either. Outside there's Yami. What do you do?
Fewer threats in two of the players doesn't mean that the other players aren't being enabled even more, right?
Yeah.
And I think Nuke is one of those maps that really plays to the specific strengths as an individual for 9, because he's the kind of player that can weave in and out of difficult spots, all these little micro angles that he can try to exploit. And you know what? I think that factor is going to be a big one that they have to try to overcome. But now it is time for a short break before we're right back with map number 2, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. The lower bracket finals will be continuing, and we're going to be heading into what could be our final map in this lower bracket and our final map of the day. Mongolia versus Indonesia. Indonesia's not putting up a defense.
You said could be, but the way I would say it should be, because right now Mongolia are not giving us any reason to believe in Indonesia right now. Yes, there were some performances from Indonesia back in the group stages, back in some of the brackets, but right now this is an all Mongolia show. And you know what? This also kind of flips the narrative of the tournament a little bit, because heading into this, we were like, okay, you know, this is super competitive, all the teams, you know, there's a triangle of teams that have beaten each other and this and that. But if you look through the clouds, if you look through the fumes, you're quickly going to realize that it's honestly always just been an Uzbekistan and Mongolia show.
Yeah, all along, man, all along. That's what it is. And unfortunately, I have to say, it's not even the fact that Mongolia has been making Indonesia look bad. Unfortunately, some of their players have just not shown up themselves. And yes, always that will be partially due to the fact that Mongolia is just looking like on firepower levels, they're fantastic. But I also have to shoulder some of the blame onto the Indonesian players, because the Mongolians, they're going for plays which should be punished very often. They're rushing down middle with a knife out at times, where they're given time to actually pull out their AK. They're going for jumps across where they've given up sound cues and everything, but you just can't get the frag even though you know there's a player coming over your way. There's mistakes being made, but they're never capitalized on. There's never been a reason for Mongolia to sweat.
There really hasn't been, right? And the thing is, right, heading into the lower brackets, we thought that we would finally see them in a position where they're thinking, okay, we're contesting for the grand finals now. It's time to put our big boy pants on. But those big boy pants have stayed in the closet, to be honest, because they've just been chilling. They've still been pulling out some of those unorthodox AWP setup. I say unorthodox, what it really means is it's just goofy time.
Yeah.
They've been doing all of these shenanigans like no scopes, jumping around, audio cues. You've already mentioned all of that.
Yeah.
And I don't even think we need to summarize much of it, because that entire last game was as long as a highlight reel or a summary to begin with.
Look, I've got to say, I think Stephen King might actually be looking to sue Team Mongolia, because they're doing a really fantastic copy of the clown from It, which is they're clowning about, but then they're killing everyone doing it. And Nuke's their map pick. They're starting off on the T side, 9 with utility. And he's the one to keep an eye out for on this map when we switch sides. But before that, Indonesia need to weather the storm. God, Kaz is just playing with them.
Yeah. Runs out with a P250 now. The dualies are up close, and the Aura doesn't want to allow too much damage, but he will quickly be taken out with one. Glock to be the one to overrule. Now, Mongolia, a site taken, players fallen, Insane and Sandman in a 2-on-4, and their chances just went from slim to none, with Insane being the only one standing, but I think none might still be too much for him, because he's trying to go for the 1-on-4. Insane can still get it done. But the problem is, these vertical angles will be so damn difficult to get past. Walks into the crossers. Insane gets a kill. He just needs to get one more. He accidentally right-clicks, and he's chasing after Yami, who is still wanting to play with his food. Insane's had a bit of a buffet himself, but Yami, he peeks out. Insane, it doesn't matter that he's gotten the kill, because there is simply no kit.
You say that, but I disagree. I think actually the fact that he's gotten the kills is really big. Over here, Insane has not had a single good map so far playing with the Indonesian side. Every single time they've brought him out, you've been left wondering, well, I mean, is he really supposed to be Insane coming through as the fifth person for 5 out of 7 of the maps? And look, I want a performance from him before the tournament is over. He wants a performance from him before the tournament is over. He's not satisfied with what he's put up so far, and maybe Nuke's going to be his time to shine.
Speaking of shine, server stuck and no damage. You and I both know what that means. Match medic.
I would hate that every time if the auto disconnection thing just comes up, that's just a soundtrack going on in the background. But no,
it isn't already? Is that a music kit on my account?
I think that's just your friends on TeamSpeak, to be perfectly honest with you. But regardless, this is still not the greatest situation to be in for Mongolia nor Indonesia, sure. But on the bright side, Indonesia keeled over really early, earlier on in the previous series. So you know what, we're still pretty on schedule. So I think Mongolia shouldn't be too worried about it. No, neither should Indonesia. And this also gives Indonesia a bit more space to actually think about what's coming over in Nuke, right? How do they want to play out the CT side? What do they want to prioritize? How do they actually want to go ahead and take the fight to Mongolia? Because the one thing that they have to be careful about is making sure that Senzu and Yami, whenever they're coming outside, they're not allowed free crosses into secret. Because every time you allow that, then your response has to be pushing to ramp or trying to go back and go for a crunch down on the lower bomb side. That's going to be difficult to do versus the form that Mongolia is putting up right now.
And it's not just about the form, right? And there's because when you're thinking about the form of Mongolia, you're thinking about a team effort. But the team effort part never actually has to kick in. By the time they head into the A bomb site, 9 should be ready and waiting. We saw him against Uzbekistan. And you know what? I'm not going to mince any words. If 9 was having such an impact against Uzbekistan on Nuke, if they're able to weave in and out of battle like it's nothing, I think Indonesia should be cakewalk.
Indonesia should be a cakewalk, maybe some cake work as well. But at the same time, I am going to add this caveat that we've seen now Indonesia getting destroyed in Inferno. We've seen Indonesia getting destroyed on Mirage as well. These are both maps which quite frankly aren't very conducive to full-scale executes the same way Nuke is, because both maps rely on, in case of Inferno, you have to actually fight a fair bit before you get to the point where you can actually set up for utility, and Mirage you have to fight after having thrown that utility to get to the bomb site. So both of those mechanics don't exist in Nuke. Nuke is a very clear-cut execution style where on the T side you're actually just able to go for upper hits if you'd like to, ramp hits if you'd like to. The T side can starve out a lot of information as long as they're not dying on outside. So there is a world where we see something more from Indonesia, because one thing I know from talking to Uzbekistan is that they weren't entirely comfortable on Nuke either. They were very heavily relying on their individuals. Indonesia sometimes picks it. Maybe there's more to it?
I don't know. More to it is such a bold statement, right? And it's not even a very outlandish statement, but so far, Indonesia, they haven't shown us enough. And everything we would say positively about Indonesia at this point in the tournament, when their competition is Mongolia, when their competition is Uzbekistan, they simply haven't really shown us that they're that caliber of player, right? So everything is kind of wishful thinking.
And I'm starting to wonder about whether the map against Mongolia earlier on in Inferno was a flash in the pan. And I think it's very clear that it might have been. But how did that flash in the pan transpire, right? It transpired with Waste of Ammo having some really good AK performances, with Nora and Marsha having some great holds. And we need those coming out over here as well. And I still think Nuke could be surprisingly good from Indonesia, because I personally know that they don't mind picking into it at times as well. Did he just throw a flashbang at an unbroken squeaky door?
That must be some big brain gaming we don't know about. Gotta go back to the VOD review for that one. Straight down to the lower bomb site. 2 players at the ready. But Yami shouldn't really have any trouble getting past them, and Indonesia will quickly crumble.
Well, they do stack up. Accurately so. Good prediction from them. Unfortunately, it's just another opportunity for Mongolia to just come through big time. Oh, I like this. Finally, we are getting the Waste of Ammo AWP. He has been shying away from this so much so he's been terrified of the responsibility that comes with it. And now he will take it on his own shoulders. Where is he playing in from is the question. Trying to play from back CT, but he will not be able to do anything with the wall of smokes down right now. You're going to have to see Inzane start to rotate back down to the lower bomb site. Waste of Ammo will be replacing him for ramp control instead.
You talked about how they shouldn't allow this initial secret presence, how letting Mongolia take over outside completely changes everything, because the rotations from bottom bomb side have to come through. It's already happened. They don't even commit so much utility. Oh, okay, that's what happens when you flick a little too hard. And that, of course, also, what that means is that there's info.
Inzane was ready for it. Does pick up the 1 kill, but it's a trade too fast. Double peek from the double squeaky doors, and the bomb is down. CTs might, honestly, this is a safe call.
Yeah, and Mongolia kind of made it look a little too easy, as if they had a full idea of where those players are going to be. Just the instant plant as well, not expecting a player in the bottom bomb site.
Oh my god, they're going for it.
Yeah, they're going for it, and 9 with his... The fact that there's been a backstab and the fact that 9 is ready on the jump peak for the nade, it is just too damn clean. Bartek finish up the final one. And Mongolia with a third.
That was always an impossible retake. There was so much time they needed to rotate. When the ramp player falls there, right, you've got 3 players left, cut your losses. You have an AWP, you have 3 more rifles. It's early days, the desperation in Indonesia is not going anywhere.
Once again, Mongolia, their game plan is all about just getting that early outside control. There's something they've been so incredibly good at. I mean, even if you look at just their cameras, right, there are just smiles across their faces. They do not have a care in the world.
Kaz isn't smiling.
Yeah, Kaz is...
He's pretty
yeah, it kind of looks like he's going through his 17th face at Pug of the Day. But Yami surely is.
Mine might be about to get an opportunity to smile as well. A quick shot on Demacia, who had pushed all the way outwards. Now, they actually have possession of the bomb on the CT side. 9 is being very wary of this possibility, and he spots out the player back in T-spawn as well. That is just easy pickings.
Easy pickings is an understatement, but Waste will at least try to make a better argument for it. Mongolia have continued their winning ways, have continued their momentum, and have continued the demise of Indonesia for map number 1. But now the brunt of the weaponry is about to be brought out once again. Waste again on the AWP. Everybody else on the rifles. Niora and Marcia, they are equipped with the weapons they have been so prolific at in the previous games, but this time around it's been insane that has actually gotten some of the impact.
Waste is still not trying to get aggressive right now. He's just getting a quick deep flash outwards to make sure that the outside presence is slightly harder to have. 9 is the one crossing over. It's actually Waste to find a kill on Senzu, who tries to lurk forward and ramp. Senzu was one of the players that we pointed out might be uncomfortable on this map, just a little bit. Waste watching out for a bit more to come his way. Even if he just stays a stationary operator towards ramp, it gives his team so much more space and diversity to try and fight for outside later on as well. 9 is actually coming back upstairs. This might be a wrap into A, and that's where 3 players are actually ready and waiting. Kaz on the other side, his AWP is just trained in on the second vents. Molotov will force it out. Flashbangs there as well. Kaz doesn't find the kill, but Neora will. Marcia picks up another one. Bartek trades, but the time is ticking down, and there's still multiple players up on this upper bomb site. 25 seconds, and Bartek has got nothing to do. Waste finds 9 and outside. And that 1 kill initially on Senzu just stalls Mongolia long enough that Indonesia, they can start picking up the pieces one by one.
Many. Indonesia. Something has worked out for them early on, and I'm not sure where this tactical timeout is coming from.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Indonesia, to be honest. And we've gotten confirmation that it is Indonesia, in fact. I like it. I honestly really like it, because there is still the problem that they are letting anyone go over the secret just with 2 smokes. There's not really any particular level of additional Molotovs, grenades, anything to actually contest, like for a spam. So there is that question mark about how they address that before it becomes too much.
question mark is soon going to get an answer. This is the lower bracket final after all. Early control of outside once again. Mongolia Cause wanting to push right through it, but is quickly contested by Waste, and I love this. The fact that he's gone aggressive in Redcon. He's got reinforcements as well, so he can stick around if he wants. The bomb dropped. Sandman being part of the picture as well quickly means that this is a graveyard for the side of Mongolia. Senzu quickly being the only one left, and there's still 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. So this is as swift as death can be in this game.
I've got to say, man, finally we get a waste of ammo who's oping aggressively, who's saying, damn it, this is the last map that I'm potentially going to play here. I might as well give it my all and go back not feeling like I forgot something. Not feeling like I didn't at least try. A triple kill, contesting outside. You saw Kaz with the knife out. They weren't even expecting Indonesia to actually fight them.
There's definitely this expectation of passivity from Indonesia. But now they've got answers. Mongolia on a hastily put together buy now. 3 Tech 9s, 2 rifles, and they're going to be straight up hooking it to Redcon. It didn't work the last time because Waste was getting aggressive, but they expect him not to do the same thing twice, but it doesn't matter. Waste from far away will be able to collect a kill, and by the time they get into secret, there's already a player waiting who uses utility to keep them back. Kaz, though, has already made his way out the double doors with the rest of his team. They've gotten a fair bit of space. Getting the bomb down is not really an issue here, but holding on to their life, that's going to be next to impossible.
9 will fall. Oh, Kaz though, good for the trade. He knows there's another player around the corner, but stabbed in the back. It's Yami to trade. Inzane is gone. Mongolians still keeping this possible. Yami in a 1 versus 3, however, has got inside a smoke that will be spammed swiftly. Masha will make sure if Yami was trying to go inside the smoke to knife
nice
anyone.
little attempt.
To try and knife anyone who's going for the defuse. That's crazy.
To be honest, in this kind of situation, I don't even think that's like a ballsy, confident player or anything. That's more like, okay, if I fire shots or if I try to circle around the smoke, there are 3 helicopters watching me right now, so might as well just try to take the fight to a fist fight. Indonesia, though, now they've started inching forward. I really like this. I like the fact that the confidence has had a resurgence. The fact that Waste of Ammo now feels like he's got nothing to lose. His op is coming alive, and this is a different team, but they're going to start to rush out of A. Niora feeling overwhelmed, and they've quickly stormed all over A, and Yami will be a threat later in the round as well. But right now, they've got to focus on A, and Marsha's already low. He cannot be too relevant from outside, and before they actually start to go for the retake, they want to make sure this Redcon player won't be a threat.
Marsha's gone, the grenade is great, and Sandman's not going to be able to find that Redcon player at all because he's looking all too far away. Yami just takes him down from behind. Senzu's still fighting out with their Tech 9. Mongolia does not force by once. They'll force by every time if they want to. Waste of ammo. A 4K is too much to ask for. He knows it as well. Trying to run away, but nothing to be found. Can't save his life either, and that previous round from Mongolia makes it seem even more expensive. Fortunately, Indonesia does have the money to purchase up completely.
That is some overlooked patience from Yami, to be honest. That is so good. The fact that he realizes he can be that second prong, that lurk player to stop the retake, but he doesn't actually have to contest because they're waiting for him. Instead, he just takes his time because he knows that the threat of his existence is better than the actual fight that he can bring to them. And that's why it takes too long before they can even be a problem. Five to 3 Mongolia now, once again wanting to be in the driver's seat. Indonesia, last hurrah before their money falls apart. Traversal into secret. It's something that has been the bread and butter of how they approach their early new game plan. They love having Cause up close. Waste has spotted one, but the smoke is going to allow him a little bit of protection before he actually has to fight against this.
Bartek is nailed down very heavily. Marsha, however, is the casualty across the map. Yami loses Senzu as well, who's had a rough time. Senzu seems to be the consistent pickoff that Indonesia is finding. Insane traded, and Mongolia maintain their man advantage. Waste of ammo when he's not been able to get involved over here. The rest of his teammates are finding duels, but not necessarily winning them.
Creep into B. There are 30 seconds remaining, so they've got to start doing something now. Both the CTs banking on the top bomb site. So it's not like there's going to be much waste. Oh no, he's come in, he's won the duel out in Vent, and suddenly this is very, very doable with Niora joining the fray as well. Now the T's have to watch out, T-Time.
Waste of ammo, gets the adjustment, 9 is down. Kaz all alone. He's had his moments, but this is not Mirage. The Molotov at his feet, swings out wide in the open. Niora to take him down. It's waste of ammo again with the fantastic flick. A double kill from both him and Niora. And this is the waste I wanted to see. This is the guy I've been waiting for all playoffs long. He's finally arrived on the server. He's finally arrived on the stage.
The spotlight has been on him for quite a while, especially because he set those expectations early in the tournament, right? He had those incredible performances with the rifle. He never quite turned up with the AWP, but we're seeing it when it matters. They're against their most difficult opposition, and he is dominating in so many of these scenarios. But the question is if that's going to be enough to actually take them across the finish line. Kaz great with the Tech 9. He doesn't even have a rifle. He doesn't need it, but Bartek has one for funsies. Marsha feeling like he's kind of stuck here behind the boxes, and he's gonna have to try to put up a fight, but Senzu is too quick. Insane and Waste. Now they have to try and get the 2-on-3. They've gotten clutches before. Waste tries to peek out, and Waste is too damn quick, but he doesn't quick scope in time, and that will leave his teammate Insane in a 1 versus 2 T-time.
Insane's been having a decent performance so far, but clutches isn't really his forte necessarily. Where's he even going to try and move in from is the big question. Is he saving? I think he's saving. He's going back to CT spawn.
But the AWP
he doesn't want to try and maintain this, but he almost actually gets hunted down. Insane now, keeping an eye out, gets one. Bartek taking apart the T side. They will have money regardless of whether or not they lose this player. 9 is hoping that Insane peeks too far forward. The inexperience comes in. Could have just ducked in as close as possible, but he wanted to take a slight off angle instead of playing for the time and playing for the op advantage. Indonesia call for a timeout as they try and figure out their finances.
This is a little heartbreaking, right? Because this starts off with an entry frag from Kaz with a Tech 9. Now, this is something we've said quite a bit. The idea that despite his numbers, he's had a good performance. But that particular shot with the Tech 9, that opener, it was big.
By the way, he's done that consistently. Every single time they've gone for a Tech 9, I think Kaz has got an entry. All 4 of his skills, maybe 3 actually of those skills, are from half-by round. So the damage that Mongolia is consistently doing now, the second half-by round, they've actually gone through and won.
I'm honestly very happy with this version of Kaz, where when he's not able to match the firepower of his teammates, he's that playmaker that is willing to go forward, willing to get that information, and willing to get up close and personal. Speaking of personal, some of these shots from the T side should feel personal. CTs. Insane. Alone.
Again.
Again.
He saved versus 2. Will he versus 5? No. Doesn't even try for it. Obviously nothing too safe. It's just a 5-7. So it's never really
This has kind of been a consistent theme from Indonesia, where they, at the very start of the game, they're going to have some performances. They're going to have these players really have these individual frags and all that. But then in the long run, they quickly quiet down. And I think that's because although there can be flashes in the pan of some players turning up, across the board, sustained performance, that's not been a thing. And bear in mind, Waste and Insane, they're turning up. Insane was absent throughout the tournament. He's turning up now. But now Niora and Marsha, the biggest win conditions, have quickly quieted down. This is a problem, especially when you've got the likes of Yami getting kills like that.
When you're talking about Yami, I just noticed Senzu's actually top rank. Now 12 and 7 on a map he's not comfortable on. A map he's died quite a few times, and those kinds of shots are what is giving him advantages. Speaking of advantages, Kaz, undetected into vents, that's something he's been very good at doing actually in every game we've seen them on Newcon. Gives them the 3 versus 2 now, Insane and Niora. Very far apart. It's going to be down to Niora actually playing in from heaven. He's going to need to reveal himself, and soon the bomb will be planted otherwise. And as soon as he starts to take the peak, Bartik is ready.
I honestly really like this new version of Mongolia, where when Kaz is actually forced to, or well, at least incentivized to play his actual role, he's incredible at it, right? Finding those little openings, he's so damn good at it. We've seen him do it on Nuke before. He always manages to nestle himself in a position where the opponents will not expect him. And he does it because everybody else, they're so aggressive. There's a whole lot of aggression that Mongolia can create, a whole lot of distraction that Mongolia can create across the map.
Okay, 9.
No. Well, the 9 in his name stands for P90, so.
They've had successes with faster play, so honestly, there's something to be said about having this, but that something is, please don't make Indonesia feel like this. This is just a mental assault, that's what it is. That P90 is finally put down, waste of ammo, the man to take it apart. We'll find a few more kills, and they won't really matter, to be honest, but 16 to 10, at least his score is going to look a lot better.
I know that's probably not his intent, but from a strategic standpoint, I don't fully disagree with buying a P90 when you have all the money, because if you drop it, it's really not that potent in the hands of the enemy.
The problem is there's no difference between a P90 and a Mac 10.
Except the need for a therapist for the enemy later on.
Yes, that is true. Fastest Molotov. Kaz is more than happy to take that damage. Needed a grenade with it or something like it. Even trying to go for spams with the open side mini. Kaz, meanwhile, they might actually try and break both glasses at the same time for locker and for lower. I'm not sure they did. But Senzu falls, Bartik will follow as well into the grave. Kaz is not actually going for the double glass break into pushing ramp. Would have been quite cool to see that. Haven't seen that come through in a while. 9 low HP. He can't actually plant the bomb, and inside the Molotov is forced out. Insane and taken down. Kaz as well. Second to fall. It's only Yami. And he has 4 rather, members to deal with. 4 too many. He's nowhere nearby. The bomb is down. There's 30 seconds left. Yami is probably not going to, but he really should save.
Double digits on the T side is still too much if Mongolia can get it, right? For Indonesia to fight back then on the T side, it's seeming very unlikely still, but I'm just very happy to see that the players that you would generally see absent, at the very least in the past few games we've seen, they're turning up. You know, Insane is present, Waste is present, and you know, in the bit of a chat I've had with Insane, right, he recognizes that, okay, you know, his spot in the team is always sort of shaky, right? When you've got a 6-man roster, there is always something you have to prove, and that's just a reality of it. Even if a player isn't going to say it out loud, they recognize that if you're switching out players in between maps, it's only a matter of time before the team will make a more concrete decision.
And let's not forget, Romania is coming up after this, regardless of what happens here. Insane wants to put in that performance. if you could be the reason why your team is winning against a Mongolia that was stomping you before, well, that's gonna make them keep you in mind, right?
At the very least, it's a pretty good argument to make. The Mongolia already with a significant half advantage, and they're looking to cement it even further. Kaz, he has been so damn good at actually making his way through the vents, but I don't think he's being allowed that comfort this time. Marsha going for a quick reload. Kaz recognizes the audio cue, so he wanted to push forward. Nay narrowly avoided. How the hell is he still alive? And Marsha will tell him that he can't cheat death.
Not for that long, at least. Yami caught out. Sandman was expecting that play. He's playing in the back of Garage many times over. This is the first time it actually comes to fruition. Indonesia set up for 6, but there's still that one last hurdle to cross. And it's going to be crossed with the flank coming in from behind. It's Marsha who wants to commit to it. Waste of ammo. Oh, Emma just steals the skills. Marsha put in so much effort setting that up, and Waste of Ammo says, you know what, man, listen, you've had your time to shine. Now it's my turn.
Waste is going 18 and 11 right now against Mongolia. And, you know, we were talking about how it's very important for AWP players to prove that they can also farm against top players, right? It's much easier to go up against lower level competition and then have those stats as a sniper, but he's doing it against Mongolia.
But this is the most frustrating game for me to watch because I've been asking for Waste to have an op for so long. It feels like he's just not been opting into it, and when he does, he plays a super defensive style that isn't even characteristic of what makes him great. It's the nerves for sure, second-guessing himself. But now on this T side, Indonesia, if they can take away the pistol round, and equalization should be on the horizon.
Kaz.
He's just
he's
running
just
after them. He sees the legs as well,
What?
but Waste has got the advantage with the verticality. Yami now in through the smoke, does deal damage, but doesn't actually find the kill at Senzu to steal that one away. Senzu still fighting back.
And now it's 2 versus 2 with Senzu being that crisp on the pistol. It's quickly netted them the advantage that is converted by Yami. That was actually the bomb side being given up entirely to Indonesia. 10-6 now, Mongolia starting heading over to the CT side, and they've gotten the pistol already. The advantages are looking, or any advantages that Indonesia could have possibly gotten are looking very slim. They had to build that buffer off the pistol round, and how long can that performance from Waste even be sustained, right? Because the thing is, whichever way you cut it, Waste, his best opportunity was on the sniper on the CT side. Now he's not going to have that, and Mongolia, they're about to get a lot more strength in the form of the player, of the likes of Yami.
And he's already started off.
What his confidence?
He doesn't even turn around from the flashbang. Waste doesn't realize it's being pulled forward, doesn't believe in it. Bartek setting up for a flank, but now again, the flankers just having kills stolen away from them. 9 is not going to let this one go.
Mongolia can already taste the grand finals, and to be honest, if it's in a Uzbekistan-Mongolia finals, it will be so fitting because these have been the most dominant teams in the tournament. Mongolia, they want their chance at revenge.
But they have to get past this first. Indonesia, much more of a fighting form, but they're still looking like the weight class is not quite the same.
I like this from Waste. He's on the rifle now, but he's still on for the hunt. 20 kills now broken. Highest fragger on the server, even if you include Mongolia's players. Molotov just swayed it a little bit further. 9, though, catches Waste, who lingers around a little bit longer. Marsha wants to individually try to open things up, but that opportunity quickly shuts his doors as this MP9 is backed off. Marsha waiting for something. Wow. Bartek's head reveals, and Bartek's head is popped.
3 versus 4 now. Mongolia are going to have to rotate down to that lower bomb site. That was a bit of a weakness versus Uzbekistan as well. Indonesia will be able to occupy it before rotations can come through. More likely than not, that should be a bomb plot as well, but Senzu will at least be able to threaten the idea of pushing through. Is that spam possible? Yes, it is, but only for the furthest bomb plant angle, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, the bullets need to pass through the yellow barrier.
Traveling forward, Nine's caught out Marsha, back to a 3-on-3. Sandman is losing out opportunities though because Insane is stealing them away, doing it all on his own. It's only the last dunk down that the IGL can have. Insane still keeping his name in the conversation.
His name was part of the conversation very early on in the game, but now he is reintroducing it. That is an incredible opener from Waste. He does stick around a little bit too long, which eventually gets him punished, but that is some incredible work being done by Indonesia, showing us that they are still very much contenders for the grand finals and that Mongolia cannot take them lightly. But this round is the kicker. This round has to be the one where they start to get an advantage because they need to break the economy, but what has broken instead is Insane as he tries to get the opener. It's not Waste, it's Insane who tries to open with the op.
Look at Yami. He's been given so much space because the outside presence is taken away. He even steals the op. He even steals the op.
Imagine going for a flash peek and taking the op with you instead.
Oh my god, Bartek. He needs to run off. What's going on over here? Sensu's been switched away. Bartek had dropped his gun earlier. Kars just comes by. Bartek gives the ultimate accidental bait.
Oh, look at this, look at this. They're just flexing now. Kaz with the B-hops, with the 360s, and the closer on the aura. Mongolia, they are flexing once again.
Money's gone. And Nine's got those pearly whites out.
Flexing on the stage has been the theme for Mongolia. And I can't believe they're doing this at a regional championship. One that leads to the world championship. So much money on the line, and they still have so much faith in themselves on the stage. Yami opening it up with some shots towards the doors. The pistols starting to make their way outside for Indonesia. Great shot from Marsha, who has opened up A. Yami, though, wants to keep them honest, wants to peek with the AWP, but the advantage has gone the way for Indonesia. For how long?
Sandman hasn't crossed yet. The grab and the smoke is still quite important, actually.
Oh,
losing more and more. Neora and Marsha both finding kills apiece, and this is where it's only Bartek left alone at 1 versus 3. I don't think he goes for this one. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, this is Mongolia you're talking about.
Yeah, this is, at the very least, still going to be an attempt for damage, more likely than not. Bartek is, however, still the most conservative off the lot, I do believe. He's a ramp player. He knows what it's all about. Moves back once the AK for the next round. Doesn't want to be in a position where he's just being rushed at without having it in his hand.
That still doesn't break the economy for Mongolia, does it?
Their loss bonus is quite bad, and they were losing quite a few players before as well, but with the AWP saved up, they might force buy. The economy is honestly broken, but they can force buy with an M4 here or there, a few Max 7s for Yami. I'm guessing 9 and Bartek is probably going to go for the MP9 as well.
A couple maps
ago. To be honest, 9 could also go for the Max 7 over here. I wouldn't hate it because of the positions that he's actually playing.
A couple maps ago, you know, I would have not wanted to see Kaz on the AWP, but now his form has come back. And you already know how effective Yami is on a Mag 7 with those close positions he likes playing, or at the very least is comfortable with, so.
The problem is I'm not sure where he wants to be positioned with it on Nuke, because the obvious position of Hut is generally where 9 likes to play in from. So if you're taking that spot away, then 9 playing from Mini instead is actually a little bit of a complication. Gonna get very aggressive early on with the AWP. It's Yami on top of Hut. A smoke to obscure. Sandman has been shown the door. Flashbang avoided. They're not going to be pushing through the smoke regardless. They know that's a death sentence. And Yami would be the full stop on it.
First skill collected. The weaponry disadvantage suddenly no longer being as much of a problem. Mongolia, they realize that Indonesia are the ones that have to be coaxed into making moves themselves. Marsha slowly progressing forward, wanting to find a fight in Hut. Insane not really in a position to find any fights either. And now they're going to quickly take these efforts towards that ramp position.
What a flash timing from Senzu.
Oh, yeah.
That's a full 5-second flash to stop Indonesia from being able to do anything while that Molotov is going forward. And now they're being funneled over to the upper bomb site. Yami and 9 are waiting. There aren't any flashes. They need the entries. They won't find them. Nora has to trade, but he loses his life for it as well. Yami, in the meanwhile, is getting the bag in action. And with that, Indonesia lose what could have been one of their best chances at closing the gap.
And bear in mind, that was a significant economic investment from Mongolia, right? They bought into it, they bought around the AWP, so being able to shut them down now would have led to so many different advantages, but instead, it's Indonesia that will eventually have to succumb to the economic pitfall. Well, not last, but a very significant buy that threatens them even further if they can't continue to collect. Kaz, playing up close and personal, playing forward, has missed a crucial shot, and now he needs to navigate around the smoke, and he could be threatened. A second shot missed is not within the budget. Bartek and 9 remaining 2 versus 3, but they do still have the weaponry advantage and a little bit of the HP as well.
Small mistakes from Kaz is just what gives it away. He's not turning around for the flashbang on
this.
outside. The T side would generally be giving away. Mongolia calls for the save. Is this calling for the save though? They honestly could just set up for exits instead as well. But with the money where it is, I would much prefer the save. Okay, yeah, they're going all the way up to the roof. Okay. Thought for a second they might want to try and...
Because they have 2 weapons already, I'm not sure about the money on the remaining 3, but because...
It's decent, they had 4 players kept live.
Yeah, they should be able to buy up, right? Especially with Bartek having that extra bit of money.
They might not have an AWP, but they have one.
Yeah, 9 saves the armor as well, so at the very least he can drop an MP9 and still be kitted out with utility.
Oh, they have an AWP as well, actually.
Ooh, okay. I didn't realize Kaz had 6K.
Yeah. The issue over there still is that Kaz is trying to go for aggression, which I appreciate, but you're not turning away from the initial T-side flashes that are likely going to be coming over, and generally you do turn from them regardless. And then afterwards, like you said, just couldn't afford to miss that second shot. What's the adjustment going to be from him? Is it still going to be aggression the same way? Or has Indonesia dissuaded him from doing so? Yami, but now just going for the spam. We haven't seen any crazy pushes through Squeaky so far from him, but it's Kaz this time finds Sandman through the gap from the smoke. Bartek misses 1, misses 2. Masha trades, and it's Kaz again to find another frag. Rotation back to ramp will give them the advantage, and now it's a 4-on-3. Spotting out Waste, but not actually eliminating him. That was a responsibility. And goes a miss. Waste turning the corner. Smoke is down. Bomb being planted. Senzu's right out there. And the door open in his face. Waste will get the kill. But he's losing his teammates and losing his life as well for it. Indonesia. A much better performance. They are actually present on the battlefield. But Mongolia is still looking a breeze.
Breeze is how you would describe most of Mongolia's run-ins with players, with teams in this tournament. Now, flirting with the grand finals, Indonesia, responsibility to deny. Waste has done so much. Insane has finally stepped up. Marja and Niora, you're being sorely missed.
Foster play being called. Yami wants to intercept 9, however. The quick double from up top on Hut. You're entering 9 zone, and you better pay the toll of doing so. Insane, however, still finds Senzu inside vents, and Bartek as well has been felled from the heavens. Yami and Kaz are all that are left.
Oh. Kaz preemptively pulls the trigger. Of course, that just leaves Yami now. At the very least, they've bought themselves a little bit of breathing room here. A chance to make Mongolia sweat. It's still very much not a done game just yet, especially with Indonesia now getting on double digits. Yami wanting to stick around. He needs to find those exits, or at least he wants to. And that could keep the T-side economy in check. I think he might have just been spotted on the shoulder peek from credit card.
Hunting him down is madness.
They don't have the money for this.
They really don't. They're very fortunate that Sandman gets that kill, otherwise Yami would have just been kept alive. The thing is, the CT economy was already broken regardless of whether he saves that M4 or not.
Does Yami get a mag? Okay. Okay, Yami. Of course you do.
They're force buying into this one. This is actually incredibly dangerous. Mongolia don't have loss bonus. So if Indonesia wins this round out, which they more likely than not should, you're setting up for 14-12 with a bad buy from Mongolia where they won't have the offer cons.
Of course, the word should is a little bit idealistic. Realistically speaking, we've seen how capable Yami can be with the mag, and every one of these players is so damn potent even with the pistols. They've got so much space already by pushing in that now they're ready for the fight wherever it takes them. Yami is not being taken care of early on enough. He's able to beat down 9 with the MP9, and Senzu chimes in, cherry on top with the deagle, and should, more like absolutely not.
Indonesia make the right call initially. They navigate away from a potential lobby crunch. They quickly Thunderfoot down without any real utility being used to go occupy secret, but then immediately after they keep accelerating.
But that was so quick from Mongolia. That was such a fast lobby because there was no hesitation whatsoever.
Hesitation is something Mongolia has never had throughout this entire tournament. And now inside the flames, it is insane. Waste and Marsha who are feeling the fire. Mongolia are 2 kills away from being our second finalist. It's a reunion over in the grand finals. Uzbekistan, you know who your opponents are. It's Mongolia. There's no surprises about it. Indonesia will have to settle for 3rd place, and all they get is $2,000.
That is just Mongolia continuing to prove that they are the top dogs, and they want to continue to prove that against Team Uzbekistan. They're your second grand finalist. They've made it all the way from the lower bracket, and the funny thing is, it never felt like they were the lower bracket player. Hell yeah, I mean, that's, you can tell.
Wait, how much dust does he have on his shirt? He just keeps shaking it all off. Indonesia
you know
just
what?
brushed
you know
off.
what?
Palestine's brushed off, yeah.
Dust will accumulate when something isn't being moved around, when something isn't being challenged, right? What he's trying to tell us is that he doesn't have to move a muscle to the point where dust starts to accumulate.
Listen, man, Yami looked great, but Mongolia in general just powering up as well. This is such an exciting grand final that's being set up for us. Uzbekistan is already pumping up the iron. They're looking buff, they're looking strong up there, and Mongolia are the only people who can actually compete against them. It's been the best series so far. Why wouldn't we want to see it twice? But here and now, this series, we did see Indonesia step up and nuke, and I only wish that we'd seen more of that on Mirage. I only wish we'd seen more of that against Uzbekistan as well. More of waste of ammo, more of just the players going aggressive and making plays, trying to do so, right? That's just something we never had. Indonesia didn't even look like they were necessarily trying to go for these moments.
And honestly, the times that they did, that looked incredible, right?
Yeah.
They went for these aggressive plays, and waste of ammo. He had so many different times where it kind of looked like he could finally overpower them. He had a decent chunk of kills. He was able to do quite a lot on that CT side, but when he couldn't, when he had to head on over to the T, when Yami got his hands back on the Mag 7, when Mongolia started to feel comfortable once again, not like they never stopped being comfortable, but when they started to flex a little bit, they just crumbled.
Look, they didn't. I don't think I'm all about that life. Listen, they didn't quite crumble. They weren't in it for sure, but they were still pushing back. There were still rounds where they're actually pulling out the Tech 9s. They're getting half by wins. They're getting a few extra kills here and there. They're getting good entries, and those entries don't look like they're coming from Mongolia's mistakes. They're coming from plays that are being made by Indonesia, right? And I wish we'd gotten to see more of that throughout the entirety of the tournament, but most of all against Uzbekistan and early on in Mirage as well versus versus Mongolia. It is honestly, it's such a big what if, and I hope that in the World Esports Championship they've got a month to prepare. They can look back at this and they can see that what they need is more faith in themselves, more faith in the plays that the players would make perhaps.
Yeah, and you know what? It's a little disappointing to see that waste of ammo doesn't get that op, doesn't activate at AWP until the very end. I think when he last went up against Mongolia, that was the only time he tried to pick up the AWP for a second, and he really struggled against Yami on Inferno, where he kind of lost a little bit of confidence. But then, now on Nuke, when he turns up once again, he was definitely dominating, right? And he was... if you're going to think about the head-to-head that we were talking about between him and Kaz, he was winning it out, especially when he was on that CT side. But there was a big absence. Niora and Marsha, they were sorely missed. So you know what? Heading into the World Championships, heading into Romania, there's so much room for improvement, but that's the good part, right? This team already has the pieces. It's just that they've not been activated.
They have been activated, but they've always been activated separately. And a part of that comes down to the idea that maybe they feel like only one or two of them can make a play at a time. And that's simply not the truth, right? You can set up for more players to be activating throughout the entirety of a game. You don't have to be relying on Neora's T-side entry pathing every single time. You don't have to be reliant on Marsha getting good holds on CT every single time. You can let Waste of Ammo get more involved the way you do domestically, right? The way you do online, the way you do back home. But over here, they couldn't do it. You know who could though? Every single time, it's Mongolia. Their nuke as well looks like it's a little bit more definitive. Kaz has been made the dedicated opper. They figured out their roles as time goes on. I might not agree with all of them, but regardless, at the very least, now their identity is starting to form towards the end of this tournament. This grand finals is going to be a fully powered, fully charged Mongolia versus a Super Saiyan Uzbekistan.
But let's be clear, if you've watched this game and you're thinking that this is the pinnacle of what Mongolia can do on Nuke, that is absolutely not the case. Because to be honest, even in this game, it did look like they were flexing a little bit. There was definitely room for them to fool around, and they took advantage of it.
Oh, absolutely. Mongolia never looked like they were uncomfortable in the slightest. They did look a little bit impressed in certain rounds, right? They start to make counters come through. They start to throw a few extra flashes towards outside to make sure that there can't be a waste of ammo player or something like that. But they were always in control all the way through to the grand finals. The only place where they stopped was the upper bracket initially. And why don't we take a look at that bracket? Mongolia and Uzbekistan, their path to the grand finals has been relatively clean. The only team to beat Mongolia in this entire tournament has been Uzbekistan. Can they do it twice?
This is going to be such a rematch of the Titans. These are rivals within the scene, right? Uzbekistan recognized that Mongolia, they're not going to be easy to beat twice. Hell, they weren't easy to beat the first time, with the exception of Ancient, which is their best map pick.
Absolutely, and that veto is also going to be changing around tomorrow a fair bit. And as far as Uzbekistan is concerned, it's kind of wild to think that the only loss that they've had since the qualifiers to this point in the grand finals is a single map versus Vietnam, right? That's insane to me, and I'm sure that the grand finals is going to see that changing. I cannot imagine this being a 2-0 in any way, shape, or form. Just thinking about the matchup in itself is making me excited. Icy versus Senzu, Yami versus Wetfi. What more could you want from a grand finals over there? And of course, both teams have already secured a position in Romania. They will, however, be fighting for seeding. They're going to be fighting for the lion's share of about $10,000 as well. Second place gets $3,500. First place is $7K. That's obviously a big difference, but more than anything else, you know Uzbekistan want to prove that they're the #1 in Asia by doing it twice, and you know Mongolia want revenge.
Oh, for sure. This is going to be super exciting, right? Uzbekistan rematch against a team like Mongolia. This is going to be super fire. The one match, or rather the one matchup of teams that has actually been breaking the narrative of the IESF Asian Championship. Every other team, they've been competitive, but they've been the untouchables. Uzbekistan has separated themselves from the pack. Mongolia, in all their flexing antics rather, they've done the same. So now the untouchables will finally have to go up against each other.
Look, it is quite genuinely going to be a battle of the Titans and a battle of the unstoppable wall and the most powerful force you can imagine in forms of Uzbekistan's big rifling combination between Frog and Icy and everyone. But right now it's all about Mongolia on the stage as well. We're going to be sending out to the interview in a bit. But before I do want to give a little bit more love out to Kaz as well, because I know I was personally bagging on him a little bit. He's been looking so much better. Even on the AWP, he's looking more willing to go for those aggressive picks. He's looking more willing to actually try and make plays in the half-buys as well. That's something you really credited. Kaz looked so much better over here, and he was actually a core part of some of their success as well. But another man who's been a core part of their success consistently is Nine, and we've got an interview with him for you.
حياكم الله جميعا اعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم بعد نصف نهائي اللور براكت. كان صراحه مباراه مليئه بالاحداث، مليئه بالسيناريوهات اللي شفناها، فحابين نبارك لمنتخب منغوليا ونبارك ايضا للاعب يامي، وحابين نساله عن شعوره بعد ما فاز في هذه المواجهه.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه. What a match. Congratulations. I swear to God, you blew everybody's minds with your performance, you and your team. That was a show to watch and remember. A legendary one for sure. So Yami, how do you feel right now? Standing right here, winning the match.
Yeah, I'm feeling good, but I can't wait to tomorrow match versus Uzbekistan. I can't wait it just.
Ooh, they can't wait for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. They're like, let's go, man. Let's go.
ما يقدر ينتظر اكثر من كذا يا اخوي براء، ينتظر النهائي ويبي النهائي يكون اليوم نفس ما قلت انا اليوم لو تتذكر كلامي. فصراحه اكيد بتكون مباراه مشوقه، وطالما انهم قدروا انهم يمسكون من ربع نهائي لور براكت الى النهائي الكبير بدون اي خساره، لان اصلا كانت اي غلطه اي زله على طول يطلع من البطوله، فكيف التجهيزات بتكون ضد منتخب اوزبكستان؟
بالضبط. So, as you're gonna go against another fierce team who've been performing exceptionally in this championship, do you have a surprise for tomorrow against Uzbekistan? You're gonna change your strategy, or are you gonna surprise us?
We just showed them how Mongolians is powerful.
Oh, whoa! They're just gonna show the world how powerful Mongolia is. Oh man, what a statement! شرايك يا وجيه؟
براء انا ما اقدر، لازم النهائي اليوم لازم يكون صراحه تصريح قوي، ومباراه بتكون حماسيه بكره بين منتخب اوزبكستان ومنغوليا، فاتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق. ولكن قبل ان نودع من الستيج حابين نساله اذا يقول اي شيء للناس اللي يشجعونه، للاهل للاصدقاء بلغته، يعني اذا حاب يقول.
Well, Yami, tomorrow is going to be a very, very important day. So anything you want to say to your fans and family back home, even in your own language?
За бидний үд дэмжиж байгаа монголчуудад баярлалаа. Тэгээ маргааш бид нэр авраг авахын төлөө бүх чадлаараа ячих болно. Биднийг дэмжээрэй.
Beautiful, man, beautiful. Words of wisdom, I'm sure of that. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
صراحة أدى اللي عليه وتكلم وقال إنه أكيد كان متحمس. أنا سويت نفسي أترجم وأنا ما أدري إيش قال، بس أكيد إنه بيكون شخص متحمس في النهائيات الكبيرة طالما إنه مسك من اللور براكت إلى آخر شيء. يعطيك العافية اللاعب يامي، شكرا لك.
Thank you very much, Yami. Congratulations to Mongolia, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.
أكيد.
Woo! Grand finals. Oh my God. This is it against Uzbekistan. I mean, we've seen a lot of surprises and a lot of excitement. Things were off the hook. But I can't wait for tomorrow for the grand finals. انجاز حق بكره.
أنا قاعد أتخيل الحين أوزبكستان جالسين يلعبون ضد منغوليا، إيش الأحداث اللي بتصير معانا بكره. فإلى هنا أعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام انتهى يومنا السابع وعدى على خير، وشفنا مواجهات قديش أسطورية رغم المستوى الأسطوري اللي شفناه. كيف بيكون بكره؟ فموعدنا بكره ان شاء الله بيكون من الساعه 11:30 الى نهايه البطوله، بطوله جيمر زيت، بطوله الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الالكترونيه الاسيويه. كنت معكم اخوكم وجيه والاسطوره براء في التقديم. نشوفكم ان شاء الله بكره في امان الله.
يعطيك العافيه وجيه وما قصرت. So ladies and gentlemen, this is it for today right here. Things have been phenomenal so far. So big shout out goes to our amazing casters and everybody behind the scenes to make this show a phenomenal and unforgettable one right here in Saudi Arabia, the beautiful city of Riyadh at the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. Well, ladies and gentlemen, big shout out goes to you for watching and commenting and making this happen, because this show is for you, for the love of esports around the world. Well, I'm Bara Abdallah with the phenomenal Wajih and everybody behind the scenes and the beautiful team that is working hard to make this show happen. Thank you so much. God bless you. Keep your game on, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow at 11:30 for the grand finals of the Gamers 8 IESF Asian Championship. God bless, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.